Count on a second one. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber. It is Wednesday, the 30th of July. As always, thank you for spending time with us here in Real America's Voice. We appreciate it. Topping things off, President Trump has given Russia an ultimatum to come to a peace deal with Ukraine by August 8th or face steep tariffs and sanctions. That's a week from Friday. A much shorter time frame than his original 50-day deadline he set back in July. More on that coming up also. Conservatives have spent years fighting Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout scheme. Though progress has been made, federal law continues to allow part of this scheme with the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program to continue. I'll tell you all about that today. Then later, a pair of janitors at Columbia University have settled a case with the Ivy League school after being held hostage by anti-Israel protesters in last year's riots on campus. About time we got some justice against the anti-Semites. All those details and more coming up. But first, we start here today. It is time to get lean and mean like a fighting machine. The Trump administration is cutting back on regulations like we have never seen before. It's a very, very good thing, by the way. In a historic move, the EPA has introduced a proposal that would roll back the Obama-era endangerment finding, the endangerment finding. You see, the 2009 so-called finding has been the basis for most of the climate change hysteria and regulation after the EPA decided that pollutants from burning fossil fuels harms the environment and you and I. That carbon dioxide and methane are going to be the end of us. That was the claim of the finding. The White House Office of Management and Budget is now looking to permanently reverse that finding, which would significantly hamper the EPA's ability to police so-called climate change. But it would muzzle much of the hysteria, thank God. Carbon dioxide has been around for as long as Earth has been here, and it's a natural gas that helps our plants grow, and any increases in CO2 can largely be attributed to natural cycles and the planet. Oh, and it accounts for 0.4%. That's right, 0.4% of the entire atmosphere, yet they want us to eliminate this and sacrifice everything on the green altar. The climate crazies have long dramatized the presence of CO2 as being much worse than it actually is, to push for restrictions that are costly and unnecessary, to say the least. Overturning this kind of finding would outlast the Trump administration and be huge. It would limit future authoritarian administrations from squeezing our economy into oblivion with regulation after regulation of what really is plant food. We're seeing the dawn of a new era with EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who says it's just common sense to reverse this kind of ruling, and it's what the American people want. Listen to what he said.
One of the biggest differences between conservatives and liberals, the right and the left, Republicans and Democrats on this, because we all care about protecting the environment. On the left, they say that in order to protect the environment, we have to put all these regulations in that will strangulate out of existence entire segments of of energy sectors and other aspects of our economy. On the right, conservatives believe that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's not a conservative choice. We are choosing to do both. And on top of it, that's what the American public wants.
Right.
So when you get elected into government, or you're here serving in the president's cabinet and running one of these agencies, why are we here? Because the American public made a choice last November to send Donald Trump back to the White House to be the president of the United States. When they were exercising that voice, they were saying that they want agencies to apply common sense. They want agencies to be cognizant of economic pain. Mm-hmm. That if you run an agency like the EPA, where the core mission is protecting human health and the environment, you should do so in a way that can allow them to afford to heat their home and have get the prescription drugs they need and be able to put the groceries that they need to inside of their fridge. They should be able to afford to purchase a car. They should have a job. And it's a big difference between the right and the left.
It is a big difference. He's right about all of that. You can care about the environment. We all do. But That doesn't mean you have to sacrifice the economy and the business sector on the environmental altar of Green New Dealing. If the courts don't step in and mess this up, as they've been prone to do too often, this move is projected to save Americans $1 trillion or more. That's how devastating this endangerment finding has been to this country. That one agency, with just one move, can accomplish more deregulation than entire presidencies have ever done in American history is remarkable, thank God. Zeldin has said that this doesn't mean we have to stop innovation in the energy sector. That's a good thing. It can continue, but what the left was doing with these trillions of dollars had nothing to do with innovation. It was straight up criminal. Here's more.
I'll tell you one other big difference between the right and the left that I've noticed since coming in. I've heard this term environmental justice. And the best definition that somebody can give in favor of it, that you would get a lot of support, even conservatives would say, okay, I agree with that definition, is you would say that there are communities in America that have been left behind that need help dealing with remediating environmental issues. Okay, all right, we all agree with that definition. So what are you going to do about it? Now, on the left, in the name of environmental justice, they then will get tens of billions of dollars appropriated that instead of spending the money directly on remediating environmental issues, they want to give it to left-wing activist NGOs. They want to pay off, former Obama and Biden officials and Democratic donors and give it through pass-throughs. We have some examples of grants where the grant will go through 4 pass-throughs, and each of the pass-throughs will take 15 to 25% for administering it. Think how much a dollar gets diluted in order to get it to the recipient. And we say, well, why don't you just put it right to the recipient? Or if you're sending it to a state and the state is going to give it to the recipient, then you have, in theory, one pass-through or administrator so that the federal government can advance cooperative federalism and we're not doing everything ourselves. Here's the difference. On the right, not only do we disagree with the idea of giving all of this money to left-wing activist NGOs, we don't advocate for taking the money and giving it to right-wing activist NGOs. We say that if $1 is going to be spent in the name of remediating an environmental concern in some community that needs help, the dollar should get spent on directly remediating the environmental issue. We don't want to take the money from a left-wing NGO and give it to a right-wing NGO. It should go directly towards the purpose, or the money should just get saved for the taxpayer.
Saved for the taxpayer? What a remarkable idea. There were tens of billions of dollars going toward green slush funds that just got divvied up among Biden-Harris associates and Democrat donors, of course. And here's a favor from you, and here's a favor for you, and here's a little something for you, too. Don't let the left convince you that they're the only ones who care about this planet. They just care about lining their pockets at your expense with your money, because that's what has been happening for a long time. Just ask the people in Flint, Michigan, or East Palestine, Ohio. They'll tell you that the government is not nearly as helpful as they claim it is. Why? Because our tax dollars are getting siphoned off to God only knows where. Zelda did detail a specific example of what I'm talking about here. Listen.
I'll give you an example on the other end of this. There was one CEO who was serving on the White House Environmental Justice Council for the Biden administration. While she was serving on this council, she was CEO of an organization that applied for and received $20 million. So some people were able to, with the right connections, be on the receiving end of billions of dollars. Others on the other end of this getting tens of millions of dollars, and the federal government not having oversight. And I just mentioned the account control agreements that were entered into at EPA and these prime recipients. They were amending the account control agreements right up to the inauguration. There were amended account control agreements we found January 13th.
So they were scrambling before you guys got in there and kicked some tires.
They amended it.
So
they amended these account control agreements to reduce EPA oversight and to make it easier for them to pass through the money without getting caught.
Always without getting caught. You see, it's another day and another shady Biden administration wheeling and dealing behind the curtain. Of course, I can't say I'm shocked. I'm just glad that the Trump administration is methodically undoing as much damage as they possibly can. Deregulation is going to be the thing that puts this country back on track. And if you think the mountain of red tape is just too far gone at this point for any one administration to solve the issue, I've got some news for you. We're putting AI to good use. Finally, Trump's DOGE team has developed an AI tool that reviews federal regulations. and then highlights which ones could be removed. It has reviewed 200,000 regulations so far, identified half, 100,000 that should be done away with because they're no longer required by federal law or they don't line up with what the law is today. Now, this is huge. It could be trillions more dollars in savings for Americans, trillions more. Couple that with all the investment Donald Trump has got, and man, you start to see it all come together. And here we were worried that DOGE might end up not being as effective as we originally thought or were promised it could be far better. This is astounding progress from an administration that's only been at the wheel for about 6 months. Federal agencies are now going through the data, and they've been given until September 1st to review the AI tool's findings and submit a list of regulations to eliminate. And if we really do end up cutting regulations in half, well, the projected savings and compliance costs alone are $1.5 trillion, and stimulating the economy, $600 billion in investment, raking in another $1 trillion in revenue, and shrinking the federal government by $85 billion. Win, 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 win. It's all good news. I can only hope that we'll actually see it come to fruition, but I'm already encouraged by Trump delivering on those promises because if you'll remember, this was one of them. Listen.
This will be the largest and fastest, most aggressive regulatory reduction. It's going to be the largest regulatory reduction in the history of our country. And it's going to happen very fast.
Yeah, there's a reason we cheered for that, because we know that a slimmer government is one that serves the most people's interests. When you try to cater to just one crowd, the climate fanatics or left-wing crazies, you end up helping no one at all and damaging the opportunities afforded to most Americans. You just screw things up. But when you have a government that leaves room for Americans, all Americans, to decide their course forward, you have a thriving place to live, to grow, to learn. And economists are excited about this new era. Listen to this.
Why is deregulation such a big deal? Because you think it's the most important factor out there.
It is now that trade is, I think, largely past us. Look, there's very little attention paid to this subject, and it's just amazing to me because the mother's milk of stock market gains are earnings, and earnings are driven by less red tape. And so we're going to see deregulations afford the banks the opportunity to loosen their purse strings a little bit and have more capital start to flow. So I think we're on the precipice of one of the most business-friendly environments of our time.
That's a big deal, you know.
It certainly is, on top of...
If we're on the cusp of the most friendly business environment of our time, surely we're on the cusp of a nice move for the market.
Add to that AI, add to that the extension of the tax cuts.
And so on and so forth. It's all good news. It's time to slash the red tape and unleash America's potential. Deregulation is roaring back with a vengeance. Lee Zeldin's leadership and the AI tools, of course, but Donald Trump and the AI tools findings promise trillions in savings, boosting our economy while keeping innovation alive. That is, if the courts don't meddle, this could be the dawn of a much freer, more prosperous America. More good work from the Trump administration. All right, coming up after the break, President Trump has announced a new deadline for Russia to end its war with Ukraine or face steep sanctions and tariffs. Details on the way.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little V.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know. Because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
President Trump announcing that he is giving Russia and Ukraine until the 8th of August, that's 1 week from Friday, to end their 3.5-year-long bloody war or face sanctions and tariffs. On Tuesday, aboard Air Force One coming back from Europe, President Trump stated that the clock was ticking as he made his way back to the States. Watch this.
Mr. President, yesterday you mentioned that you would change the Russia deadline to 10 to 12 days. Has that started yet, or when can we, see the official statement that is the new deadline?
I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you now. Do you want a big scoop?
Yes, please.
Everybody else, close your ears, okay? You ready?
I'm ready.
10 days from today.
Got it.
Okay?
Got it.
Good.
How do you communicate?
We have a scoop.
Thank you.
And then, we're going to put on tariffs and stuff, and I don't know if it's going to affect Russia, because he wants to obviously probably keep the war going. But we're going to put on tariffs and the various things that you put on. It may or may not affect them, but it could.
Now, this comes after President Trump set a 50-day deadline back in July to either end the war or face extremely high tariffs and sanctions. The question now, will a deal be reached now that he's scooched the deadline so far ahead? Here with me to discuss is foreign affairs correspondent from the Washington Examiner, Tim Narazi. Tim, nice to have you back on the program. Look, pretty stiff words from the president. He said you got until, now a week from Friday. It's good narrative. It's a good line to lay down, but does it really get anything done, honestly?
Sorry, I think I'm here to talk about education reform. I'm not Tim. I'm Tommy. Sorry.
Oh, my mistake. Let's talk about that then. Tommy, how are you?
Good. How are you?
They bait and switched us here. It's all right. All right, let's talk education reform. Let's talk about the end of the Department of Education. Let's talk about the National Education Association and the rest. Where do you want to begin?
Yeah, look, with the election of President Trump in November, it really put us on a path where we could eliminate the department, make reforms to student loans, and improve for students their test scores. And I think what the last administration did was a complete travesty with the student loan debt forgiveness plan that they had, where they essentially wanted to say, hey, if you took out all of this debt, the federal government and taxpayers are just going to wipe it away without questions. So President Trump, the Congress, and Secretary McMahon, they made a lot of progress to change it. But luckily, there are a couple of other alternatives out there that are still baked into the law that the president hasn't addressed yet. So we're hopeful that the president and the Congress will address it.
All right, so back during the Biden administration, we talked a lot about student loan forgiveness. It came, it went. Where are we going forward? Is any of it going to be forgiven? Well, some of it was forgiven, not really official. It's going to be clawed back. Look, there's a lot of money owed by a lot of people for all useless degrees out there. What do you say?
Yeah, it's true. So the biggest driver that we're focused on right now is called the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. It was a law created about 20 years ago, and it says if you work for a government, state, local, or federal, or work for a nonprofit, you get all of your debt forgiven within 10 years, after 10 years of payments. That's not exactly fair. And then when you dig into the numbers, it shows that the average borrower has $80,000 wiped away. It costs about $3 billion a year, $30 billion over the course of that 10-year period. So it's a very expensive program. And we just think that there's a total unfairness within the law. You could be a working class individual waiting tables without a college degree, probably making half of that a year. And instead you have someone working behind a keyboard getting $80,000 wiped away. It's totally unfair. And I think as the Republican Party becomes the party of the working class, we need to change that.
All right, so let me ask you this thing. The Department of Education, as we proceed through all this, the Department of Education came to be, I believe, in 1979. It has spent God unknown amounts of money for test scores to get worse, for kids to be dumber. I mean, look, Johnny can't read and Susie can't write, and we got problems in America. So where do we go from here? Does the Department of Education get completely dissolved, or will there be a remnant there that the Democrats can rebuild if they get a chance?
Yeah, that's something we need to be totally cautious of. And I think the president has put it on a path to where they're going to break off parts of the department and go to other places. Student lending, for example, might go to the Small Business Administration. So I think we just need to get the government out of the way completely. And that's why we're working on proposals to change student loan lending to ensure that we eliminate taxpayer-funded bailouts for student lending. We need to make sure that that does not continue in the future. And the way we look at it is, if you eliminate the public service loan forgiveness program, you save $30 billion a year. Or if you can't even get that, there are a number of potentially bipartisan solutions to significantly cut down on how much taxpayers have to fork over, whether it's income requirements or defined benefit contribution plans. There are a number of alternatives on the table. We just don't think we should be subsidizing people to sit behind computers, make minimum payments for 10 years, and then have $80,000 of their debt wiped away. It's totally unfair.
It is totally unfair. It's remarkable, in fact, the bad performance that we get from the Department of Education, all the squandered money. We're used to that in the government, but there are times when you can stop and say, look, we're going to be done with this. So there is a plan to go forward to eliminate this. I think it's a good plan for the country. And Tommy, I appreciate you being here for the National Taxpayers Union. Sorry about the confusion a moment ago. Glad to have you here. We'll see you again soon, all right? All right, there you go. We're going to take a break, and I'll talk about President Trump's new deadline for Russia and Ukraine and ending that war straight ahead.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
All right, back on track now to discuss President Trump's new deadline to end that war between Russia and Ukraine. It's been going on for 3.5 years. Most people didn't think it would go on more than 3.5 days, maybe 3.5 weeks, but 3.5 years, I don't think most people thought that. I certainly didn't. Here with me to discuss is foreign affairs correspondent from the Washington Examiner, Tim Marazzi. Tim, nice to see you today.
Thank you. Nice to see you too.
The war's been going on a lot longer than I think most anticipated, and it's proven a few things. First of all, both sides seem reluctant for this peace deal, and Donald Trump now saying you've got a week from Friday to get it done, or we're going to put tough sanctions in against everybody. I don't know if Donald Trump has that kind of political capital. It's a big ask. What are your thoughts?
Well, the conflict's definitely gone on longer than anyone, especially Vladimir Putin, ever expected. This was supposed to be a cakewalk and sort of easy surprise conquest that scored some serious geopolitical points for himself and for Russia, but that clearly has not worked out. He's now engulfed in what it can only be described as a lose-lose scenario of putting his country into a war that they can't seem to clinch, and at the same time are completely incapable of backing out of. Trump moved this deadline up significantly, cutting it in, down to like a fifth. But even as he did that, he said that he was doing it because he thinks he already knows what the answer is. And I think everyone involved seems to understand the answer is going to be no, that Russia is not going to make any meaningful pivot away from their current policy of continuing the war as is. Ukraine has made clear from the very beginning that they are willing to really suffer some very serious setbacks as long as it can get a ceasefire across. So they're willing to make concessions that, especially at the beginning of the war, they would never have been willing to make. But it really comes down to the fact that Russia is unable to back out of this conflict without it being a complete political failure for everyone involved.
It's a failure militarily, I think it's safe to say. This is supposed to be one of the premier militaries on the planet. And they can't take out a small neighbor in 3.5 years' time. When this started, I thought that the Red Army would roll through Ukraine in a few days, maybe a few weeks, but it wouldn't take long before the ultimate happened. Right now, we've got a long-term meat grinder, 1.5 million casualties, dead or wounded, a number bigger than all of Europe in 1939 and 40 in the front end of World War II. More casualties theirs in the same period of time. Let me ask you this. Many observers think that President Volodymyr Zelensky, is not going to be there much longer. He might not be there when the war ends. Your thoughts on that part of the conversation?
I think that's pretty purely speculative. I think that Zelensky, whether you here in America, whether you like him or not, has shown a certain mandate from the people of popularity. He seems to be embodying the conflict quite effectively. Whether that will hold on until the end of the war, obviously there have been accusations of sort of, putting anti-corruption investigations under freeze, and certainly that does not reflect well on his government. But I think it's a little premature to be planning his political funeral anytime soon.
Well, I'm not planning his political funeral. I'm just going by what the tea leaves tell me. And the tea leaves tell me that he's got family members and other close associates buying real estate in Miami and London. And we're not talking about low-end real estate here. We're talking about high-end real estate. Have you heard those rumors, or it's just circulating in the back alley?
I personally haven't heard those rumors. I will say Eastern Europeans do love buying overseas properties, so it would not be the most shocking development in the world. But again, I think it would be wrong to doubt Zelensky's commitment to this conflict, whether you're cynical about it or not. He does seem to be geared on seeing this through to the end. He's never given any indication of his, self-preservation. You saw at the very beginning of the conflict when he refused to evacuate on multiple occasions when Ukrainian authorities warned him that he would have to move to a safer space. So, Zelensky himself, I don't think has any plans to willingly leave office in short of any sort of drastic change in the situation.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out, Tim. And I don't disagree with you. Eastern Europeans do like to buy real estate in America. We just generally don't have them do it with American dollars. Before I let you go, though, let me ask you about this. The Russia collusion hoax now coming to light. Apparently, Kash Patel and his team have found burn bags. That's what they're referring to them as, burn bags in a back room in the Hoover building. It's evidence related to how the FBI and the others set up Donald Trump with the information from the Steele dossier, connected back, obviously, to Perkins Coie and Hillary Clinton. What do you make of this revelation?
Well, I don't think there's really not much that anyone could say to surprise observers about how much of a botched sort of con job the entire Russiagate scandal was. But I do think it does become incumbent on the Trump admin that if you're going to make accusations of incredibly serious criminal activities, if you're going to put forward those accusations, then you're going to need to make good on that, right? You're going to need to show in some way in your actions that this was actually a level of crime worthy of, some sort of action from the sitting government. So I think that's what everyone's sitting and waiting for is you can talk all day long about criminal activity and negligence and intentional deception, and maybe many people will be willing to hear you out and believe you, but until some sort of action is taken, it kind of just comes across as bluster.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out more tomorrow. We're hearing that the classified annex, one of those that was in one of those burn bags, part of the Durham report that was scheduled to be destroyed, may actually be released, might drop tomorrow. It could show a lot more about what went on behind the scenes involving the FBI, Hillary Clinton, Perkins Coie, and a lot of these players. I guess we'll wait and see what that looks like. Tim, greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. After the break, a pair of janitors at Columbia have now settled a case with the Ivy League school after being held hostage by anti-Israel protesters in last year's riots that happened on campus, of course. We'll discuss that in more detail after the break.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote right here, it's got breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even snacks for 4 weeks. And right now, when you get one of these 4-week food survival kits, you'll get a second kit completely free. Now, you see that QR code right there? Scan it now to claim this deal while supplies last. These kits last up to 25 years. The food tastes absolutely amazing and ships for free. So go on, scan the QR code so you can get this deal before it ends.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, two Columbia University maintenance staff workers who were allegedly held hostage by anti-Israel protesters during last year's riots in April have settled a complaint now with the Ivy League school. Mario Torres, along with one of his colleagues, settled with the university for an undisclosed sum just days after Columbia announced a $220 million settlement with the Trump administration for civil rights violations and racially discriminatory practices. Despite the settlement, the two men are moving forward with a lawsuit against 40 protesters who allegedly assaulted and battered them and held them against their will. It's called kidnapping. Anti-Semitism has no place in America. It's about time for universities and individuals to be held accountable for these heinous acts. I agree. Here with me now to discuss is Campus Reform's Editor-in-Chief, Zachary Marshall. Zachary, nice to see you today. Look, this is a big deal, and I'm going to guess that the settlements are significant, but I also applaud these two janitors for continuing their suits against the 40 individuals, give or take, who were directly involved with their confinement. It's called kidnapping, Zach. Yeah. And there's no easy way to put this, right? They blocked them in there, refused to let them leave, scared the daylights out of them. They didn't know if they were going to live or die for a period there. What say you?
I think the janitors deserve every single cent they get from the settlement, and it's part of $20 million that Columbia University is paying out to people who are affected by civil rights discrimination in the last year or so. This is an institution that Hitler really could do business with because Columbia has ignored swastikas on its wall. It has ignored and downplayed and gaslighted Americans about Jew hatred on its campus. These janitors, when they were kidnapped, they were yelled at. They were yelled at the slogans Jew lover. And those were the slogans that people in Vienna, in Berlin, yelled at Jews in the 1930s. So this is very much Nazi tactics that played out in Columbia, and they're now paying out big bucks because they chose to lie about it this whole time.
So just so I'm clear then, Zachary, yelling things like that at Jewish students, barricading them, creating things like Jew exclusion zones like they did at UCLA and other places in this country, that's actually anti-Semitic Nazi action. Wearing blue jeans is not. Just so I'm clear on that, okay?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that hard. I don't know why the left pretends that everything is so complicated when there are certain just moral areas in our life that are very black and white. Using speech to compel violence or compel action against someone else because of how they were born is discrimination. That's not protected free speech. Expressing an opinion about a political party is free speech. This is pretty much understood in our society until Jews get involved and until academics who are never challenged in their daily jobs on campuses because there are no conservatives there to challenge them now get thrust in the spotlight. They are defensive and they resort to manipulation and gaslighting. And that is what Columbia University did for months, claiming that their de-escalation policies were working. They weren't. The Hamilton Hall occupation, which is what the occupation where these janitors were physically attacked and harassed, was the result of Columbia University delaying asking the police to come in and escort out the protesters. They chose to let this happen. It's on their hands.
Yeah. We go back a year, Zach, and a year ago, back to the the middle parts of 2024, this was going on all over the country.
Yeah.
Columbia, it was UCLA, it was also a whole host of other places that were allowed to continue with these riots, these sit-ins, these protests. Well, they're masquerading as protests. These really were riots, and in many cases, violent uprisings where they took over school buildings, did tremendous amounts of property damage and everything else. We're not seeing that this year. There's a great change in America, and for the better, wouldn't you say?
Yes and no. So what's happening with the settlement at Columbia, with Harvard University now wanting to settle, their issues with the Trump administration, yes, that's good. But all these universities are doing it because they want their money. The most effective thing that has ever happened in this entire saga is the Department of Education stripping federal funding from these universities. And that lack of money is causing them to, whether it's Brown University taking out a $500 million loan to cover expenses or to do a hiring freeze, it's causing these universities to change how they're operating. And that includes actually protecting Jews. They're not doing it now because they care about Jewish students. They don't, but they're doing it because they want their money back. So while I'm glad to see the progress we're making, it's disgusting.
Yeah, let me ask you that. Do you think they really don't care about Jewish students?
No, I mean, I'm a Jewish American. I have a PhD. I have gone through the academic process. I don't see caring for Jewish Americans the way you would care for any other minority in this country, in the sense that you want them to be protected by the same laws equally and to be as equally outraged by discrimination against anyone, no matter what they look like or how they were born.
Well, let me ask you about outrage before you get out of here today.
Yeah.
First France, now the UK saying they are recognizing the nation of Palestine. There is no nation of Palestine that I'm aware of. I'm not sure what they're recognizing. What does that tell the Jewish community? I mean, I've talked to a number of Jewish friends of mine who, leading up to the election of last year, had never voted for a Republican in their lives. Never. Up to and including Joe Biden. They voted for Joe Biden. Then they saw what happened. Many of those people became Trump voters. Maybe not supporters exactly, but Trump voters. And they have left the Democrat Party permanently because of the way they were treated. Now you see France and the UK coming to recognize a nation that doesn't actually exist. What message does that send?
It sends the message that Jews are the only people in the world who are not allowed to defend themselves. Israel has said from the beginning this war ends today if you release all the hostages. There are about 50 left. And instead of demanding that Hamas release the hostages, France and the United Kingdom are saying, Israel, if you stop bombing the terrorists, we're going to recognize your enemy. That is completely ludicrous. Hamas is the one that pulled out of the negotiations that are being conducted via Qatar, not Israel. Israel went to the negotiating table. They are trying to deliver more and more humanitarian aid, despite Hamas going away from the negotiating table and stealing the aid from the Palestinians. So this is absolutely France and the United Kingdom and their ideological allies saying that Jews are entitled to defend themselves or win. They have to be perpetual victims. The only Jews that these people like are dead Jews.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of truth in what you just said there. Campus Reform Editor-in-Chief Zachary Marshall, appreciate you being here. We'll continue to follow these stories and see where they lead, of course, and we'll talk again soon. Thanks.
Thanks.
Now, if you're stressed out about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are a complete mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, 25% just for not filing, but there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans. Whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years or have messy books, it's no problem. They've seen it all. They know exactly how to clean it up because they've been there before. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may be able to reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. And more importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies and all that nastiness in your mailbox. So don't wait for the next IRS mean letter. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/rad to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues and get rid of those nasty grams in your mailbox. We'll take a break and be right back on America's Voice Live.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve. who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
All right. According to various reports, the $100 million that was raised during the Fire Aid benefit concert in January of this year has not gone to fire victims at all as promised, but to nonprofits, who then decide where the money goes after they, of course, paid for their administrative fees and their filing fees and their office fees. Who knows if any of the money will ever get to the victims out there in California. In early January, the Eaton and Palisades wildfires raged across parts of L.A., as you know, Altadena as well. By the time they were fully put out in late January, 31 people were dead, 18,000 structures gone, destroyed, tens of thousands of residents displaced or destroyed, of damaged homes, no place to go. Total property and home losses has been estimated between 76 and $131 billion. So where did the money go from the concert? That was just $100 million to help out the folks, kind of as an interim thing. Here with me to discuss the CEO for the Alliance for IRS Accountability, Chuck Flynn. All right, Chuck, the money didn't go to the victims. No, it went to NGOs and nonprofits and other things. And it got, look, anybody knows you put it, if you had a machine here, it was called the government, and you put $1 in one side, you'd wait on the back side, you get about 6 cents, as it would spit it out at the end, because the inefficiency is remarkable. I don't think they're going to see a dime out of this, Chuck, or am I just jaded?
You know, Steve, I started my career as a state prosecutor, and I've seen stuff like this. We call it money laundering, and that's what it looks like, because when you start to unravel all of this, Fire Aid made a promise of direct assistance to all these victims, and all of a sudden you start seeing complaints from victims of these fires, and by the way, some of which I know who've lost their homes. I mean, this was a terrible tragedy, and they haven't seen a dime of this money. And when you go to the Fire Aid website, they've now included these statements on there because of the criticism that they've gotten, that the money is going where it needs to, and that it goes directly to folks. But when you click on that, it says that it's gone to over 160 of these nonprofits. And to give you an idea of who some of these nonprofits are, you're talking about the California Conservation Corps, which is basically a group that trains climate activists. You're talking about the California Native Vote Project, which is a social justice mission. I don't know what the heck these groups know about disaster
Did you say
relief.
goat? Wait, did you say goats?
No. I said the California. No, yeah, sorry about that. The California,
I think we're being treated like goats. I tell you that. That's why I heard that, maybe. You know, because of being fed a bunch of garbage and a goat will eat anything. Yeah, it's remarkable. All right, the California Conservation League, that little special interest group, that little special interest group. You know, some of these places got, $100,000, $500,000, $1 million, whatever they got. For some of these folks, biggest payday they ever had. Don't think they're running down to the bank to give that money away. I certainly don't think so. And I'll go back to what you said off the top, Chuck. Looks like money laundering. It's pretty strong word, pretty strong accusation.
I've seen this before, and it looks like this is what people do when they want to obfuscate what they're maybe they have another purpose for. And the purpose here was allegedly to provide direct aid to these victims. However, that's not happened, and it's gone out to a lot of these pet projects. And there hasn't been much accountability. The victims tell us that they're not getting any of the money, and that's a big problem. So what's the next step? I mean, look, the IRS should actually take a look at this and demand an accounting of these groups and where the money has gone. And if it hasn't gone to where it's supposed to go, then they should revoke their tax exempt status. That would be an idea right there. And but it's really a tragedy, and it's unfortunate that this is going on. In Fire Aid, I will say, I was recently on their website, and they've got this whole accounting now for to combat the accusations. The Los Angeles Times did a puff piece for them last week.
So wait a second. So in the end, the lawyers win again. Because the lawyers are going to get paid here if they got a lawyer up on these deals. So the lawyers get paid. The people that got their house burned get nothing. I don't know if the people that played the music got anything. I got to leave it there. It just makes my head want to explode. Let me ask you one more thing. I understand there are 2 high-ranking officials inside the IRS, speaking of all that, placed on administrative leave while an investigation is held on their conduct against Republicans. Here we go again. What can you tell me about that one?
Sure. Holly Paz and Elizabeth Kastenberg were both involved in the Tea Party scandal. They've been at the agency for years, and this is long overdue. Billy Long, new commissioner for that Trump recently swore in, is flexing his muscle on the IRS deep state, and this is something that should have happened a long time ago.
Well, Chuck, I appreciate that. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. Thank you for being here today, Chuck.
No, thanks, Steve. Appreciate you having me on.
All right. Yeah, of course. Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? The Fed said no again today to lowering rates. The Fed can take the right action anytime, but they're not going to, apparently. They don't care about an economic slowdown or what it means for your savings. Consider diversifying gold, though, through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898 and consider diversifying a portion of your savings in gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve, which clearly they can't today, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. That is good news. When we come back, what makes America wonderful? We'll talk about that, of course, and the America's Voice question of the day. What are your thoughts on Hillary Clinton possibly approving the fake Russia hoax? Old news or something interesting? We'll have your answers coming up.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, now on to what makes America wonderful. Today's story comes to us from Nederland, Colorado, where a veteran worked through his trauma and made a tangible work of art. U.S. Marine Scott Harrison saw deployment during the Vietnam War, a bloody and ruthless affair that saw the deaths of close to 60,000 Americans, and Harrison was stationed and fought in the trenches of Can Tin. After his service, Harrison was made aware of an empty carousel shell that was stripped of the animals. Without hesitation, he hurried to bring his hometown and began to hand-carve wooden animals that would eventually be painted and fitted into this empty shell. His next objective saw Harrison raising over $700,000 to open the carousel to the public, and the effort proved to be successful as the Carousel of Happiness remains open to this day. Stories like Scott Harrison's remind us not to lose hope even in moments of uncertainty and chaos, and are most definitely indicative of what makes America wonderful. Nice job, everybody. Here's your AVL question of the day. What are your thoughts about Hillary Clinton possibly approving the fake Russia hoax? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd say I knew that. Lisa Latia, you know she did. Charge her, give her the full consequences. No one is above the law. John Taylor, send her to jail. Becky McCain, I'm shocked. Not. Chet Coleman, there's no doubt in my mind she was involved in this pack of lies. She was afraid of Trump. Would do anything to stop his administration. Oh, that's so true. Bob Burns, my thoughts? How long will she be in prison for her crimes? Veronica Britton McDaniel, we've known it was her plan. I'm shocked at how deep it goes. Sad we won't see justice, though. Democrats are apparently above the law. Tommy Brees writes, just when you think the Democrats have sunk to an all-new low, they show you how much lower they can go. And Scott King, possibly, her and Obama are and have been guilty as hell. All right, Scotty, we're going to leave it right there. Remember to follow me on social media so you can join this parade of American voices answering the question of the day. We put it up on Twitter, Facebook, Truth Social. We put it everywhere. And you can find me in all those places as well and more. Make sure you follow me. Become part of this movement and enjoy Real America's Voice every day. Don't forget to join me tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. as we kick off the broadcast day here on Real America's Voice for the Steve Gruber Show. And then I'll meet you back here at 3 o'clock for an afternoon coffee and more news headlines.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
the national bestseller by longtime band and producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Now I ring that bell. Folks, E-Trade from Morgan Stanley on the balcony at the New York Stock Exchange, Broad and Wall. 4 o'clock, they ring that bell. There you go. Hit it. There, ding, ding, ding. Markets are closed there. Let's take a look at what they did today. It's kind of an interesting day. Now, Jerome Powell, as expected, kept interest rates the same. Trump has been kind of working the refs, kind of elbowing him to lower rates. And frankly, folks have been doing this a long time. Rates can come down. Rates had come down today. No one expected it to happen because Powell looked like a complete fool, weak Treasury Fed chairman. So he wasn't going to do it. He may do it in September, but rates came down. The market was up most of the day. Rates didn't come down. He held them the same at 4.25%. We lost 350 points immediately, a bounce back. Half of it came back, 170. NASDAQ about unchanged. A little bit of bad news on the rest. Gold was down quite a bit at one point. I think that's an aftermarket. It was down a bunch, but oil was up. Oil up another $1, hitting $70 a barrel. That's not good for anyone. That's not good for the economy. That's not good for middle-class families, the wall at the dinner table. It's not good for anyone. I will tell you, crypto kind of backed off a little also, 117,000 right now. I think we were 118,000 yesterday. So keeping our eye on Bitcoin, see if this is an inflection point. Again, remember I told you, today and tomorrow, we're going to be big volume days. After that announcement, volume came back into the market. Unfortunately, it was on the downside. Tonight, there's going to be Meta. The next 2 days are going to be 4 or 5 of the big tech stocks, Meta, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft. They're going to report. So you're going to see a lot of activity the next 2 or 3 days. So we're keeping an eye on all that. I had an opportunity to speak with Rina Shah. Now, Rina Shah is an interesting character. She was, for many, many years, a never Trumper, but she turned around, started working with some congressional Republicans, in fact, 2 of them, and she's a geopolitical advisor and strategist. Again, staffer to 2 Republican members of Congress. She is full-blown MAGA now. Take a listen. Really good to have you, my friend. We've done TV together, foreign policy mostly. Can we just jump right into, so Trump has, cut a deal, a tariff deal with the European Union, the EU, 15% both ways. Markets seem to like it for a while. Not sure about those things, but just get us your thoughts. Listen, I think my audience knows this is the one area I push back on Trump pretty aggressively. I don't like the idea of tariffs. I'm worried about the free market. But what are your thoughts, and what do you think? Is it a success like a lot of the MAGA folks think it is?
I'm a free market share like you. So obviously the tariffs were pretty upsetting for me in the beginning, but I started to quickly see what it was. I mean, I'm a longtime political operative as well. And I could say that safely he did use them as a negotiating tactic. We continue to see it, right? August is looming. And in essence, he knows he's feeling the pressure until he returns to certain rates with certain countries. And so I'm keeping it pretty macro right there. But what I want to say about this EU deal, like you just said, 15% tariff on most European goods. It's tough. It's tough for exporters, but it's a win for American workers. And it's not perfect. I mean, no deal really ever is. The framework, we're still learning some more details here. So prices might tick up on us, but with the EU buying something like $750 billion in U.S. energy, or so they say they will, that is a deal that really boosts our economy. And what it does is also cuts our reliance on Russian gas. And I think that's a really smart move for stability.
A great point. A great point. It is one of the things that we didn't see coming. When you get countries off the Russian juice, the gas and the oil, we're all better off. The whole world's better. I'd love to see China get off it too, but that's another case. So let's continue the foreign policy discussion here, Rina. Trump this week, in fact today, Trump said, I'm going to give Putin a little bit of time, but less time than I wanted to give him before. He's bringing the timeline closer, saying, if you don't cease fire, you're going to have sanctions, but also additional tariffs. I'm not sure that's a great idea either. I had a discussion with Bannon about it yesterday. Do you poke the bear literally? Do you poke the bear like that?
I don't actually think that's poking the bear enough. In general, what that does is say that I'm coming for you, but I'm coming for you without teeth. And I think he has remained in this place for the past few months for a reason, because he wants to rack up the geopolitical wins slowly. Like he came out right at the beginning of his term saying, I'm going to get this done with Ukraine quickly. I'm going to get this done in Gaza quickly. Obviously, 6 months in, no dice so far. And with Ukraine, the critical minerals deal that he was able to broker is a very different point than what I think we're talking about here with Putin. How harsh can we be on Putin in a way that really forces his hand? I think that's an open-ended question, right? But I want to go back to this EU deal because I think it is probably the biggest win that I have seen so far in his short presidency. The second term, I was really skeptical on the one hand about what he's going to do with trade, but this geopolitical power play with the EU was something that is just going to have some ripple effects that are really good. I mean, he's protecting not only American jobs, but the European Union's people's, their people's jobs. I mean, I see it a win-win on both sides, but also he's securing some really vital supply chains. I'm talking about medicine, pharmaceutical not included, not just energy, but, we don't fully know how good this deal will be because, like I said, the framework is still, we're still learning more about it. But by securing these EU commitments right now to buy American energy, to buy American weapons, what Trump is really doing is strengthening NATO's backbone against Russia. And that's not good for Putin. So what I see here is not surrender, as some Europeans claim. It's a real deal that keeps America leading and Europe secure.
Great point. Great point. I think the biggest win, one of the biggest wins he's had is he retained the AI intellectual property in the United States. In other words, he did a lot of moves that kept AI onshore, that kept NVIDIA onshore, kept a lot of folks producing chips here and having China and the world begging us for the chips rather than us going, kneeling at the altar of China and Taiwan if it ends up being China and Taiwan together. Begs the question, what does Trump do if China decides to go and take Taiwan back?
The thing about China is that it's all very complicated, right? Because it's not like he can go in as a deal maker who's playing hardball, because they're trying to play hardball back in a way that makes the Americans look weak. Talking about making America weaker, right? China does that in a multitude of ways. They do it with their own geopolitical power play. So essentially retaliatory tariffs is all they've got. But you got to look at the purchasing power on both sides, right? We can hurt China in a way that makes sense if we really work with other countries. And that's why, again, I keep going back to this EU deal. It's so much more important than people know, because when we have our allies at the table with us, it becomes that much harder, because what you see Trump doing is leveraging American strength on the one hand, even if it ruffles feathers. Look, the EU wanted 10% tariffs. They got 15%. And they're like, look, we're fine with it. So, I mean, this, a former commodities trader, I believe, right? Yep. I mean, deals drive market.
I'm living in a world where a 15% tariff, which was it was 5% prior, goes to 15, and everyone's celebrating a 15% tariff. Very quickly, 30 seconds, really quickly. Has Netanyahu gone too far for Trump's taste?
Without a doubt, the answer is yes. He being President Trump doesn't quite know what to do about it, because he and Bibi have had such a cozy relationship for a long time. He trusted that, fine, Bibi's going to treat Biden badly, but he wouldn't treat Trump badly. And at this point, what we're seeing is just Bibi sort of not making a fool of him in any way. Don't get me wrong. I think Bibi's just holding steady to see what Trump will do next. And Trump is sort of like, man, why you got to force me like that? We're actual friends. Why can't we get something done? So it's frustrating for everybody on every front, particularly with starvation being front and center. I mean, I believe war no innocent children should be.
It's rough, and coming from a place where we always support Israel at all costs and all times, it's getting a little bit difficult to make that case right now when you see starving babies. It is. I know we're pro-Israel. We want to move on that. But Rina Shah, really good to have you on. We'll get you back again soon. Always a pleasure. All righty, folks. Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time? They certainly did not today. Or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? If he keeps this up, Jerome Powell is, then we could be in trouble. What does it mean for your savings? You must consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you own an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert either one of those into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, real actual gold, not paper gold, real gold. Or just buy some old-fashioned gold. Keep it in your safe like I do. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word America to 989898. Again, just text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay on the curve for your own financial resources. All right, folks, before I head to break, quick thought, that podcast is ready for you to subscribe. We're going to do a whole bunch of cool stuff coming up. I can't wait to tell you some new stuff coming. Just hit subscribe on there. It's always free. We'll be back in 2.5 minutos. It's about 150 seconds.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 minutes speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to datemyage. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
Okay, folks, you're looking live. The East Room of the White House. President Trump is on his way. He's supposed to come on top of the hour at 4, so if he does come, we're going to jump in to listen to what he has to say. In the meantime, Dr. McCullough, Dr. McCullough's on the show a lot, of the Wellness Company, posted a Substack, a shocking study that shows that chemotherapy could have some very unintended consequences, including the possibility it could reactivate dormant cancer cells. Well, here to discuss is Chief patient officer for the wellness company. All around good guy, all around great doctor, all around good friend as well, Dr. Drew Pinsky. Dr. Drew, can you talk to us a little bit about this study? Like now chemo could be a carcinogen? Is that what we're trying to say?
I mean, of course it can be. It's been known to be for a long time. I mean, kids that get leukemia therapies at the age of 8 are at higher risk of a second tumor later. This is not new information. Now, Dr. McCullough's institute, I in no way want to cast aspersions against Nick Hulscher, who is his lead researcher in this protocol. But we shouldn't be discussing this stuff on the news, it seems to me. This is the back and forth in medical literature. Well, people propose ideas, people tear them down, we refine them. And in this case, I see actually no evidence that this has clinical relevance. It might, it's important that he raised this issue, but it is not as though every person that we administer chemo through have activation of metastatic disease. I'm very involved with the Prostate Cancer Foundation. We use all sorts of different interventions, and we are well aware of the toxicity of the medicines that we use, which is why doctors need to use their judgment, and we need to be very circumspect about these things we do for the potential to do harm.
You know, Doc, you hit on something very important. I think I saw a study, 1 in 4 men will eventually come across some form of prostate cancer, if it is that high.
It's that high.
And sometimes we don't even treat them. At certain ages, we don't even go ahead and treat them, but the wellness company may have some things that could help, delay that process or maybe even stave off a prostate cancer diagnosis. Is that right?
It's something that needs to be diagnosed early and quickly intervened upon in most cases. If you have a first-degree relative, like a father, grandfather, brother with prostate cancer, you need to begin screening with a blood test every year. The rest of us, every year after 50, men of African-American descent are particularly prone to more severe disease and more advanced disease at presentation, so it becomes even more important. And I'm here to tell you, as someone who had my prostate removed 12 years ago, and I've had prostate cancer the removal was 10 years ago, the diagnosis was 12 years ago. I went on an active surveillance where I didn't get immediate treatment. I was just being watched for a while. Thing progressed, I got treatment. Then 10 years later, I needed some radiation. So, prostate cancer can be a little bit of whack-a-mole, but first thing I asked the radiation therapist, what is the potential for oncogenesis? What's the potential for other cancer being stirred up? His response at that point in my therapy, 0. So listen, these are well-described tumors. 100% of men, if they live to 100, have prostate cancer. It is exceedingly common. It is by far the most common cause of cancer and one of the leading causes of death in men, and there's no reason for it. We have wonderful interventions and we can control this disease, and I would predict that in the next 5 to 10 years we may be able to cure the vast majority.
I remember this whole issue with ivermectin. Trump 1.0. COVID was happening. Someone mentioned ivermectin. Trump mentioned it. Joe Rogan jumped on board. The left went apoplectic, called it horse medicine, and the right is killing people. And they said, study the science. Well, the science proved them wrong, and maybe ivermectin has possible cancer treatment success.
Yes, febendazole and ivermectin have been shown to have some anti-cancer activity. There are some very enthusiastic doctors, oncologists, who really use quite a bit of it. In situations where there's not much else to be done, it's certainly a reasonable thing for people to try. And listen, the bottom line is that was a disgusting chapter in the history of medicine. These groups that are sort of centralized authority, whether it's state or federal, are advisory. They're there to advise physicians how to practice, not to mandate how they behave. And God knows the press should have zero role in this. They just learned the word ivermectin the day before. I'm not particularly enthusiastic about ivermectin for COVID, but I would absolutely defend a doctor's right to do that, to use it if he or she thinks it's in the best interest of their patient. And the really interesting thing about Joe Rogan is his doctor did put him on ivermectin. They did give him the monoclonal antibodies, which we had trouble getting because the federal government diverted them away from people who needed them, but that's a whole other story. And he got NAD infusions, which was a really outside-the-box therapeutic. And I asked her, I said, well, that was really interesting. Good for your doctor if he thinks that would help you. But nobody mentioned that. They went at the ivermectin, which had zero impact from a standpoint of toxicity. Same thing with hydroxychloroquine. It's one of the only medications, well, it is the only medicine I'm aware of for lupus patients that they are to stay on during their pregnancy. It's so inert.
Dr. Drew Pinsky, you know what? Who thought you were an amazing medical doctor as well as a heart doctor? And I don't mean the actual physical heart. I mean the heart, the things of the heart. Dr. Drew.
I spent 30 years working in a psychiatric hospital, so I got exposed to all that stuff. And along the way, working in radio and television, heard the relationship issue of the youth and became pretty good at that.
Well, we'd be good friends if we hung out, and maybe we will sometime too, because I could use your help on so many things, so many other things. Dr. Drew, really good having you on, my friend. All right, folks, the wellness company, Dr. Drew. You know, it's bad when the Democrat Party is collapsing in on itself like a house of cards. Jasmine Jazzy Jazz Crockett mocks AOC and Bernie Sanders, the other comrade, for their self-serving publicity tour. Amy Klobuchar accuses Cory Booker, both Democrats, of shirking his Senate duties, while everyone wonders if Cory Booker is going to soil himself the way he did a long time ago, that whiny rant that makes Greta Thunberg look like a good sport.
It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines.
So he went some 20 hours or something like that and peed himself with Depends diapers on. True story. Cry, snowflake, cry. The Democrats are turning losing into an Olympic sport. It's quickly becoming one of my favorite sports on television. In fact, I wish I could bet on them. Hey, Hard Rock Bet, can we get some lines on some of this? AOC or Jasmine Crockett? Who's favored? AOC by 3. I don't know, television. Latest episodes have a great story arc on the Democrat side. Classic tale when the losing team is so deep in the hole, so deep in loss that there's no way out. They often eventually start to turn on each other. They eat each other. They start pointing fingers and lay blame on everyone else but themselves. Why? Well, it's a last-ditch self-preservation move. It's human nature. Separate yourself from all the losing, right, Biden? Might as well save yourself, right?
The Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. I see law firms bending a knee to this president, not caring about the larger principles, that those free speech rights, that you could take on any client. Why are you bending the knee? I see universities that should be bastions of free speech bending at the knee to this president. I see businesses taking late night talk show hosts off the air because they dare to insult a president.
Basically, in the latest episode of The Dying Democrats, these Democrat senators got into it. Shouting match as Booker, who hasn't gotten enough attention lately, and it's too hot to sing on the steps of the Capitol right now. So he accused his fellow comrades of betraying their party and condoning authoritarianism, which is what they refer to as everything President Trump is doing to save America and send us into the golden age. They hate that, so much so Cory Booker put on some adult diapers again in case he pees from all the emotions and delivered his latest Razzie performance.
And dear God, if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me, because there's too much on the line right now in America. As people's due process rights and freedom of the speech rights and secret police are running around this country.
Whoa, my secret police, you say? You see him now? Well, it turns out that according to Senator Amy Klobuchar and others, Cory Booker has skipped out on some key hearings and hasn't been a very good boy, or a good senator for that matter, and yet he's throwing stones in glass houses, or in this case, ivory towers. These Democrats may seem loyal to each other, but people with no morals, no backbone, no ethics or clarity can ever be loyal to anyone in the long run. And that's every single card-carrying member of the Democrat Party. That pathetic cavalcade of who's who of Democrat heathens insisting to everyone who would listen that Joe Biden is fit as a horse, sharp as a tack, remember?
Well, President Harris led this effort.
But they didn't cover up Biden's condition out of loyalty. They did it to retain power and control. The same idiot said that Kamala Harris was able to lead the free world.
And talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time, and there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
And yet they stuck with her anyway. Boy, do we dodge a bullet, America. But you see, that's what happens when your party stands for nothing, but has a hunger for power that eats themselves alive. Well, now Democrats are eating their own while pretending to stand for something. Cory Booker yells betrayal, wants to seem passionate, but really it's just a circus act of hypocrisy and attention-grabbing hunger. Every single one of these clowns, all of them, they're all complicit in the authoritarian agenda they claim to oppose. But as if that deep state swampy squabbling wasn't enough, the Atlantic rolls out another power and attention-hungry Democrat star. So the Atlantic, well steeped in Trump derangement syndrome and leftist machine wokeism, as we know, did a piece about Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, the rising star of the Democrat Party, the yin to Trump's yang, or whatever. But apparently this piece sent Jazzy into a tizzy, all worried that would paint her as a narcissist who hates her own party. Wait, okay, maybe the Atlantic does some journalism after all, sometimes. Turns out that nearly 36 of Jasmine's colleagues didn't even want to be interviewed for the interview. Turns out Jazzy Jasmine Crockett's phone lock screen is a photo of herself. How nice. Turns out Jasmine thought she deserved to be the top Dem on Oversight Committee because she has the largest social media following. We're not making this stuff out. Turns out that Jasmine Crockett thinks that AOC and Bernie Sanders flying around in private planes to protest oligarchy is kind of gross and self-serving. So do we. Turns out Jasmine tried to shut down the publishing of that profile in The Atlantic. Well, if The Atlantic has turned against Jasmine Crockett, that means that she has really angered the Democrat establishment. And so the plot thickens. The Democrat bench is looking weak, to say the least. They've got lying Gavin Newsom, private jets AOC, DEI breastfeeding Mayor Pete, all of whom are already handily losing to J.D. Vance in 2028. I told you this episode of The Dying Democrats was good. And I suspect the best episodes of this show are yet to come. Stay tuned. Keep that popcorn handy. We got a whole hell of a lot more poking the Dems' failures. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Hi, folks. You're looking at the East Room of the White House. President Trump is going to come out, make some comments. What we're going to do is we taped Ted Nugent about an hour before the show. It's a really good interview. We're going to throw it to you right now. But understanding that when Trump comes out, if we have to bust into the Ted Nugent interview, we're going to. I just want to show you how this stuff is made. We show you the show from inside and out. So we're going to roll it. If we got to bust it, we'll bust out of it, and we'll give you the whole interview maybe tomorrow or something. But here is Mr. Ted Nugent and I from about an hour ago. Probably one of the greatest American heroes. Ball of spirit, fiery ball of spirit. Let's get right to the one, the only Mr. Motor City Madman, Ted Nugent. Ted, really good to have you, my friend. I'd like to jump off this few minutes we have with you with what went on in New York City over the last few days. There's this mass murder. Some lunatic comes from Las Vegas, kills 4 innocent people in the streets of Manhattan. Now, the guy who wants to be mayor of New York City, Mamdani, by the way, he's leading all polls. A poll out yesterday said he's leading everybody by a mile. This guy was in Uganda spending the last 2 weeks there with a very high-profile, expensive wedding of his own while New York City is being terrorized by a vicious murderer. But Mamdani, more importantly, called for the defunding of the police to the tune of $3 billion NYPD a couple of years back. What is going on, Ted, with the Democrat Party electing leaders like this clown in New York City?
Well, number one, first of all, I'm not going to give you any of my opinions or hunches or guesses. I've talked with Paul Morrow. I've talked with my friends of the NYPD. So the Nugent family prayers are going out to the warriors. But there's a number of observations we must take grasp of. In Traverse City, a good citizen with a gun was able to stop a slaughtering, knifing murderer. In New York City, you are forced into unarmed helplessness, which is an infringement, which is illegal. All gun laws in New York City are illegal. So we got a guy, plus the reporting, Eric, it's not an automatic weapon. It's not an M4. It's a modified AR-15 that is ubiquitous. There's not a bunch of them around. You can't ban them because there's hundreds of millions of them around. And 99.9% of those rifles are in the hands of good law-abiding citizens who are absolutely capable of neutralizing evil. But in New York City, it's against the law to neutralize evil. And now, in a bid for cultural suicide, New York residents wants to eliminate any mitigation of evil. They want to defund the police. The NYPD, I know these guys. I train with these guys. I shoot with these guys. I eat with these guys. I pray with these guys and gals. I know their spirit. They want to put their lives on the line to stop evil. And the security guard that was murdered and the innocent citizens that were murdered, they didn't have their head on a swivel. It's 2025. We are cultivating this evil perpetration in America. Head on the swivel. And if you're unarmed and helpless, you're unarmed and helpless. I beg my fellow Americans to make sure that the infringements against the laws that allow us to keep and bear arms, we get rid of those infringements so we can stop evil. I know the people in Manhattan, Eric, they would have stopped this guy if they were allowed to have a weapon. You don't need to barricade the doors of your office. You need to shoot the bad guy. And if you haven't got a gun, have a nice day.
One of the, I guess, most risky places to be on the planet is always where it's a no-gun zone. New York City, Manhattan specifically, is one of the most difficult places to get a carry license. It's almost impossible. So these criminals know they're not going to meet a lot of resistance unless it's a cop. Now, for a guy like Mamdani to come in and say, you know, I don't like police on the street. I want these, social workers handling things. Are they, you called it cultural suicide. I mean, bring them on. Let's bring all the folks down here to Florida where you're allowed to open carry and protect your own ass.
If you want to review truth over idiocy, watch my Pierce Morgan interview. I give the word interview with extra credit.
Interesting.
If you're going to arm wrestle Ted Nugent, Pierce, you might want to bring an arm next time. We're going to have some limey that wants to play Concord Bridge with Mr. Second Amendment, ballistically coefficient, rock and roll, free American. I'm telling you, Eric, we are in a toilet flush of cultural suicide where people have actually been brainwashed and accept the brainwashing that you can't be trusted with a weapon. That's false. I know these people. People think, my family, my daughters, my sons, even my band, my crew, everybody in my life, we believe that our gift of life from God is a precious, precious gift, that we have a moral obligation and constitutionally guaranteed right to defend that precious gift of life. And once again, Eric, somebody write it down. If you're unarmed and helpless, You're unarmed and helpless, which means evil in an engineered recidivism anti-justice court system, and where evil is actually celebrated. I want to know the details about Butler. I want to know the details about Nashville. I want to know the details about the Las Vegas shooting. Our government is keeping this information from us, which further dumbs down America to accept being unarmed and helpless. It's going to happen when Ted Nugent is in the neighborhood someday, and it's going to have a much different ending, Eric, I promise.
There's a guy, a citizen, I believe it was in Walmart. I believe it was in the state of Florida. I'm not positive where it was, but he stopped. There's a bad guy with a knife in Walmart who's threatening to kill some employees. Guy with the gun says, no, you're not. They held him till the cops came. This is the way the system should work. Look at how the press is just so thirsty to point the finger if you're white and you're a perp. So to the point where this guy was black, but CNN and their expert cop guest had it differently. Play a soundbite.
Who he is?
They do not know who he is. They know he is a male, possibly white.
Possibly white. And then Aaron Burnett went on to repeat that 3 or 4 times. White, white, white. If it were African, if there were anyone else, if you flip the races, you would be called a bigot, a racist. In fact, they tell cops when you got a perp on the run, don't identify him as a minority because it might offend somebody.
You know, Eric, I was just on the phone with a great friend of mine, Brandon Tatum. I believe in Jason Whitlock and Charles Payne there at Fox, and our fellow people on Real America's Voice. Thomas Sowell happens to be a hero of mine because we don't see color. We're seeking content of character. I'm having Brandon Tatum on my Real America Voice Spirit Campfire, and Shemaine's having him on Faith and Freedom. Here's a black man who can only say certain things because of the color of his skin, condemning the failed leadership of our fellow black Americans. I say fellow black because I'm from Detroit. I'm a Motown funk brother. And the media is hyper-racial. You know who's celebrating CNN? The KKK. Because the CNN is literally representing the racism of the Klan when they immediately go for color instead of just identifying the facts or at least waiting for the facts. You know, once again, I referenced Paul Morrow, a great retired NYPD warrior. These are the guys whose opinions and take on these situations I value. I go right to the real boots on the ground, the real experts. And when CNN and MSNBC and social media starts saying that some chick in a jeans ad is Nazi propaganda, Rod Serling wouldn't produce this Twilight Zone. It's too stupid. But you know what, Eric? Keep going, liberals. Keep going, Democrats, because thoughtful Americans are seeing your indecency. These are decent people. The Trump derangement syndrome is actually an American derangement syndrome. And I say, keep speaking. And I hope you always have a First Amendment, because we need to see just how cruel, how racist, and how out of your minds you people are. Carry on. We appreciate your stupidity.
Exactly. Hey, Ted, before I let you go, we lost Ozzy Osbourne this week. Today was the funeral. Amazing outpouring of emotion for the man. We saw Sharon Osbourne literally. All righty, folks, we're going to take a look. I had the bust out of there. He was talking about Ozzy Osbourne, Ted Nugent is. We have Trump. Take a look. I'll narrate this a little bit until we start. So East Room is going to come in and have a nice crowd there. Again, this was a 4 o'clock slated start, so he's, he tends to like the 4 o'clock hour, as you know. We tend to get blown out by Trump. But here is the President of the United States. Let's take a listen.
And we have a lot of great people here, and we've been looking forward to this day, but we sort of look forward to every day because we have a lot of surprises, most of which are good. Today you saw GDP was much higher than anticipated, and Scott, good job. Scott Bessent's been working, just got back from a little excursion and a meeting with China in Europe. And that went well. We've done very well with the EU deal. It's a very big deal, I guess. They say the biggest trade deal ever made by far, probably is. Just completed Japan and many other countries. And hundreds of billions of dollars is flowing into our country. We've never seen anything even close. And that's not me saying it, that's everybody saying it. And it's going to be something really, really very special. Maybe even more importantly, factories for AI and for cars and for lots of other things are being built in this country or planned to be built very shortly. They'll be starting. And where they need great amounts of energy, like for AI, they're going to be, I've given them approval. And Lee Zeldin has given them very fast approval to build their own electric powering plants, and they'll build them with the factory, so we don't have to worry about an ancient grid and all of the other problems, the obstacles people thought we were going to have that would make it impossible. And we're leading AI by a lot, and I think people are very impressed with our country. As they said, the King of Saudi Arabia and various leaders, and just about every leader I can even imagine. We were in the Middle East and Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. They said, 1 year ago, your country was dead, and today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's true. So I congratulate everybody in the room that's helped, but we're doing a good job together. I'd like to begin by saying a few words about the unbelievable kind of numbers that we've been putting up. And as I said, the number of 3%, the pace in the second quarter, we smashed all expectations. They thought it would be maybe a little bit less than 2, and it was 3, a little bit more than 3. Consumer spending is up. Business investment is way up. Domestic manufacturing is way up. The real disposable family income is up, and personal savings are up. Other than that, we're not doing so great. We have the hottest country, and I'll tell you, it's a great. We're having a lot of fun with it. At the same time, we dramatically slashed government spending for the second quarter in a row, down nearly 4%, which people were surprised at. We do a lot of cutting also. The private sector has boomed with nearly 600,000 jobs added, way above expectations, while we have reduced the federal workforce by 70,000 jobs. So these are private jobs that are coming back to our country. Federal jobs are being cut. Critics said that our tariffs would hurt the economy, but the data shows the exact opposite, and the exact opposite is happening. The U.S. Treasury has taken in $150 billion from tariffs, and we'll be adding about $200 billion next month for totals that nobody's ever seen before, frankly. And foreign imports were down 30% in the second quarter, while the domestic auto production surged by a stunning 36%. How about that number, Dr. Oz, right? That's good. That's good. We want to do that with your patients, too. We'll have a very healthy, we're going to have a very healthy country. At the same time, inflation continues to fall faster than expectations, and for the 5th consecutive month, core inflation was lower than predicted substantially. This is truly the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what we're in. We want to keep it that way. This afternoon, we're gathered to announce another historic victory for the American people, very important one. Today, the dream of easily transportable electronic medical records finally becomes a reality. I want to thank Secretary Scott Bessent, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for joining us, as well as Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, all friends of mine. White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, and Acting Administrator of DOJ, Amy Gleason, all here. And we have various great senators here. Senator Rana Cassidy, thank you very much for being here and helping out. I also want to thank representatives from Apple, Google, Samsung, Amazon, OpenAI, Anthropic, Epic, Oracle, Athena, Health, Noom, and that's not a bad group of people. Wow. And they're the top people. We don't play games. You know, when you invite people to the White House, the top ones, that's a big net worth sitting in this room right now. Boy, oh boy, we better make sure the room is nice and safe. It's half the net worth of our country. I'm also grateful to be joined by numerous congressmen. I'm not going to name you if you don't mind. I'll probably never get their vote again, but it's too many. Thank you very much for being here. The Congress has been great. Senators have been great, and the congressmen and women have been great. We just passed the most important, I think, look, I can't say most important, but certainly one of the most, but the most consequential and the largest bill in the history of Congress. And I call it the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it different names, but it all means the same thing. For decades, America's healthcare networks have been overdue for a high-tech upgrade, and that's what we're doing. The existing systems are often slow, costly, and incompatible with one another. But with today's announcement, we take a major step to bring healthcare into the digital age, something that is absolutely vital. You got to do it. Moving from clipboards and fax machines into a new era of convenience, profitability, and speed, and frankly, better health for people. Under the leadership of Administrator Oz, we're officially launching the CMS Digital Health Tech Ecosystem to give healthcare providers, insurers, and software companies the tools they need to empower Americans with a 21st century experience on health. The key breakthrough we've made is getting many of the biggest names in the healthcare and technology to agree to industry-wide standards for electronic medical records. All of those great companies that you just heard have gotten together with this group of very brilliant people. I don't know who's more brilliant, them or them. I don't know. Could be them. I hate to tell you. It could very well be them. But I don't know. I'm going to take my team. But the key breakthrough we've made is getting many of the biggest names in healthcare and technology to agree to that those standards of electronic medical records that we talk about and you've heard about for so many years, and now it's happening. This will allow patients to easily transmit information from one doctor to another, even if they're different networks and using different record-keeping systems. No matter what system they use, they're all transferable. The new standards will also make it simple for patients to access their own personal health records. I don't want to see mine, please. I don't want to see. I don't know about you. They have all sorts of things, sir. They can tell you exactly what your problem is going to be in 6 years. We can do it. You know, they have all these different things. I don't know if they work or not, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it. If they got a problem, I don't want to know about it right now. But it is amazing what they're doing. I don't know. Does it actually work? Can they do that? All right. Well, then I'm glad I said I don't want to know. But thanks to this announcement, healthcare providers across the country will also finally be able to kill the clipboard. It's an expression that's used, capital, with a capital C, kill the clipboard. Instead of filling out the same tedious paperwork at every medical appointment, patients will simply be able to grant their doctors access to their records at the push of a button, just a button, and you're all set, and all the information the doctor needs will be immediately transmitted. The system will be entirely opt-in, and there will be no centralized government-run database, which everyone is always concerned about. I'm less concerned than anybody. I say whatever it is. But people are very, very concerned about the personal records. They want to keep them very quiet. And that's their choice. I think it's a great thing because it'll be absolutely quiet. Instead, doctors and patients will always remain in control. The benefits to millions of Americans will be enormous. We will save time, we will save money, and most importantly, we'll save lives. It's just going to make people live longer and be a lot healthier. I think that's really what you're looking to do. And now I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by David Sachs, Dr. Oz, and Amy Gleason. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I just want to begin by
get that sweet deal on the mortgage. And when he did that, he basically took
talk about, but I've been coming to this building for 65 years, and I have to say that it's never looked better. I've spent some time in the Oval Office, which really it's been transformed. And I was looking at a picture of the Oval Office the other day when I was there, when I was a kid with my uncle. And, it was extraordinary. It's always extraordinary to go into that sacred space. But I have to say that it looked kind of drab in the pictures. And they were black and white pictures, but it looked drab. And it looks the opposite of drab today. And I think, I know all these portraits, I hope you get a chance to look at them when you go out there, that they were handpicked by the president. And many of them hijacked from other agencies that were trying to keep them. But my uncle, my aunt, Jackie, who were deeply committed to design, to beauty, and who understood that it's important to have our public buildings be beautiful because it inspires us, it elevates the human spirit. It's one of the, it is a template, and it's an example, an exemplar for democracy, the releasing through freedoms of the creativity of the human spirit. And this building, of all buildings, should look beautiful. And under your stewardship, it looks extraordinary today. So thank you, Mr. President, for that. About 3 weeks ago, I met with the Indonesian health minister. And Indonesia today is regarded as the highest flourishing nation on earth. Since 1990, it has increased the lifespan of its women by 8 years, of its men by 9 years. There's no country that has a record like that. And there are two major innovations that allowed them to achieve that extraordinary outcome. And one of those was to disincentivize people from eating processed foods. Oh, you are paid not to eat processed foods, and you are penalized for eating processed foods. The other innovation that really transformed Indonesia was allowing people control of their individual health records. He showed me the app that they use that everybody in Indonesia has. And it shows your height, your weight, your blood type, your BMI, your cardiac markers, your diabetes markers, your cholesterol, and any kind of individualized treatments that you had. So if you go to a doctor in another town, he doesn't do what we have to do here, which is to sit there with a clipboard and a fax machine in order to get your health records. It's available, and it allows them to give better treatment. It also allows you to make better choices over your life. And there's other apps like Yaka in Indonesia that allow you to choose good foods when you go to the grocery store. So you can turn your app on your phone and you can get full information of those foods. Well, now if you have your medical records, you can get personalized advice. And that app will also give you advice about a better alternative. So we're going to be able to, Dr. Oz and I met with the former Prime Minister Rudd of Australia just after the election during the transition phase. And he, after his retirement as Prime Minister, he ran a commission to reorganize the Australian health system, and they revolutionized it, and they vastly improved health in Australia. And he said the single thing that he did that was most important to that transformation was the transparency that occurs when people control their own health records. Because it gives people the choice over their own health decisions and over their own lives, and it gives them a sense of responsibility and allows them to measure the interventions if they change their diet, if they change their exercise. It can show you how many steps you took today. It can tell you if your glucose is spiking. And all of that information will now be available to American citizens. 60 years ago today, we passed Medicaid and Medicare in this country. And we have 60 CEOs in this room of these extraordinary companies, some of which the president just mentioned, that have all agreed voluntarily to start sharing information. President Trump, during his first term, passed the interoperability rule. And it was intended to do this. For 20 years, the federal government has been trying to do this. Everybody recognizes it's absolutely critical innovation for us advancing the health of American citizens, to give them responsibility and to give them control over their own healthcare choices. But unfortunately, you ran out of time the last time around. President Trump gave us instructions that he wanted this to happen within 6 months. We barely made it under the wire thanks to Dr. Oz's leadership. And within 6 months, every American's going to be doing it thanks to the cooperation of the corporate leaders in this room. You know, about 3 months ago, I met with the food executives, and I asked them to voluntarily come forward and get rid of food dyes, of the 9 synthetic petroleum dyes. And this is something, again, the government, Democrats and Republicans have been trying to do for 20 years. And the industry came forward, and now 40% of the food industry in this country has taken the pledge to remove food dyes from all of their foods. That happened because of your leadership, Mr. President. A month ago, we got, after a lot of work by Chris Klump and Dr. Oz and a lot of other people in our agency, we got all the insurance executives to come together in our country and in our offices and agree to get rid of pre-authorization for 80% of the DSM codes. This is a voluntary agreement. 80% of the industry has now agreed to do that. So this is happening because of good leadership. President Trump, you've asked us to think big. You've inspired us to dream big, and you've enabled us to accomplish things that no other president has been able to do. So I want to thank you for your leadership, for allowing this to happen. And with your leadership, we're going to make America healthy again. Now I want to introduce my friend, my colleague, the crypto czar, the acting administrator of Doge, David Sachs.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. I recently got a text message from a friend whose wife has been suffering from a chronic illness for something like a decade, and they've been trying to figure out what it is. They've never been able to figure it out. And I just want to read this to you right off my phone. He said, I uploaded my wife's blood work into one of our leading AI engines on Friday. It essentially diagnosed her as having a rare genetic defect that causes bone marrow failure. It's caused every single thing that's happened to her. She has every single symptom. It started at exactly the same age of presentation. It's 10 people out of 1 million. There's absolutely no way this is not it. So, wow, it's really an incredible example of what AI is already able to do just today, and we're just getting started. And this was one person putting his wife's data in one of our consumer AI apps, and he's already been able to get that diagnosis, and that's going to help them tremendously. The key is the unlocking of the data, because the more data that AI has, the better it performs. And so, kudos to Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy for this pledge today. They were able to get 60 major companies across different sectors of the economy to agree to unlock their data so that AI can use it to drive better patient outcomes. And this is, all due to your leadership and President Trump's leadership to put the American people's healthcare needs first. And I remember Dr. Oz, he was one of the first people to call me during the transition when the president announced I'd be AI czar, because he wanted to ask me about how AI could better be used in healthcare. So kudos to you, Dr. Oz. Your passion's really incredible. And kudos to you, Secretary Kennedy, your passion as well. And I remember a couple of years ago, I was a big fan of Bobby Kennedy when he was running as a Democrat. And I remember thinking,
he gave a lot more money than President Trump.
Well, I remember thinking there's this one problem with Bobby Kennedy. He's not a Republican. But thanks to President Trump, I think we fixed that. So, and I think that, getting people like Dr. Oz and Bobby Kennedy into the administration is a testament to President Trump and the talent that he's able to attract and pull together, and the partnerships that he's able to forge, because these are people who could be doing other things. So it's really a testament to the great talent that President Trump always attracts around him. Today's pledge by these companies is going to tear down barriers that allows both startups and established firms to compete freely. We're opening up the playing field so that the best tools can scale, compete on value, and discover new methods for making Americans healthy again. Technologies like AI, they do things like they will expand access to care, cut administrative costs, reduce fraud, and deliver better results for patients and doctors. And I want to thank you, President Trump, for your promise to not only make Americans healthy again, but also to ensure that America is a predominant AI superpower. Just last week, you announced a major AI action plan with hundreds of billions of dollars of new investment in AI infrastructure, and also getting red tape out of the way so that we can be the leading country in AI. And it's these life-saving applications that are going to be built on top of all of that infrastructure. So thank you for your leadership in making the United States the #1 country in AI.
David, thank you.
And now, Dr. Oz, we'll take it from here.
Mr. President, today we are making American health technology remarkably great again. We've always been at the leadership. David's right. I called him early on after the president offered me the position, and him as well. And we began brainstorming on this. Secretary Kennedy from day one appreciated the crisis that we're in and how we needed to address it. So today is a remarkably important day, one that you will remember, I believe, for years to come for 3 reasons. Yes, it is the 60th birthday of Medicare and Medicaid. The first patient, by the way, was Harry S. Although Lyndon Johnson signed the legislation 60 years ago today, not far from here. It is not just the ability to bring 60 of the top incumbents and insurgents in health technology, hospital systems, insurance companies, electronic medical record companies, AI companies, the big players. You're all here, and we appreciate that very much. But, Mr. President, you used the power to convene. That's fundamentally what I think the president has been able to offer us. And Secretary Kennedy offered us as a group some examples, but there are more to come. And I want to touch on some of these. But first, I've got to do what doctors often have to do, which is to tell you the truth, even if you don't want to hear it. So here goes. These beautiful programs, which are the backbone of the social network, the social support system of this country, the safety net, they're flailing. They're flailing for a bunch of reasons. Medicaid is a unique entity. It has deviated from its original purpose by drift and by design. The One Big Beautiful Bill, the OB3 law, was elegant for that very reason. And President, I don't know if you remember this, I can share this, but he called me once and he was upset at me because I was going too strident at something. And he said, this is about fraud, waste, and abuse. That's what we're interested in doing. And that's exactly what the One Big Beautiful Bill accomplished. And it especially did it to save Medicaid, by putting $200 billion more dollars into it and allocating funds very specifically to use to support rural America. And primarily, some of that money will be used to support digital infrastructure, which is terribly lacking in many parts of the country. The money that's sent from Washington doesn't get to rural America. About 7% of Medicaid dollars get to rural hospitals. We now have an ability to infuse funds through this $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund into that system. The gathering today is another example of how we can actually jumpstart that and accelerate it. The other reality is COVID broke the system. It did for many reasons. Medicaid expenses went up 50% in 5 years. Medicare, the trust fund that we met at actually Treasury with Secretary Bessent and Secretary Kennedy as trustees, it goes bankrupt in 2033. And that is actually a conservative estimate. It could go bankrupt as early as 2029. Thankfully, due to the economy, that's not going to happen. But we don't want to have to take that risk. And there's some fundamental changes we need to make accordingly. Now, there's one other big reality about making the system more efficient, which is why what everyone here is talking about is so critical. And let's just pick an average American born in 1964. That average American born in 64 will retire this year at age 61. If just that one group of people born in 64 could work 3 years longer because they're healthy, because they feel like they want to do it, because they feel vital and vigorous and they're flourishing, just that 1 year working longer is $1 trillion to the U.S. GDP, and is $300 billion of tax revenue to pay for a lot of the problems that people are concerned about. So it's not just keeping people out of the hospital, getting them to thrive and flourish that makes what we're doing so critical today. I think there are a lot of realities to how healthcare has gone. Unfortunately, this system is frozen, and it has been for many reasons, despite efforts in the first administration. It's frozen in time, so it cannot address the quality lags that exist. While Netflix and Airbnb and and Uber drivers are racing ahead, making arrangements, identifying the problems that are challenging us in healthcare have become incredibly difficult. You can't make appointments. The average Americans are tired. They're tired of waiting for a doctor's appointment. They're tired of waiting for the surprise of what your hospital bill is going to offer. That's being addressed by one of the president's executive orders. They're tired of waiting for access to their medical records. You own your medical records. They're yours. Why you can't have access to them is a stunning reality in modern day America. They're also tired of waiting for Washington to take action. And this president early on emphatically stated that wasn't going to happen anymore. And today we made that vision into a reality. And there's a fine line between vision and hallucination. What you did today was show it's a vision because you share it with us and we're moving ahead on it. And that's what today's commitments essentially are reflecting. And they are pledges. They're not laws. They're nimble and they're fast and they're quick because the president understands that each of you in your own way understand these needs. And Secretary Kennedy spoke beautifully about the reality of what happens when you actually have electronic records, because what he said is happening in Indonesia, we'll have here. Within a year on your device, and 91% of Medicaid patients have smartphones. On this device, you'll get insights based on your records if you want. You don't have to take this, but if you desire, Amy Gleason is one of the smartest people I've ever worked with, has built a mechanism to be able to get you that information in a way with all these partners helping so that you can get nudged to pay attention to what you're eating and avoid processed foods that Secretary Kennedy smartly and wisely highlighted as so dangerous to our well-being. All of this, by the way, is that will be at the fingertips. In addition, advice about which doctor to see, when to go see them, nudges, reminding you why I didn't do certain things. If you're a doctor like me, it's a very different story. It's to help you navigate the system better. It's giving you advice, decision support, which is becoming increasingly important as medicine gets more difficult. But I'll tell you the best thing of all, how many of you have been with your doctor telling them something heartfelt, very emotional, and they're looking to the side, typing into their computer, right? It's common. Put your hands up. I just want to see it. Yeah, most everybody. And that's unfortunate because the whole sacrament, the whole covenant of being with the doctor is having them look you in the eyes and realize you're there for each other. That process is going to go away. We will, within the workflow of doctors, be able, with your help, allow physicians to take care of patients, gather the information while they're doing it, and will destroy the upcoding that has hurt Medicare Advantage and other programs in a similar fashion. The IT infrastructure that's going to change promises to improve a lot of things. We're going to cut fraud, waste, and abuse. Mr. President, we announced with the DOJ 2 weeks ago a $15 billion bust. $15 billion. It's a multinational criminal syndicate based primarily, we believe, in the Soviet Union, in Russia. And what they did was hack using beneficiary numbers into the system. We'll be able to stop that because of a system that Amy has put together and the wonderful work of Amy Brandt, who has a fraud war room using this kind of technology, because we'll know who you are and who your doctor is. We can block this. We're going to have remarkable advances in how consumers can use their own records. We'll have beneficiaries be able to get MAHA advice and prevention tips and even be able to nudge them and reward them perhaps for that. And all this comes back to one fundamental issue, Mr. President, which is leadership. I think 60 people, the biggest, the best, the willing, came forward because of your leadership, because you weren't going to take no for an answer, and they know it. We are building a robust and safe, I emphasize that, safe system. It's going to protect the data better than we could have imagined. We're going to be able to accomplish goals that all of us wished from day one that would be in place. These pledges are now confirmed. They're signed in public. And you have therefore empowered Americans to own their property, which is their medical records. Let me introduce Amy Gleason. She is acting director of DOJ, U.S. Digital Service as well, and was actually the brilliant woman who pulled together the pieces of this puzzle with so many members of the audience. Amy Gleason.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank President Trump for his leadership in this area, and Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz for driving this work with clarity and urgency. I would also like to thank my colleagues who have been instrumental to this, and we've worked a lot of late nights and hard times on this, and it would not have been possible without them. I want to start today with my daughter Morgan, who's here in the audience. If you'd please stand up. I am so inspired and energized by your strength every day. And we also have two other patients here, Randy and Tom, who have been very inspiring. Thank you for being here today. You're why this all matters. Let me start talking about my daughter's history. So 15 years ago, she was diagnosed with a rare disease. She was 11 years old, and she started showing mysterious symptoms. Over the last year and a half after that, she saw the country's best doctors, but she still continued to get worse. At some point, she couldn't stand up off the floor or walk up the stairs, and we still had no answers. I carried a binder of paper records to every doctor's appointment so that I could keep them aligned. And I truly believe that if one of those doctors had been able to see her whole history, they would have diagnosed her faster. And if we had just had today's AI, then they could have connected the dots that the humans missed. Today, Morgan takes 21 pills a day, gets 2 infusions a month, and has over 40 patient portals. Her disease is very rare, but her experience is very common. And that is what we're here to fix today. Too many patients are forced to remember all the doctors that they've been to and log into portal after portal, repeating their story at every visit, and they don't have the digital tools to help them stay well. Meanwhile, every other part of our life is digital. I can order groceries and have them delivered in minutes. I get personalized recommendations on my other apps. But in healthcare, we still see it on paper and manual situations. But today, thanks to President Trump, we're changing that. Over 15 years, we've tried to regulate our way to a better outcome. And we have gotten a path forward, but they have not delivered the modern healthcare experience that Americans expect and deserve. I'm so proud today that these 60 companies have voluntarily stepped forward to make a pledge to take action and to join us to say, we're ready, let's fix this, we're in. We're trying something different. It's not regulation or rulemaking. This is a voluntary alignment around a shared vision, a commitment to work across boundaries, across competitors, and across silos. We're bringing together data sharing networks, electronic medical records, doctors, health systems, payers, and app developers. And we're asking one simple question: what can we do right now to make this work for patients? The companies pledging today are agreeing to collaborate, even with their direct competitors, because they know we can't keep kicking the can down the road. We have to stop talking about data interoperability and make the data flow. Here's something important. Not all patients will want these tools. Some will rely on their caregivers, and others will rely on their doctors, so they don't have to carry it themselves. But no matter how people engage, we must make sure it works for everyone. CMS is doing its part. We're clearing the path for innovation by building the long overdue National Provider Directory, a kind of digital map for healthcare that connects systems in real time and helps patients get more coordinated care. We're also modernizing Medicare.gov to feel more seamless and smart like other apps we use. But the government can't do this and shouldn't do it alone. These tools we need to make daily decisions must come from the private sector, and that's why this is so important. So let me tell you what this might look like after our collaborative effort. So Morgan, in 6 months from now, might show up to her doctor's appointment. Instead of filling out a clipboard with her 21 medications, 12 doctors, and her entire medical history, she can just pull out her phone and tap or scan a QR code and seamlessly transfer her digital insurance card, her verified medical record, and a digital summary that could help her provider get up to speed faster. We call this kill the clipboard, as President Trump said. After the visit, Morgan opens her AI assistant, a tool that she has authorized to access her records, and asks, what did the doctor say today? What did these results mean? What should I watch for now? And the assistant responds using her actual health history, explains her care plan in plain language, helps her track her symptoms, and even schedules follow-up visits if she needs them. And lastly, she has a new favorite app that helps her manage her chronic conditions. Because for years, Morgan has said what other patients say: I only see a doctor a few days a year, but I live with this disease every day. Today, we're starting with apps that can support patients 24 hours a day from anywhere in the world. They don't replace doctors, they just fill in the gap between visits so that care is continuous and not episodic. So what makes this effort different? Today, we have all these apps that want to provide these services, but they can't get the data because it is so hard for patients to access their records. But today, we have 18 network companies who are here pledging to fix the infrastructure that makes this possible. They're doing this through modern data sharing networks that removes the burden on patients and providers and makes it available in real time using modern identity, just like when you check in at the airport. These honor patient privacy and transparency, and most importantly, it's a movement to work together to remove the friction that's holding us back. Because access to information shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a standard. So for all the Morgans out there, come join this movement with us at cms.gov. Let's kill the clipboard and axe the facts. Let's help make health tech great again. Or in this case, maybe it's for the first time. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much. That was great. And hello. You look very, very healthy to me. You look really great. So just, I want to thank all of the companies that are here. These are big names, great people. And now you're doing something that's so important for our country, really for the world. It's beyond our country, I suspect. It's really for the world. So just keep it up. And you've hit new highs almost virtually every day for the last few months. And that makes your job probably a little bit easier. You're under very little stress. But someday you might have a little bit, but you're not going to have much. I think we're really going to great heights. But I just want to thank everybody, political people and the teachers and the companies and all of our cabinet. I even see Newt. Do I see Newt? I see Newt. Look at him. He's such a handsome man. He's a healthy man. We don't have to do any tests on him. But good to see you, Newt. But I just want to thank everybody. This is a very big undertaking, and it's a very serious undertaking. It's going to make a lot of people lead a much better life. Thank you all very much for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call you by MFN? Yeah. Can we start?
You are in the War Room. It's Wednesday, July 30th in the year of our Lord 2025. That's President Donald J. Trump alongside David Sachs and Dr. Mehmet Oz talking about all the advancements they're going to be doing when it comes to healthcare technology and, of course, DOJ Administrator Amy Gleason. We were going to have Steve join us, but he is busy. He's out on assignments. Natalie Winter's hosting today. We've got a packed show. We're going to go through everything involving the Texas redistricting, the latest with the AI push, and some other stuff. I think we've got Representative Brian Harrison joining us down the line, who I think you're fresh off, what was it, about a 7-minute session where all you guys did was vote to adjourn until Monday. Obviously, the Texas redistricting map is 5 netted seats for Republicans. Democrats are doing everything they can to sabotage that. Let's start from square one. If you can sort of walk us through this map, what it means, and what Democrats and establishment Republicans are doing to really make sure that these victories don't actually materialize.
Yeah, well, I'll go all the way back to the beginning. First of all, Natalie, it's always great to be with you. This is the type of thing we should have done, quite frankly, during the regular session. President Trump has asked the state of Texas to redistrict so that we can, and I agree with him, I agree with the president strongly, that elected Republicans in the great state of Texas, for crying out loud, of course we should be doing everything we can to make sure that the United States Congress does not fall into the hands of the radical, extremist, Marxist, leftist Democrats. So it's a shame that it's taken us this long. We're over half, we gavelled in for regular session in January. We did nothing on redistricting for the regular session. Governor Abbott did put it on the agenda for this special session, but we are now at the point where we're like 30% of the way through. But after we were, as you mentioned, we were on the Texas House floor. Our floor session today lasted 7 minutes. And the only thing we did was vote for another 5-day weekend. So we will not be back on the floor until Monday, when the special session is over 50% over without the bill being on the floor of the Texas House. And unfortunately, the Texas House, the leadership, the corrupt rhinos that control the Texas House, they have basically done everything they can to make it look like they're happy to support the Democrats' efforts to thwart the president's agenda. They stacked the redistricting committee itself with the most radical left-wing Democrats the Texas House has, including the chairman of the House Democrat Caucus, who has already pledged to do everything he can, including break quorum, if that's what it takes to thwart the president's agenda and stop us from redistricting down here in Texas. So I'll just say the most simple facts for your audience to understand. The rhinos, the liberal uniparty that controls the Austin swamp, their favorite thing to do is to blame the Democrats. And the Democrats are threatening to break quorum, and that's going to be how maybe this is defeated. Let me be really simple. if the elected Republican leadership in the state of Texas wants to redistrict and deliver for not just President Trump, but for Republicans all across this country, we will succeed if the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker want them to. We have all the tools available to force the Democrats to stay. For example, why did he adjourn today just to let the Democrats go? Oh, your audience is going to love this. Why did we adjourn today? Where are the Democrats, the House Democrats, going as we speak? To meet with Hakeem Jeffries, who flew down here from Washington, D.C. to huddle up with the Texas House Democrats, because Hakeem Jeffries, Democrats all over the country, they know that the future of America is quite literally on the line. And I think it's past time that elected Republicans in Texas get with the program and start acting like it.
Look, we're always down to make people famous in the war room. If you want to mention any of these people by name, I'm sure Rossi would love to pile in and make some very respectful and well-argued, well-reasoned phone calls. But can you just sort of walk us through, I'm even curious behind closed doors, the sort of, winding pitch that you must hear from your Rhino colleagues as to how they could even justify, again, something that's not controversial. It's a redistricting map. That's not automatically granting or saying that these districts are going to flip MAGA, just that they're going to flip red. What is their case?
Yeah, well, you certainly have a point. Just because there's an elected Republican gets elected, that certainly doesn't mean they're any kind of a bold pro-liberty conservative or support the president. That's certainly true. But no, the case is the same thing they always say. Oh, guys, you got to be quiet. Let's not be assertive here. Let's not be bold. Let's not be loud about this. Meanwhile, the Democrats are literally holding rallies all across the state of Texas with 5,000 people plus at these rallies. And the Texas House and the Texas Senate held hearings, I think 6 total hearings on redistricting, where almost 100% of the priority witnesses were Democrats opposed to the Republican agenda, opposed to the president's agenda. I mean, it's beyond the pale outrageous. And I mean, I'm happy to be with you. I'm very grateful for Steve and you and the posse and everybody else who's sounding the alarm, not just in Texas, but coast to coast. But I mean, the sad reality is I'm one of the very few elected Republicans in the Texas government that has been boldly calling for this. I mean, the silence from most elected Republicans here in the Texas House has been staggering. I don't understand it. We need to understand. It's about time that Republicans fight as hard for the future of our state and our country as the radical Democrats do. And that's what I'm trying to do down here by sounding the alarm that we've got some trouble in paradise.
And just walk us through a little bit more the sort of 1-2 punch that you think they could deliver to actually, I guess, maybe block this redistricting, particularly on the Democrat side. You're saying, I believe, what was it, in 2021, the last time that they left the state to deny quorum. Like you said, the session is basically halfway over. But what would Democrats need to do in order to give, your Rhino counterparts the political cover to say, oh, well, we just want to play nice?
Right. It's the oldest trick in the book. The Rhinos act like, oh, guys, we tried as hard as we could, but you know what? Those pesky Democrats, they thwarted our pro-Trump, pro-Republican agenda. Let me explain really what's going on here and the tools that they have. So under the Texas Constitution, we have a quorum requirement in the Texas House. We have 150 total members in the House of Representatives. 100 people have to be here to constitute a quorum. We have 88 Republicans. So we need to have a handful of Democrats to show up. And unfortunately, there's a track record, there's precedence for this. You mentioned it in 2021 when we were simply trying to pass an election integrity bill, quite frankly, one that wasn't even that strong. The Democrats fled to Washington, D.C. and camped out with Nancy Pelosi to try and keep us from passing a simple election integrity measure that the people of Texas overwhelmingly supported. So there's precedent for this. And unfortunately, the precedent involves the fact that Democrats are never punished when they break quorum. And so that's why I want to get like the big truth, the big, sort of most important thing that I want to drive home is that one of the Rhino's favorite tactics is to blame the Democrats for doing what they really want to do, but they don't want to be blamed for it. So I just want to say this as many times as I can. The Republicans in the Texas House, from the governor on down, Lieutenant Governor and Speaker, We have all the tools available to us to force the Democrats to stay. If they flee the state of Texas, for example, the governor can declare their seat vacant and call for a special election. The speaker can guarantee their bills never move. They can be stripped of committee assignments. They can have their budget cuts. They can have their staff cuts. Their chairmanships. Yes, Democrats have chairmanships in the Texas House, as shocking as that is. Their chairmanships can be revoked. And quite frankly, we had a quorum, as you mentioned, just 30 minutes ago. There was no reason for the speaker to even have to let them leave. He could say, you know what, you're here, we've got quorum, we're closing the doors, we're going to take up this redistricting matter, and we are not going to let you leave until we deliver for the conservative voters of the state of Texas who fully support this. So there are lots of tools available to make sure that the Democrats are not able to pull their usual stunt of breaking quorum, and it's as simple as this. If the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker want redistricting to happen, it will happen. If they do not want it to happen, then it will not happen, and they will probably try to blame the Democrats. But I want to take that card away from the liberal uniparty rhino establishment here in the city of Austin.
And I'd argue one of the most effective and probably feared tools you have at your disposal is, of course, the intrepid war room posse. Give us a few minutes on how
they're not
they can
fans
be
of y'all. They don't know
assistance.
how to break this to you. The uniparty doesn't like you.
And that's a badge of honor. We'll take that proudly. But who should they be calling? What's the number? Are their names? Give us a little script. If people, in state, out of state, let us know how we can help.
Well, it's real simple. So the Speaker of the Texas House is a rhino named Dustin Burrows. He's nominally a Republican, but he was literally elected by the Democrat caucus in the Texas House. So if Democrats, fly the coop here, it is on him for allowing them to do it. And the posse should basically let everybody know. The governor, Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Dustin Burrows, the President, the United States of America, and the overwhelming majority of the voters in the great state of Texas are looking to you. Now is the time for bold conservative leadership, and to let them know that we're on to you. We're on to the usual games, and let them know that the voters of Texas know, that the posse knows they have the power to get redistricting done. We know they've already made the decision to completely burn the first half of the special session. We know they've given Democrats all of the airtime. They basically turned the Texas Capitol into DNC television for the last week or so with all these completely ridiculous, Democrat scripted hearings. But let them know we're looking to you, and failure is not an option. The future of the Republic is on the line. We need to get this redistricting done. We need to get it done now, and you've got the power to deliver.
Indeed. Representative Harrison, if people want to follow you, keep up to date with everything you've got going on, you're one of the few good ones, which is mind-boggling that I can say that and have it apply to the wonderful state of Texas. It makes no sense. Right? I'm from California, so I particularly envy you being able to say you're from
nobody was.
I mean,
nothing in the world could have. No, nothing in the world could. I served as a senior member of President Trump's first administration, and nothing in the world could have prepared me for the shock of learning how completely liberal the, all supposedly Republican government of the great state of my beloved state of Texas is. But yeah, no, people should, if they want to go and follow me on social media, on X, at Brian E. Harrison, please go follow, like, share at Brian E. Harrison on X. Brian E. Harrison, because the liberal media in Austin doesn't tell you the truth. The liberal media in the state of Texas doesn't tell you the truth, and the national media certainly is not telling you the truth. So I post videos, updates, vote sheets from the floor almost every single day, usually many times a day. So if anybody's wanting the truth, not the Democrats' mouthpiece in the media, but if they want the truth about what's going on down here in the great state of Texas, please follow me on X at Brian E. Harrison. And I just want to say how grateful I am to the posse. We've been able to deliver a few victories over the past few months because of the posse phoning in, blowing up the phone lines and the social media of the rhinos down here in Austin. So you guys are just an incredible asset to the fight to preserve liberty in Texas and America.
The posse is the best, and so are you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have you back on soon.
Great to be with you, Natalie. God bless.
there's always something kind of sick, I think, about Democrats salivating and relishing over the idea of them turning Texas blue. They like to say it's because of their wonderful policies and the vision that they put forth, but in reality, we know it's just about immigration and demography, and that's why they want to keep the border so open and porous down there so they can import their new wave and generation of voters. And I guess the establishment Republicans will probably be the ones helping to weld those floodgates open. I believe that literally happened under President Autopen, but President Biden. We've got a few minutes. We're going to be joined by Douglas Mackey's lawyer. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that case, and former Doge lawyer James Burnham after the break. But shortly, I want to go to Trevor Comstock real quick with Sacred Human Health. Trevor, you guys always have new MAHA products on. We were just watching a nice new MAHA initiative being rolled out by the Trump administration. Hit us with the latest that you guys have going on over there.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it. And real quick, we do have some exciting stuff rolling out a little bit later this week. So I'll come back on to share that. But for today, I just wanted to quickly highlight our second most popular product, which is our multi-collagen. And we've been having some really great feedback, a lot through reviews and just emails we've been getting, a lot of success that people have been having with it. But while I'm here, I just figured I'd share a little bit about it, but most people don't realize that collagen is the most abundant protein in our body, and it's what keeps your skin firm, your joints flexible, as well as your hair and nails strong. But after the age of 25, natural collagen production does begin to diminish, or at least slow down over time. So over time, this can lead to common signs of aging like wrinkles, weaker joints, as well as digestive issues. So collagen also just plays a huge role in maintaining overall health. Yet, unfortunately, modern diets really don't provide enough of it. So that's why supplementing with a high-quality collagen source can be extremely beneficial. So if you are looking to support healthy aging, skin hydration, healthier joints, etc., our collagen is an amazing product. And we also give you types 1 through 5 collagen, so you do get the full spectrum. So we don't give you on that. But yeah, I won't go on for too long. You can always check out our reviews and all of our information on our site at sacredhumanhealth.com, or just type in Sacred Human to Google, it'll pop up. And also make sure to use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. We got you covered there.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. We'll have you back on soon. And while you're out at War and Posse, we always love to thank our sponsors. That's birchgold.com/Bannon, or text Bannon to 989898. James Burnham after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single, Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter. That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
You're back in the War Room. We are joined now by James Burnham. You've worn a lot of hats. You were in Trump's first term over at the DOJ. You were the Doge super lawyer. You've got a new kind of AI policy council aimed at combating the Chinese Communist Party, which we're going to get into. But you're also involved with a case that our audience, I think, has been following for a very long time. Obviously, very good news on that front with regard to wonderful meme poster Doug Mackey. And I would think that Doug would want absolutely nothing to do with the United States court system after what happened to him. But it seems like you are intervening or helping him on his behalf to get some, shall we say, retribution. We like to use the term justice or accountability here in the War Room because they're the ones that committed the crimes. But on his behalf, you guys are trying to, I guess, maybe in legal terms, seek damages or something in that capacity against the Biden regime, the DOJ particularly, for what they did to him. I know our audience is really passionate about this. Can you sort of bring us up to speed on what you're doing with Doug?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks, Natalie, for having me on War Room. It's great. It's really great to be here. So just to catch everyone back up on what happened to Doug. So Doug was just a regular person who thought Hillary Clinton would not make a very good president, like it turns out most people in the country thought. And one of the ways he, sort of expressed that is he liked posting memes. So in the run-up to the 2016 election, he posted a joke meme that said, if you want to vote for Hillary, text your vote to this number. Like, obviously a joke. Everyone knows you don't vote by texting. He's just a self-described Twitter troll. So he puts the meme up, whatever, goes to bed, thinks that's the end of it. President Trump wins the election. That's the end of that. Well, it turns out that when he put up the meme, the Hillary Clinton campaign went crazy and started sending this to all kinds of people. And some people at the Justice Department in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Brooklyn, which is where her campaign was headquartered, not the U.S. Attorney's Office where Doug lived, the one where the campaign was headquartered, started investigating Doug for what's called a conspiracy to violate civil rights. I kid you not. The conspiracy to violate civil rights statute, just to give you a sense, is the post-Civil War statute that was passed for like the Ku Klux Klan showing up and barricading voting sites, intimidating voters, violent obstruction, crazy things, not putting memes on X. So he puts up the meme, they do the investigation. 2 days into the Biden administration, 2 days, they waited out the entirety of the Trump administration. Doug was arrested in New York by armed agents, something like 10 FBI agents. By the way, totally unusual in a nonviolent case, even a real nonviolent case. This, of course, is a fake case. They don't do arrests. They let you come in and self-report. So this is already law enforcement theater to try to intimidate Doug and to send a message. They arrested him 2 days into Biden for the memes he put up about Hillary Clinton. Doug had to go to trial. They dragged him to a trial in Brooklyn. He was convicted, of course, because it's a Brooklyn jury. What would you expect? It's a lot like what happens in D.C. with a lot of cases I'm sure the War Room posse is familiar with here in Washington. He gets convicted, and then he has to appeal. And thank God the Second Circuit Court of Appeals saw the light and they threw out the conviction about 2 weeks ago. Interesting side note, Doug was represented in his appeal by a lawyer named Yakov Roth, who actually works for the president now in the Justice Department. So AG Bondi and the president have clearly brought the right people in because they have the guy who defended Doug now in here at the Justice Department defending the president, trying to clean the place up. So that's where we are. So Doug has now been acquitted by the court. The case is over on the criminal side, or it will be in about a week. And the question now, of course, is what's next? And I agree with you, Natalie. The most important thing is justice and accountability. So justice for Doug has two pieces. The first piece is going to be trying to make things right for Doug. I mean, the government, his own government, it's crazy to think this could happen in the United States, ruined his life for years because he tweeted a meme, which is crazy. And so, money and things like that can never really make it right. They can never replace the weddings that he missed. He had to be sentenced around the time of the birth of his child, so he had to sit in court instead of playing with his baby. I mean, horrible things that nothing could ever make right, but we're going to make it as right as we possibly can. And the way that works is we file a claim with the Justice Department itself. Fortunately, it's the Trump Justice Department, not the Biden Justice Department. And so we're optimistic that they're going to agree with us that this was a horrible violation of Doug's civil rights, and we'll be able to sort of make that work for Doug relatively quickly. The second part of justice for Doug is holding accountable the people that did this to him. And that's something we're still trying to be creative and think through how to do it. I mean, there's a lot of potential options. There's misconduct complaints. There's things that the Justice Department now can do. One of the things we don't know is exactly how this all happened. And we obviously have our theories and the timeline that I described. It's not hard to see what probably happened here. But this is the kind of thing that needs to really be investigated, kind of like the Russia thing that has been investigated and still being investigated. We need to figure out what exactly happened to Doug here and then hold the people that did this to him accountable. And that's something that I and Doug plan to commit significant time to, because the most important thing, Natalie, I think, and for everybody that's watching right now, this can never happen again in the United States. You have a First Amendment right to post memes. You have a First Amendment right to make fun of politicians. The country was founded on making fun of politicians, and we need to make sure that this never happens to anybody else again, so that what happened to Doug, so that Doug's sacrifice is not totally wasted.
Well, and it's certainly a unique way, if not, I think, kind of setting a precedent for, these rogue actors within the DOJ. For all we know, they could have been the careers. They're probably more likely the politicals, though it's harder to differentiate between the two, probably under Joe Biden, but that they can't get away. And like you said, they can't do this again to any American for something as simple as posting memes. Before we pivot to the other topic I want to discuss with you, I'm just curious, from start to finish of Doug's whole saga, was there ever any Democrat, probably a middle of the road one, who reached out to him or who's working with you guys now, has extended, apologies or an interest for all the talk that we hear about, criminal justice reform coming from that side? Has there been any olive branches extended to him from the Democratic side of the party?
So I would need to ask Doug to do a comprehensive accounting, but I know that Senator Klobuchar was talking about his case when it was brought and calling Doug, Russian disinformation, master disinformation, very negative, nasty comments. Hillary Clinton, of course, made the ridiculous claim on television that Doug was responsible for thousands of people not being able to vote. That is totally made up. There is no evidence of that. Obviously, it's not true because Doug, the Twitter avatar, as I recall, had a MAGA hat. So I don't think a lot of Hillary Clinton voters were looking to the Ricky Vaughn Twitter handle for advice on how to vote, even if they were
silly. It was a very authoritative picture. I'll give him that. But
it is a great picture. Probably not for the audience, the Hillary Clinton audience. So no, but there is one thing, one person I do want to give some credit to. On the 3-judge panel in the Second Circuit, there were 2 Bush appointees and 1 Biden appointee. And I don't have the names at my fingertips, but that appointee from President Biden deserves credit, I think, for having the wisdom and the fortitude to say, this is not the law in this country, and this is not a proper conviction, and this has to be thrown out. They won the case 3-0, no dissent, and so I am grateful that at least the court system was able to right this injustice, at least that much for Doug.
And James, pivoting to, you're a very busy guy. The other thing you got going on, you just launched a new kind of AI policy council. I think I had mentioned that you worked in President Trump's first term over at the DOJ. Obviously, the AI, kind of sweeping policy orders, the EOs they got coming out on that front. The War Room posse, I'm sure Bannon is a little more skeptical on maybe AI skeptic, AI curious at best, AI skeptic at worst. That's probably not the worst. But you have a sort of a niche angle, particularly using AI to combat or at least try to maintain dominance over the Chinese Communist Party in that obviously very important sphere. I just wanted to bring you on for a few minutes to sort of maybe make your pitch to our audience about why you think what you're doing over there is so important for kind of a national security perspective pertaining to China.
Yeah, so we launched last week. It's called the AI Innovation Council, and my goal is to sort of promote what I think is really the president's vision of an America First AI policy. So, AI policies that encourage if whether AI should exist or not, the Chinese are going to build the best, most lethal, most killer AI possible. And I'm with the president in thinking that we need to build the best AI in the world here in the United States. We need to use American workers. We need to have American investment. We need to have American engineers doing this kind of work. The president gave a great speech last week at the AI summit that the White House organized with David Sachs and the All In folks, where he basically laid out a vision of American dominance in the space on one condition. And I think this is very important. He said, look, guys, I'm going to promote investment. I'm going to promote technological advances. I want America to always be the dominant country in the world. But guys, you're building it here. Okay, so we're not going to have you building all these things in China. We're not going to have you importing a bunch of people from other countries to do all of the work. This is an American industry, and just like we won World War II by putting Americans to work building ships and guns and airplanes, we're going to put Americans to work on this important thing too, and building this technology. And so, look, we're just here to support the president, and I just thought it was important that some people who'd worked for him and who believe in his vision for the country and the sort of golden age get on the field and try to make the case and engage in the debate in a way that is totally aligned with, I know Steve a bit from the first Trump administration, in a way that I think is aligned with his vision, which is a dominant, great American country where great companies are staffed by and run by Americans.
It's the new arms race. We'll have to have you back on because I want to get into the NVIDIA chip, the whole export control situation there, because I don't know how you quite square, sending over the H20 or whatever chips to China. But like I said, we'll have you back on to get into that. I know it's a very hot button topic that the War Room Posse is very animated about. In the meantime, if the audience has questions to get involved on either the Doug side of things or the AI side of things, where can they go to either follow you or reach out and stay up to date with everything you're working on?
For Doug, you can follow him on X at Doug Mackey Case. That's his handle. There's a link in there to donate to support him and to support his family, which I strongly encourage everyone to do. For the AI Policy Council, we're on the internet, AI Policy Council. You can also follow me on X at burnhamdc.com, BURNHAMDC. And the links are there too. And I'd love to hear from everybody. The DMs are open, as they say.
Indeed they are. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have you back on soon.
Much. Appreciate it. Take care.
And while you're out at War Room Posse, make sure you are checking out the tried and tested birchgold.com/Bannon or texting Bannon to 989898 to get your free copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. I think we're up to, the 8th installment of all things Birch Gold X Bannon. I think we've got Mike Lindell because I've got a special video I'm going to play for you following the break. Don't go anywhere. It has to do with China. But Mike Lindell, you got about a minute and a half. Take us out with the latest MyPillow deals you got.
Yeah, you guys, this is very special to the War Room Posse. We set up mypillow.com/War Room. And if you go there and you get free shipping on your entire order, we've got free shipping using that promo code War Room. But here it is. Use those big ticket items, the MyPillow mattress toppers, the mattresses, free shipping. And we have stuff there we don't have on any other website. Or on the regular website, which is bath mats. All the bath appliances came in. Bath sheets, they're like huge towels, the MyPillow towels. They're on sale. You won't see that. All the kitchen towels and stuff that goes in the kitchen. We have new health products. It's all at mypillow.com/War Room. Go there, free shipping on your entire order, or call 800-873-1062 and tell them you're from the War Room Policy, because they're going to go to that special place where you guys get sales up to 80% off and free shipping on your entire order with that promo code War Room.
It's the best promo code. Probably a little bit different response from the MyPillow operators versus the Texas Rhinos when they hear that you're calling from the War Room Posse. We'll be right back after this short break.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends. But Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You're back in the War Room, where, of course, you got to be checking out HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Steve, the $1 million triple lock protection, 14-day free trial. A lot of words. It's a great program. Give Natalie Dominguez and the team a call to keep your home safe. And speaking of safety, keeping the country safe, this is a wonderful video. I showed it to Steve. He loved it. We thought it was important enough to air it for you guys in full. Seriously, don't go anywhere. About what sort of a preemptive attack coming from the Chinese Communist Party, particularly on critical infrastructure, technology, electricity, all that stuff that you hear so much about. It's a wonderful video. We're going to play it in full. It runs 7 minutes, but I promise you it's worth watching so you can be informed. Let's roll it, Denver.
The global-scale attack on America began on the strategic island of Guam, as a wave of submarine-launched heavy-lift drones skimmed low over the water, then darted skyward as they reached their targets. Over microwave relay and undersea cable landing stations, power distribution and backup facilities, as well as the Guam Combined Operations Center, the drones detonated their payloads. For those who witnessed it, the moment appeared almost benign, with one Air Force officer describing how the drone hovered for an instant, then simply tumbled to the ground. Invisible to the human eye, each detonation sent a massive electromagnetic pulse over its target. Though designed and built to be protected from just such an EMP attack, many of the military-grade electronic systems failed against the assault, as their circuits overloaded or melted. In an instant, electrical power, water, network, and communications systems ceased to operate across the island. Meanwhile, the island of Hawaii was under a similar and simultaneous attack, with coordinated drone-delivered tactical EMP attacks on the Indo-PACOM headquarters complex, Pacific Missile Range Facility, the Wahiawa Communications Station, Kunia Regional SIGINT Operations Center, and the Mauna Kea Satellite Tracking Station, among other targets both military and civilian. As US naval and Air Force units scrambled to defend against the surprise attack, Chinese maritime militia ships and autonomous underwater vehicles hundreds of miles away began to systematically sever critical undersea fiber optic cables, first to those serving US and Allied installations in the Indo-Pacific region, but soon spreading across both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, damage that would take months, if not years, to repair. While overhead in low Earth orbit, US and Allied satellites came under a sudden and withering attack as Chinese ground and space-based platforms launched kinetic, direct energy, jamming and blinding attacks, rendering hundreds of satellites either unusable, uncontrollable or worse, fragmenting them into a growing cloud of destructive debris that would unleash the much-feared Kessler Cascade over the days ahead, rendering low Earth orbit uninhabitable by satellites. At the National Military Command Center inside the Pentagon, Deputy Director for Operations, U.S. Army Brigadier General J.D. Swift, was in full-on crisis mode. In less than 30 minutes, Swift watched as Guam, an island fortress and centerpiece of America's defense of the Pacific, and then Hawaii, home to the U.S. Pacific Fleet, both virtually vanished from the digital landscape. The U.S. military's ability to coordinate overseas operations had just collapsed. And the news was about to get exponentially worse. In Westbury, New York, inside the FAA's New York TRACON facility, radar and approach controllers spotted what appeared to be numerous, unidentified aerial targets, likely drones, in their airspace just south of Long Island. As they frantically worked to divert traffic, the drones, launched from nearby cargo container ships, raced toward their targets. Along both US coasts and in dozens of cities deep in the heartland, the same template for attack was carried out, with EMP drone attacks on key communications, power, transportation, and network data centers. Working in concert, scores of small, commercially available drones also rose into the skies above American cities, their transmitters broadcasting digital orders to kill switches, covertly embedded and listening in electronic systems compromised by China months or years before. Within moments, hundreds of millions of citizens across the country found themselves suddenly without access to power, internet, cell phones, fuel, ATMs, police, fire, or emergency services. In the days ahead, with the crippling of the nation's food and supply chain management systems, basic transportation and healthcare services, and with little information and rumors running rampant, public annoyance quickly turned to anger, anger to fear, and fear to panic. Made worse, the selective attacks strategically separated the haves from the have-nots, leaving cities such as Dallas, Texas untouched, while plunging neighboring Fort Worth into darkness and hunger. Soon, rioting and looting took root and spread, virus-like, nationwide. Back at the command center, with Swift's staff overwhelmed and information fractured and conflicted, the situation was spiraling from the nightmarish to the existential, as Space Command in Colorado reported that the orbital SBIRS early missile warning system had just gone offline, and with it, the ability to detect the launch of enemy intercontinental ballistic missiles. Moments later, America's Continuity of Operations Plan was initiated, sending civilian and military leadership to hardened facilities across the country. ensuring that the government remained functional in the event of a national emergency, including nuclear war. Meanwhile, 300 miles east of the Luzon Strait aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt, Admiral Justice Folger, commander of U.S. Navy Carrier Strike Group 5, found himself a commander without clear direction, armed with a strike group that was now slowed, degraded, and at extreme risk, without real-time battle space intelligence to know where the enemy was, where it was headed, in what strength, or the means to coordinate a joint attack. The most potent and technically advanced fighting force on the planet had just been knocked back a half a century. While 400 miles to his west, aboard the flagship of his Surface Action Group, PLA and Rear Admiral Wu Wei received welcomed news. The off-switch to America, the dismantling of their global digital infrastructure, was complete. The strategy, known as the Assassin's Maces, had been decades in the making. A doctrine of unrestricted warfare, where the battlefield was everywhere, aiming to cripple a superior enemy's capabilities long before open conflict erupted. Now the moment of Xi, the optimal strategic timing for the attack, had come. The Admiral read an encrypted message received from Eastern Theater Command. The order given, which would soon go out to millions of PLA warfighters around the globe, read simply, "Commence operations." He watched in silent awe as the next kinetic stage of the war began.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community. Good evening, America. Happy Wednesday, and welcome to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, The Grand Conspiracy of Weaponization. Tonight, we're going to dig into the 10-year period where government was turned against our candidates, against our people, often using the most awesome tools of government to interfere in elections. Joining us tonight to make this conversation possible is my good friends at the Association of Mature American Citizens, or AMAC. All throughout the night, we'll tell you how you can become a member like I am. But first, I want to tell you about what's going to happen tomorrow. Chuck Grassley is going to release the appendix of the Durham investigation. We're now going to see what the FBI knew about Hillary Clinton's dirty trick before and during the time they were starting that investigation. Chuck Grassley is going to make that available. We're going to talk to members of Congress, experts all through the show about that implication and the broader evidence we now have. Now, I'm going to turn, before we get to that, to my extraordinary host for this evening. He's a senior vice president at AMAC, good friend of mine, great host, Charles Stuckland. Charles, good to have you on.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you having me tonight. And for me personally, and for so many AMAC members across the country, the Russiagate story, it really began to unravel with the release of the Nunes memo. And that was a wake-up call. It exposed something deeply troubling, that elements of our own intelligence community, together with major media outlets, were not just reporting a narrative, they were manufacturing one. So these tactics, the kind of political warfare we'd expect to see used overseas, that was being deployed here at home. And not just against the president, but against the voters who put him there. So when these new documents came out, many of our AMAC members, they don't see as much as a bombshell. It can be a bombshell, but they see it more as a confirmation that evidence was ignored, that leaks were strategic, that coordination was real. And they're angry because, let's face it, it's been nearly a decade and we've seen one charge. That's it. But for now, there's a growing demand for accountability, not for revenge, but to restore trust. Because, John, if we don't hold people accountable for this, and you know better than anybody, we're sending a message that political power justifies any action. You know, that's just not American.
Not exactly what AMAC members stand against, and that's why it's such an important conversation. We're going to kick it off with the House Intelligence Committee member. That's the place where so many of these disclosures have come from in the last few years. We're lucky to be joined by one of its members right now. All right, folks, I can't think of a better guest to kick off this conversation tonight. Whether it was the insanity of the Ukraine impeachment, the seriousness of the Russiagate failures, or what's gone on in every period since, including the classified documents case, Senator Ron Johnson has been at the forefront, using his oversight powers to get the American people the truth, often truth denied by the media and the establishment in Washington. And we're lucky to have him join us at the top of the show. Senator, great to have you on today.
Well, guys, hope you're doing well.
I think of all the people in Washington, you could take a victory lap about what's happened in the last few months. All the truths that we were denied now coming out. Obamagate is real, Russiagate is real. When you look at the period that you've investigated, all the things that you said that were affirmed, is this one grand conspiracy of just constantly clearing a Democrat who did something wrong and then projecting a fake crime on the Republican to get away from it?
I think so. It's pretty much the same cast of characters. I thought it was interesting. I didn't come here to be an investigator, but when I became chairman of Homeland Security, it pretty well coincided with the Hillary Clinton email scandal. And so we started digging into that. A lot of details on that, but I think in general, what our staff uncovered was the exoneration memo written by people like, Peter Strzok and Bill Priestley. I can't remember the whole, all the names exactly tied to it, but they're just really laying out exactly how they exonerated Hillary Clinton, how they changed things from grossly negligent to extremely careless so it wouldn't fit into the criminal statute. So when James Comey issued that exoneration speech, that cast of characters, I always think of the Peanuts show when the Peanuts characters go from the one Christmas tree on Snoopy's doghouse to another Christmas tree, and Charlie Brown's pathetic Christmas tree. That same cast of characters, they just moved right on over to Crossfire Hurricane, and they're still going at it until we break them up.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got people like John Brennan become CNN or MSNBC personalities. They get paid by there. They continue to spread the lies, spread the propaganda. So it's never stopped. And the thing I want to point out is way beyond the horrific impact it has had on our body politic, on the election interference. This has ramifications into foreign policy. I mean, do you think Vladimir Putin doesn't take a look at, really the treasonous behavior of the Democrat Party and notice their weakness and decide to move against Ukraine once Joe Biden becomes president, a completely incapable man? So again, this assault on our democracy, any interference that Russia or China could ever hope to accomplish would pale in comparison to the deviousness, the viciousness, the danger to our democracy are these Democrats, starting with President Obama and all of his henchmen.
Yeah, good.
So what's the end game for these investigations? We've been seeing a lot of this information has been out. It is being verified now without actual documentation. As you said, China, Russia, foreign adversaries, they would be salivating at the idea of what they're doing now with just the chaos that our own intel agencies have created working with the media. But what is our end game here in the short term?
But it has to be totally exposed. I'm really not learning anything particularly new. If we didn't already know it, if we already didn't have evidence of it, it's something we certainly suspected. Now we're just getting more documented evidence on this. It would be really interesting if we could uncover, for example, communications where we show how complicit the media was in all of this. Some of those communications would be extremely valuable, because what we have to do is this has to be fully exposed. Now, again, I don't know what percent of the legacy corporate media is, full of a bunch of leftists. I think it's a pretty big chunk. Obviously, we've got news outlets like yours, and we've got more conservative outlets nowadays. We've got alternate media, but still, the bulk of our media are basically the communication arm of the Democrat Party, which is radical leftists. So the American people aren't hearing this. I mean, people who watch your show are aware of this, but the vast majority of Americans are still pretty well clueless to exactly what Obama and Biden and Clinton and Brennan and all that cast of characters, what they did. So how do you expose it? From my standpoint, the best way of doing this is undertake a conspiracy investigation, bring charges in a venue outside of Washington, D.C. The problem with John Durham, have to respect this, is he wouldn't indict unless he knew he could get a conviction. He knew in Democrat-controlled District of Columbia, he'll never be able to convict a Democrat on a political type crime. So he never indicted. We need to indict in a venue where there actually would be a fair trial. And the reason I want a trial is I can't think of a better venue where you can take day after day after day, hour after hour after hour at each one of those days, where we just lay out the evidence painstakingly, exhaustively, accurately, to lay this out for the American public for historical record of it. I think that'd be the best way. We can write reports. Senator Grass and I can continue our partnership, and we can write another report. We wrote a report that the mainstream media not only ignored, they called it Russian disinformation.
Yeah, that's what they did. Everything was dismissed, even though it was real evidence. Tomorrow, something that you and Senator Grassley worked hard to get declassified, the annex to the John Durham report comes out. And in that, we're told that you're going to see evidence that the Russians, who are intercepting some of the communications around Hillary Clinton, believe that the FBI had agreed in advance to further her fake story in Russia by opening up an investigation, acting on it, creating an accelerant to it. Now, I know it's a Russian intercept, but the Russians are pretty good at what they intercept. Should we be concerned that the FBI may have been in on the game right from the beginning?
Didn't we already suspect that, though?
We did, but now you're going to see an intercept.
Comey, Peter Strzok, those guys set up, General Kelly. Yeah. The way they set up Donald Trump by briefing him on the Steele dossier so they could then leak it to BuzzFeed. Yeah. So no, I mean the FBI obviously was involved in this thing. James Comey tried to cover his tracks there by the last minute investigation of the Hillary Clinton computer prior to the election. Had no impact. So no, I mean I think the people like Comey and Strzok and McCabe, they'll again completely complicit. I would say a treasonous conspiracy. I think the way Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has described this is 100% accurate. This was a multi-year coup attempt against the duly elected president. They did everything they could to sabotage his administration, and they are doing it to this day. That's what's so disgusting about this, is these people are undertaking the exact same actions, the same type of sabotage, and they do it with impunity because the legacy media will never hold them accountable.
Well, not only hold them accountable, Senator, but John Brennan is going on these news shows. James Comey has a high visibility. Peter Strzok is releasing a podcast. Do you think they maintain that visibility as sort of a way to obfuscate and be able to project? Or what's the strategy there? They seem to just still continue to be in the public eye when a lot of us know everything that went on.
Well, you've always heard the best defense is good offense. These guys are always on offense. I mean, the left is relentless. It's, by the way, it's a huge disadvantage in the political realm. Conservatives, we just want government off our back. Just leave us alone. Democrats, for liberals, government is the answer. They want to be involved in government. They want all that power, and so they are relentless at achieving that power and trying to maintain it and doing everything they can to destroy their political opponents. We just don't have that, bloodlust for power like the Democrats do.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, I want to ask about something because you did more than anyone to unravel the false stories that were part of it. The Ukraine impeachment. It's forever in our congressional record as a legitimate impeachment of a president, albeit he was acquitted afterwards. But now we know a lot of the things that were said and that weren't true. And we also know that there was a good reason to investigate Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russian disinformation. It was true. He actually cheated on his taxes on not paying taxes on Burisma. He was involved in this grift. Is there a moment for Congress to go back and for history's sake say, I think we ought to take that impeachment and say you should disregard it because the new evidence suggested it wasn't warranted?
That'd be nice to do, but it occurred. So I think the best thing we can do here, again, is expose the corruption within these federal agencies that were populated by a bunch of leftists, the corruption of the Democrat Party, and what they did with the J6 committee,
Right.
I mean, the way they destroyed the records from that committee. I mean, why would they do that unless it were a thoroughly corrupt undertaking? So again, our big impediment to exposing this and getting more of the American public to be outraged as they should be outraged is the legacy media. Again, they're not turning back their Pulitzer Prizes that they won on a complete false story, that they were either duped, but I think more likely they were complicit in. It's a huge impediment. Again, the good news is we do have alternate news sites like yours, and a larger percent of the American people are becoming aware of this. Good sign. Donald Trump won. So now we have people in these positions still battling the deep state. And people have to understand that this is a tough slog for people like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and RFK Jr. The Democrats are, in an unprecedented fashion, holding up confirmation process, so you can't get the political appointees to try and rein in, try and get some control over the leftists in the deep state. There's a big hole in the Department of Justice. You had a bunch of radical left attorneys just quit. They couldn't work for Trump. I think they terminated some other leftists. Now you got a big hole there. It's hard to fill that hole because of the lawfare. And we've got an honorable, just a great person, Judge James Trupus in Wisconsin. Josh Call, our Attorney General, approved, basically said what Judge Trupus did with the alternate slate electors, perfectly fine in front of the Wisconsin Election Commission. A year or two later, now he's trying to put Judge Trupus in jail for the alternate slate electors, for being a lawyer to the President of the United States. They're bankrupting him. They're ruining his life. It doesn't take many people like Judge Trupus to be made an example of before people say, yeah, I'd love to serve in the Trump Justice Department, but I've got a family to take care of. I want a career after this administration. I want to pay off my student loans. And so, again, the left, in their viciousness and relentlessness, they continue to sabotage the second Trump administration as well.
One of the things that an FBI whistleblower said on the show not that long ago was, whether you were acquitted or not, the process became the punishment. You got bankrupted, you lost your reputation, and we'll never get it back. That's what he said, and I think you've helped expose just how bad that was. Senator, great honor to have you in the show today. Thanks for doing that.
Have a great day. And by the way, the process is the punishment. Yeah. That guy's right.
Yeah, it is. We got to stop that. Good to have you on, sir. All right, folks, coming up next, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. She's on House Intelligence. She was part of that posse back in 28, like Senator Johnson, unraveling some of these false stories. She's going to join us next. In the meantime, I want to take a break, and I got a homework assignment for you. I want you to go join me. Become a member at AMAC. amac.us/justnews is where you go. You can get a 5-year membership, which is what I am. I'm a 5-year card-carrying member. $120 a month. It's a really great deal. You get all sorts of benefits, a great magazine, and you belong to a community of patriots, just like the people watching this show tonight. All right, go do that. amac.us/justnews. We'll be back in a second.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
it's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Welcome back, everybody, to this special report on the weaponization and the grand conspiracy. We know there was a political grand conspiracy to get Donald Trump and to keep him on the defensive with Russiagate and other things that followed it. The question now is, has it become criminal? Joining us now from the great state of New York, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show.
Great to be on.
All right, you've been on this from the beginning, all the way back years ago when we began unraveling it. We know the politics of it. We know that Hillary Clinton did a dirty political trick to try to put Donald Trump in a bad spot, first before the election, then after the election. Now we know the FBI has opened up this grand conspiracy case. It looks at the last decade of wash, rinse, and repeat. The Democrat has a problem, clear them, investigate the Republican on something fake, and keep going. It did it with Russia, Ukraine, classified documents. Do you think, now that the FBI has opened a criminal investigation, that this could rise to criminal charges?
Yeah, I do. And I will tell you, this goes all the way back to 2018 for me. I was a freshman member of Congress, and I teamed up with our now governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, who is a former JAG attorney. And we were looking at all these different acts committed after the explosive Nunes memo came out. And we prepared a criminal referral on Hillary Clinton, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, James or Comey, everybody, that were engaged in this, deceit, basically. And now, we had pretty much a synopsis of it, but now we actually have the document that's now been unclassified that shows that there were numerous intelligence agents looking at creation and analyzing this document. And out of 15 intelligence agents, 3 thought there might be some way that maybe Vladimir Putin might have supported President Trump in some indirect way. But then there were 13 of those intelligence agents that said, no way, this is not what was going on. They actually thought in reality that Hillary Clinton was going to win, and they were looking for ways that they could actually find leverage on Hillary Clinton. They found a lot of information they disclosed on her. So then what do? They're hysterical. All of a sudden Donald Trump wins. Nobody expected that. And then Obama calls them all together and says, we got to figure out a way to use this. And really what it was a calculated effort to try to obstruct the president of the United States, to, as Liz Cheney and the J6 and all the Democrats like to project on us, as they would say, an attempt to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power. Remember that phrase over and over and over when they were impeaching and Donald Trump numerous times and going through another impeachment in the form of the J6, show trial and all this other stuff. They kept talking about Donald Trump attempting, to actually interfere with the peaceful transfer of power. That is what they were doing. At the minute Donald Trump was certified in winning that election, they knew it right up to, right through James Comey going and meeting Trump at Trump Tower, to all the events where the intelligence community tried to make this look like it was some kind, through the years of the Russia collusion hoax. How is this not perjury? How is this not a violation, a direct lie, putting in false documents? Article, I think it's 28 U.S.C. Section 1000. There's so many sections of federal criminal law that I think that need to be looked at now that we have a Department of Justice that's going to have an open mind, and we're going to have have, we're going to have an FBI that's going to actually look into this, and maybe some people. I'm certain we don't have them all gone, but we've got to have some decent people at the top of the food chain in the CIA that are going to look at this intelligence and say, wow, we have a problem here and we need to investigate this, all for one really important reason: to restore the credibility of our system of government that is mostly revered around the world, except for when things like this happen in a political partisan witch hunt against our former president and now current president.
Yeah, amazing.
Congressman, do you see a difference now when it comes to the consensus of your colleagues? We talk about the DOJ, FBI, potentially CIA, different leadership, more of an opportunity. What's your take on the current take from your colleagues in Congress and actually moving forward with investigations, prosecutions? Is it different now than it was then?
I would say yes, because this is one thing. Everybody was under the fog of war. Nobody really knew the information we have now. And so I think people are much more inclined to say, wow, we actually have, we actually have evidence that this was happening. And then we have, numerous statements and comments and other documents of the people that were perpetrating this and for what reason. And now you're seeing a plethora of articles and things being written on that very issue. And, it does concern me that there are a few commentators and even some on the conservative side saying, oh, this is lawfare. I really do not think this is lawfare. Lawfare is when you are cooking up some kind of fake legal case to bring against somebody in a way that is like malicious prosecution or abuse of process, much like Letitia James engages in every day as the Attorney General of the state of New York. But this is real. This is real stuff that we actually have evidence of. And I agree with John Ratcliffe. I do think this is a continuance. It's never stopped, this ongoing conspiracy of how can we take down Donald Trump anyway, anyhow, any shape, any matter. Look what they've tried to do, from him being shot at to two impeachments, the J6 trial, the Odyssey with raiding Mar-a-Lago. I mean, there's just so many things that the Democrats, using our taxpayer dollars through powerful government agencies, have used to take down the duly elected president of the United States twice now. And I think that's why we're in a different place, because I think people see more evidence than we had before, because it was sort of at the conspiracy level then. Now we know it's real. It's actually ongoing, and it's really the other side attempting to try to stop the president and use their power in this unjust and I think illegal way, which is why I think criminal referrals are appropriate.
Yeah. Congresswoman, tomorrow, the Senate Judiciary Chairman, Chuck Grassley, is going to release a document known as the annex to the John Durham report. We got a preview of what this probably says when John Durham testified to Congress in 23, that there's a Russian intelligence intercept where Russia had learned that Hillary Clinton approved the whole plan to hang this fake Russian shingle on Donald Trump's campaign house, and that we're going to learn tomorrow, this is a new part of it, that the Russians had evidence that the FBI had agreed to participate in the plot, meaning they would open up an investigation so that it would give credence or accelerate the allegations in the media and in the political space. Now, I know it's a Russian intercept, but it was important enough to tell President Obama, and the entire intelligence community was briefed on it, so it was taken seriously. And yet nobody stops for a second when Hillary Clinton walks in the dossier with her team, or the Alpha Bank, or the allegations from their friend in Australia, and says, wait a second, this might be part of that ruse. They just keep doing it. How jarring is it to think that people might have been alerted there was a ruse and they played into it rather than stopped it?
I think this is really important, and I'm new to the Intelligence Committee, but one thing I've learned in my short tenure this year in the Intelligence Committee is that as much as, we are adversaries with the Russians, there's a deep amount of respect for their ability to do surveillance and their deep ability to be spies. They're good at it, and Putin was a KGB agent. So they get information, and a lot of this information they had, and Obama and company knew about it. And then and I think it's somehow, I guess I have to say, they love to project. They projected the Russia collusion hoax. Isn't that interesting? They're using Russian information They're using Russian documents, but yet they say Donald Trump is the one colluding with the Russians, and then they make up this fake story of him with all the disgusting things that they, unearthed in this dossier. And then they destroyed so many lives in the meantime while doing this. So I do think it's really interesting, but I do think that this document by Chuck Grassley, I think is going to be really important. And I think it's going to be, people are going to start to piece this together in a way that I just don't see how we can't look at criminality on the part of people who are guilty. Now, I understand that President Obama, probably has some kind of immunity, but everybody else in this does not. And I think they need to be held accountable. And I don't think the statute of limitations is run on this. And I think the American people, for the most part, want to see people held accountable so we can restore these institutions, because it makes everyone suspect. If they can go after the President of the United States, they can do this to any and every citizen on the street, which is what happens in authoritarian, Marxist, communist type regimes.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Going back to testimony, John Durham, failing to be able to speak on the genesis of the initial Russia investigation. As someone who was there in the beginning, how did you feel, or what was your takeaway after that testimony by Bob Mueller, by Robert Mueller? And is that in any way similar to sort of what we saw happen with Joe Biden in the last administration?
Look, I thought his testimony was really disappointing and unimpressive. I think people, when he came on and all this was supposed to be this big deal, and I was like, what? That's it? He really didn't have anything. He really stumbled across it. It wasn't credible. And for all the time and effort and money that went into this, they had nothing. And that just sort of led us all back to the original referral that I did with Ron DeSantis and others that showed that there's nothing here. This is actually the opposite. It's the other side trying to frame the president of the United States, or the incoming president at the time. And that's why in 2018 we made that referral. So I do think that the Mueller was, uneventful. The Durham investigation, all these things were really just exercises in futility. We don't need to do a special counsel, by the way. We already have Kash Patel in place. We already have, we have the people that can do this job. We have the documents. And as you talked about earlier, John, before we went on air, we have these burn bags that were discovered in the back of the FBI in some warehouse to be thrown out. And be interesting to see what are in those and what they reveal about even more people that are involved in this real kind of conspiracy and criminal level of conspiracy to frame and destroy the president of the United States and his reputation and everything he could do to actually preserve and protect our Constitution, ironically.
Yeah, it's an amazing moment. This is a consequential time. We got to get this right for future generations. You were right in 2018. You started, I remember being right alongside you and Congressman DeSantis and Jim Jordan. You had it right, and the American public are now realizing it. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show today.
Thanks so much. Great to be on with you guys.
Yeah, love every time you come on. All right, folks, we got another good one right after the commercial break. Mike Benz, he's a champion of free speech. He's also a champion of helping us understand how our government gets weaponized against us. We're going to have him next. In the meantime, I got a homework assignment for you. Go to amac.us/justnews right now, because you can join for as little as $1.20 a month. Get a 5-year membership like I have. I'm a 5-year card-carrying member. I love it. Join me. Find out why it's so great. Go to amac.us/justnews. We'll be right back.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote right here, it's got breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even snacks for 4 weeks. And right now, when you get one of these 4-week food survival kits, you'll get a second kit completely free. Now, you see that QR code right there? Scan it now to claim this deal while supplies last. These kits last up to 25 years. The food tastes absolutely amazing and ships for free. So go on, scan the QR code so you can get this deal before it ends.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, The Grand Conspiracy of Weaponization. We're taking a deep dive into Russiagate and all that followed after it and the implications on American society. I want to bring in my amazing co-host for the evening, AMAC Senior Vice President, Charles Stuckland, as well as our next guest. You know him. He's on the show frequently. He's a champion of free speech. We would not have known about this industrial censorship complex if it weren't for Mike Benz, the Executive Director of the Foundation for Freedom Online. Mike, great to have you back on the show, my friend.
Great to see you, John. Great to see you, Charles.
All right, so we're at a moment now where the public's got all the evidence, all the secrets are declassified. Like, I mean, how do you carry this out for 10 years? How does it keep going? And I think you have provided one of the answers, which is when contrarian evidence was starting to come up, those who tried to offer it on social media, in Congress, they got censored. Censorship and media censorship were a big part of the conspiracy, right?
It was absolutely vital to the beating heart of the whole conspiracy was the censorship component of it. Folks don't really remember, I think, as clearly today after what we saw with COVID-19 in 2019 and what we saw during the Biden era of censorship coming straight from the government, from seemingly every government agency. But this all started with Russiagate. The internet censorship apparatus inside America did not have a political home, did not have a legal home until the Russiagate crowbar gave it one under this false pretense of some hostile foreign nation state hacking our election or interfering on social media on behalf of Donald Trump. And it was through the national security state, before it came to the NGO complex and it came to the advertisers, and it became something staffed up by hundreds of people at all of the different social media companies. Censorship came to the United States through the national security agencies by way of Russiagate. And this was done through the FBI, through DHS, through CIA, through DOD. There was no predicate before that. We had a culture for 250 years of free speech in the United States. We had an ironclad First Amendment, and there was no way that domestic politics could have broken that. But when you invoke a national security predicate, it allows you to do things that you can't do with ordinary politics. It creates an emergency situation. And when the idea that social media had been taken over by the Russians and our elections and hearts and minds were taken over by the Russians, that allowed DHS and FBI and CIA and DOD and the whole apparatus to not just themselves pressure social media, but to weaponize all of their assets in the NGO and civil society spaces. All the NGOs we have around the world, in Central and Eastern Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, the same assets we built during the Cold War could all be weaponized against the homeland under the presupposition that Donald Trump was backed by the Russians. So therefore, every Trump supporter is actually not really a Trump supporter. They're a Russian pawn. And this could justify mass censorship of tens of millions of Trump supporters by proxy. And so the collateral damage of Russiagate is eternal in the chapter of chapters of history. We are still confronting the censorship industrial complex, which could not have taken root without Russiagate. So as far as I'm concerned, 10 years is the blink of an eye compared to the damage that this has unleashed across the world.
Great point.
Mike, can you compare the size and scope of the alleged Russian social media influencing Concord management situation? How big was allegedly the Russian social media interference in comparison to what our own intel agencies did on these platforms.
Let me make this completely clear. This is how much of it was ever substantiated. Nothing, none of it. If you read the January 6, 2017 CIA report on Russian interference, all they allege is that Russian social media accounts like Russia Today and Sputnik had gotten far more engagement during the 2016 election cycle, and that they hypothesized that the Russians favored Trump. And so therefore, Sputnik and RT were having an influence. It was only after that they came up with Russian bots and trolls. And here's how much they claimed to find: about $150,000 worth of Facebook ads, half of which supported Hillary Clinton. None of that was corroborated. We don't know if those were just random Americans using a Russian VPN so that their IP address looked like it came from Russia. That was a very popular thing to do, to use VPNs to pipe in from Central and Eastern Europe or Belarus or Russia to mask your IP address. The groups that did the digital forensics to make these allegations were groups like New Knowledge, staffed by Renee DiResta and a bunch of Obama State Department employees who themselves got busted in what was described by the New York Times as an elaborate false flag operation to give the impression that Roy Moore, if you remember the 2017 Senate runoff election, that same group, New Knowledge, which drafted the Senate Intelligence Committee report on Russian interference on social media, was busted themselves creating fake Russian bots and mass subscribing them to Republican candidates for office to create a false flag in their own words. They ended up getting tossed off of Facebook for this and written up by the New York Times and the Washington Post. So the people who made the allegations that Russians were creating bots to help Trump were themselves caught creating fake Russian bots to subscribe to Republican candidates. The whole thing was a fraud from top to bottom. And frankly, the ball is now in Pam Bondi's desk. I don't think that history can continue in America with trust in our intelligence agencies unless there is somebody that people look back on and say, I don't want to be that guy because he got indicted.
Mike, I want to just ask one quick question. We've got a minute left. One of the curious things, if Vladimir Putin was trying to influence the election like John Brennan's remade assessment said, why did he stop all countermeasures in the United States in October, the very month of 16, where voters were making up their minds when the debates were going on? He pulls back. That seems to be a guy who actually decided not to tip the election for someone.
Everyone knows the answer, which is that Putin did not interfere on behalf of Donald Trump. This was an attempt to use the national security state to pull off what Democratic voters and what anti-Trump Republican donors and high-level officials could not do, which was defeat Donald Trump. They couldn't defeat him fair and square at the ballot box, and so they used the national security state's Department of Dirty Tricks to do it. Bob Mueller ran a 2.5-year investigation. They came up with nothing. Bubkiss, 7-2 offsuit. They were bluffing the entire time. John Brennan had advance awareness on August 3rd, 2016, in his handwritten notes that Hillary Clinton had a plan to vilify Donald Trump by, quote, stirring up a scandal that Trump was backed by the Russian security services. They knew that was BS. They knew that was junk. And incidentally, we're now learning that Hillary Clinton approved that plan to tap Christopher Steele to do the Steele dossier and all this on July 28th. That's the same day we're now seeing text messages from Peter Strzok around the FBI opening up this counterintelligence investigation on Trump. So it looks like the Clinton campaign was working with the FBI, and the CIA was organizing under John Brennan the intelligence community to basically prove the case that Hillary Clinton couldn't prove, and then classify all the evidence so no one could see the CIA's proof. And now we're seeing it all come out now. It turned out the whole thing was a lie and, frankly, a criminal conspiracy.
Tomorrow, we're going to get more of that from Senator Chuck Grassley. We'll see just how much the Russians believe the FBI was in on the gig. That'll be tomorrow's big release. Mike, as always, great to have you on. You bring it crystal clear to us. Folks, a lot of people, when I talked to FBI agents a few years ago, said, here's the story of Russiagate. If you can't beat them, then you got to cheat them. And that's what we think happened now, and that's what the evidence shows. Mike Benz just nailed it on the head. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, candidate for governor of Maine and former Assistant Secretary of State Bobby Charles, he's also the national spokesman for the Association of Mature American Citizens, our partner for tonight. He's going to join us, and we'll have his insights. In the meantime, I've got a little bit of work I want you to do during the break. Go to amac.us/justnews, because you can join for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. Go match me. Say thank you to AMAC, because they make these incredible conversations available once a month. Go thank them. Go become a member. Go make your family members. amac.us/justnews. We'll be right back.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report. The grand conspiracy of weaponization brought to you by our good friends at the Association of Mature American Citizens, otherwise better known as AMAC. Tonight, I'm joined as a special co-host, AMAC Senior Vice President Charles Stecklin. And now we're going to bring in one of my great friends. He's a national spokesman for AMAC, former Assistant Secretary of State, current candidate for governor of Maine. And there's about 6 or 7 other great titles I left out of there. Our good friend, Bobby Charles. Bobby, good to have you back on.
John, always a real pleasure to be with you.
I've been looking forward to this conversation because so much has come out in the last 10 days. Charles has hit on it all through these interviews with members of Congress today. The conspiracy to get Trump, which starts in 16, ends in 24, it's just a nonstop machinery, and the government is playing a major role in it. Used to be the former chief investigator for Congress. How bad is this in the history of scandals?
I'll be honest, John. As I read these documents that are coming out, a couple of quick observations. First, this transcends public corruption. This was an attempted takedown of the United States government. And so while we've got public corruption up here in Maine and it's bad, this was an attempt to literally sideline an election. And the more documents come out, the more obvious it becomes. When I started to look at this, I thought, geez, this really corroborates a lot of what we earlier thought about how unfair and how dishonest a lot of this reporting was, a lot of this. But now you get deep into it, you see the FBI actually was coordinating. I personally think John Brennan coordinated with the Five Eyes, our intelligence partners, to go outside the law, get them to do surveillance, and then report it back so that he didn't have to talk about where it was coming from. He could keep a cap on it. I personally, if you go back in history, I would say that the grandest conspiracy of all was pre-Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln tried very hard to keep the Union together before war broke out, and that was obviously treason. If you wind the clock quickly ahead, you have things like Teapot Dome under Harding. You have the fellow travelers in the 30s and 40s. You have communism in the Hollywood in the 50s. You have Watergate, and ultimately things like Waco when I was doing investigations in the 90s. Nothing, not one of those investigations comes up to this. This, if it proves to be true, will send a number of people to prison. We already have criminal referrals on John Brennan, former head of the CIA, who incidentally one time attested to being a communist. We have James Comey under investigation. He was a former head of the FBI. This by itself would be unprecedented to see them go to prison. But I think we now have indications that this was a genuine conspiracy. A conspiracy is an inchoate crime, a real and fundamentally prosecutable crime. And when you talk about trying to take down a country and you see a former president, a former secretary of state, a candidate involved in this, John, I really, there is no historical precedent for this. Pre-Civil War is just about as close as you can get.
Bobby, speaking on Five Eyes, as you said, there is a potential conspiracy there. You have Stephen Halper, Australian diplomat, working with George Papadopoulos, and it seems almost like entrapment. There's a lot going on there. I'm not sure if we've got there yet on the discovery phase of the actual documents, but overall, how do allegations of our intelligence misconduct affect America's standing on the global stage?
So let me unpack that a little bit. The first thing you're pointing out, Charlie, is that what's happened is you are seeing a change of the default presumption. The presumption now should be that if a foreign government was involved, it was involved illegally. And I'm going to include the British government in that. I don't know anything. I have no inside knowledge, but I'm going to tell you they would be the likeliest ones we would have gone to, or Brennan would have gone to. And I think there are indications that some of our senior intelligence folks were over there, and obviously Steele was British. But the idea is, if you go around U.S. law in order to collect information on a political opponent and then persecute that opponent, I mean, my God, if you were writing a John le Carre novel, I don't think you could write it more compellingly than that. So, and then if you look at what it really means, I think at the end of the day, what we're looking at here is a conspiracy of such a potential magnitude that it is going to be difficult to convince people that it is as big as it is. And I guess my instinct is, Charlie, that we look at this and we say, we step back 20 paces and we just start to now methodically unpack everything. What has happened now is they tried to shut this in a closet door and the door wouldn't shut. And now you have Trump as president, and you have Bondi, and you have all of our intelligence community leadership has swapped over to being high integrity leadership. At this point, I think we should be asking, please divulge anything you have. Bring the cases if you need to before a grand jury. I predict a grand jury. I predict indictments. But also, as much as you can share with the American people, share it with them. They have a public right to know that their republic was almost toppled. You know, there's a time, I can't think of the right metaphor, but there are times when you get across, let's say, thin ice on a pond, and you look back and you really don't want to know how thin that ice was because we were damn close to going through. Well, I feel like that's America right now, and I do want to know how close we were.
Bobby, a lot of our AMAC members are frustrated. It's been 10 years since, 2015, 2016, the genesis of Crossfire Hurricane, and the release of the information that we've first basically discovered what was going on. Is that 10-year time frame based on the scope of what happened? Do you feel like that's a long time, or is that the amount of time required when it comes to concealing things with confidential information, covers, everything that went on here? Is that 10-year time frame sort of, actually, it might take that long to unravel?
Well, I don't think it's going to take us 10 years to prosecute, but to your core question, 10 years is not atypical for a conspiracy. Somebody might spend 10 years trying to, steal a diamond from the Louvre or to take down some, bank. Conspiracies can take any amount of time. They're first conceived. It's an idea. Now you get the group meeting together. So that's the mens rea. They are actually mentally focusing on the idea they're going to do this. That probably happened during the election. And then they begin to execute acts that fundamentally execute the conspiracy. And I would tell you that anybody in the room at the time is a co-conspirator. Are they an indictable co-conspirator? That's what we don't know yet. There may be unindicted co-conspirators. But It's not complicity. Complicity is just, I happen to know that this was happening. I had no moral obligation to be to say anything or be involved. I don't think anybody that was in the room in a couple of these core meetings that we have documents on right now escapes that. I think that they are co-conspirators. And the question is there sufficient evidence, whether it's Obama or Hillary Clinton or somebody else at the tippy top, Clapper, that should they be prosecuted? And the last thing I'll note is that when you find, and I mean, I was a U.S. Court of Appeals clerk on the Ninth Circuit, worked with a Reagan appointee there. When you find, and I'm a litigator, when you find information that reawakens all the facts, that goes back in time, you can restart the tolling clock. So 10 years is not a particularly long time, particularly if what you learn is that there was a seed, if you will, a beginning of the conspiracy, and then it widened out, and when Trump actually won, it widened further, and it became lawfare. And so, I mean, what we're really talking about is the explosion of a kind of a political criminal nuclear cloud that was intended to take out a president and to rob all of us of our vote. I mean, if you want to talk about voter ID failures, voter stealing votes, there's no more powerful way to steal a vote than the entire thing's done and someone has won, and you're going to upend the entire thing with criminal investigation. And don't think for a minute that the process was not also the punishment. I mean, for all intents and purposes, we were in pretty tough water, and thank God for Trump, who stuck it out.
Yeah, well, the process has been the punishment. We've heard that a lot in this last couple of hours. All right, Bobby, stick with us. We're going to have a few more questions. We're going to take a quick commercial break. During the break, folks, go do me a favor. Say thank you to AMAC. Go become a member. Make your family members. Make your friends members. amac.us/JustNews, because you can join for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. That's a steal. That's amac.us/JustNews. Go do it now. We'll be right back.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're going to take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to this special report called The Weaponization and the Grand Conspiracy to Commit It. We've been talking all hour about it. I want to turn it over. We're going to have to ask Bobby Charles to stay over for a second more. I want to turn my last question over to my great co-host for the evening, AMAC Senior Vice President Charles Stuckon. I think he's got the money question. Charles, have at it.
So, Bobby, many of us that are actively politically engaged and have been working on research and investigating and looking at this case. I mean, John Solomon, we have right here, one of the best examples. We really know the details, and it matters to us. But for the average American citizen, and in your case, the average Maine citizen, why is exposing and prosecuting what happened with the Russiagate event. Why is that so important to the average American citizen?
Let me give you several reasons. Of course, I'm running for governor up here, and these reasons really do matter. First of all, federal accountability is absolutely essential in its own right. We do not want the FBI coming with 30 long guns and bursting into our homes and bedrooms as they did with Donald Trump. That lawfare piece is in and of itself absolutely horrendous. The fact that there was a Fourth Amendment violation, Fifth Amendment violation, Sixth Amendment violation, actually also a First Amendment violation when they gagged him during trials. I mean, it is absolutely hell on wheels, and we should never want our federal government to have that kind of power. And if you don't keep them accountable, it could come right here to Maine. The second piece is that Trump administration, that Trump response was really a response to something that amounts to massive public corruption, a corrupting of our public process, our public election process. What we have here in Maine is a governor who has taken her cues from the Biden people who are as corrupt gets, the Obama and Biden administration, and she herself is stepping over the line. And I think part of it is you've got to, average folks here in Maine want to see an honest state government and they want to see an honest federal government. And when you see a federal government getting away with murder, and then you look at your own state government, you say, God, what are our protections here? If they can violate the federal Constitution, the First Amendment, Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth, not to mention the 10th, well, then they can certainly violate those same rights here in Maine and the Maine Constitution. And I think every day, if I may put a punctuation point on it, and we don't have the time for these details, I think every single day, the Democrat leadership in Augusta, Maine is violating the Constitution in Maine and is violating the federal Constitution, and they know it and they don't care. And that is one of the biggest reasons I'm running to be the governor, to straighten this place out and get integrity back in government so that we can trust our government.
Integrity and trust. That's what we need back in all forms of government. Bobby, Charles, what a great conversation. Thank you guys for making this possible. Folks, you want to thank AMAC for such a great conversation. Go to amac.us/justnews and go join. You can join for $1.20 a month on a 5-year membership. It's a great deal. amac.us/justnews. Go do it today. We'll see you back here tomorrow night. Until then, God bless you and have a great evening.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Things are getting worse for those co-conspirators who tried to take down the United States and, of course, take down President Trump. We are now learning from the New York Post that Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is reporting that he found burn bags filled with thousands of documents related to the Russian collusion hoax that falsely tried to tie President Trump to the Kremlin in a secret room that was used for classified briefings. And this information is, we are being told, soon to be disclassified and handed over to Chuck Grassley, head of the Senate committee investigating all of this. Make no mistake about it. Burn bags ready to destroy the evidence, now in possession of the good guys, thankfully. This is bad news for those saboteurs.
Obviously, if somebody has stuff ready to burn and it's being hidden from the incoming or for the actual incoming or current FBI director, that's very serious. That's potential criminal obstruction of justice. Devil is always in the details.
Yeah, the devil's in the details or in a burn bag. I mean, who do these people think they are? Now, you do have to wonder, why would they leave burn bags around? Why wouldn't they have burned them? Why wouldn't they have destroyed the evidence? Did the Trump administration move in? Did they have to rush out of the building at some point early on when we knew we were taking over to secure the Hoover building as a crime scene, which I've told you before, I really do believe that's exactly what it is a crime scene. Now, it gets even worse for Hillary Clinton and crew that was pushing this Russian collusion hoax. Apparently, the FBI has now found thumb drives related to the Hillary Clinton email scandal, and the information on those thumb drives have not been reviewed. That, too, will soon be declassified and handed over to Grassley's investigative committee. This is what Chuck Grassley tweeted, the senator from Iowa. Quote, thumb drives containing unreviewed info on Clinton email scandal and mishandling of highly classified info have been sitting at an FBI offshoot office since 2018. Now, again, the deep state is very real. This proves it. The cover-up is very real, and it goes deep. And Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, Dan Bongino, doing everything they can possibly do to get to the bottom of it, because I think there were booby traps along the way so they would not find a lot of this information, which is why we're getting this information now as they get and dig in deeper and deeper. John Solomon went on with Sean Hannity last night. He's been at the forefront of all of this. We love Solomon and Just the News right here on this program. Listen to him on Hannity last night talking about all this.
That, Sean, the Clinton annex is going to show there was foreign intelligence. A foreign enemy had determined that the FBI had agreed to be the accelerant, that they were going to be conspirators joining with Hillary Clinton to give credence to her fake narrative. And that's exactly what happened. When people see what the foreign intelligence is and then how the FBI acted, it matches extremely closely. This is a bombshell Senator Grassley is going to release as early as tomorrow.
All right, and here's the thing. John Solomon doesn't say everything's a bombshell, all right? Reporters love to use that term. When he says it's a bombshell, you better believe it is. So we will be looking to see what this means for Hillary Clinton, because you have Barack Obama as the mastermind. You've got Hillary Clinton, who ordered the Steele dossier to be written, fabricated, right? Now you've got the two of them. Hillary Clinton doesn't have presidential immunity. She is right in the crosshairs now of investigators. This is the time, folks. I don't want to tip them off to anything they don't already know, but these government gangsters, to quote Kash Patel, ought to be lawyering up quickly.
And the whole point of the Mar-a-Lago raid was to go get back those damning Crossfire Hurricane records that President Trump declassified and may have took when he left office. And so, as I've been saying for 3 years, I hope these lawfare Democrats lawyer up, because justice is definitely coming under Attorney General Pam Bondi. She has a backbone of steel.
Isn't it amazing? Everything we told you they were doing when they raided Mar-a-Lago, we said they were after after something. This wasn't just about President Trump. Certainly that was part of it. They wanted to sink him. But they were after the goods. We told you that on this program. And sure enough, now it looks like that's exactly what they were after. They were after the evidence. They wanted it destroyed. And then, of course, there's the ringleader, Barack Obama. What happens to him? Here's John Solomon again, making a lot of news. On with our buddy Steve Bannon.
I think my immunity rule might protect him on the original charges. That's what most legal experts tell me, that ruling is so sweeping it will protect Obama for what he did in office. However, Barack Obama can now be summoned before a grand jury. He cannot take the Fifth Amendment because he has immunity from prosecution. He'll have to tell the truth. If he lies as a private citizen about what he did as president, he'll no longer have that immunity.
I would imagine Barack Obama, if his attorneys were smart, would get that immunity in writing from the DOJ. Because you have all kinds of things, like President Trump has even brought up seditious conspiracy. Maybe Barack Obama needs to be impeached even though he's out of office. That is something people are thinking about right now. I want to bring in now former FBI special agent, author of the book A Cop's Son, Kenneth Strange is back with us. Kenneth, it's good to see you.
Grant, thanks for having me. Pleasure.
All right, Kenneth, what do you make of today's developments?
Well, you know, Grant, this has all the makings of a huge scandal. And, you know, I was trying to simplify this for myself, and it's really a kind of a timeline. It all boils down to one of the 7 deadly sins, which is envy. So, you know, you have Obama, you know, here's a guy who, and Hillary Clinton, they hate Trump for many reasons, but Obama, you know, he's had to eat crow after the White House Correspondents' Dinner in 2011 when he says, oh, Mr. Trump, you're never going to be the president. And then Hillary, well, her pride is shattered, you know, when after Trump won the election. And, you know, Trump outsmarts her. He just outworks her, and she's never recovered. And she may be actually the first known person with Trump derangement syndrome. And then Comey, he also plays a part in this. Here's a person who's also come to loathe Trump, and he's got this enormous guilt because he's, you know, he could have tipped the election away from Hillary to Trump. So now he figures he owes her one. So he's on board. So after the election, they conspire to cripple, sabotage the new Trump administration. Comey gets right up onto Flynn and takes him out. And then you have the media abetting the Steele dossier, and then the Russian collusion hoax is off and running. So what I think, Grant, is we are now on the precipice of the hugest political scandal in U.S. history. I certainly like Pam Bondi and her strike force, but I think it's time for special counsel.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it is time for a special counsel. It's interesting to hear you lay out all of those reasons why the key players would do what they do. It goes to motive. Explain to me why that's important to spell out those ideas, because if you get to trial, it's helpful for a jury to hear motive even in in-depth detail like that, not just, I hate Trump, we want to destroy him.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to flesh out motive, because if you don't, you're never going to gain a prosecution. So that's one of the essential elements of making, prosecuting and convicting someone. So you've got to have motive. You're absolutely right.
Kenneth, can I ask you, you've been in and out of the Hoover building. You were an FBI agent. This secret room, a classified annex that had burn bags in there. What do you make of that? Have you ever seen burn bags in the Hoover building?
Not the way it's been described in the media. You know, I think that this may be incompetence on their part. I mean, there's been so many moving parts in this scandal, in their race to take the administration down. I just think that there's so many things going on that they absolutely forgot a number of things, like burn bags and flash drives and things of that nature. Just too many things, and they had other things on their mind.
How are thumb drives sitting in a room since 2018? We had the email scandal. You had special prosecutors. You had Durham. You had Mueller. You had they weren't looking at this, or were they? And we're We're trying to hide it. And why in the end, my question is, if they were in burn bags, you got the thumbnail, why wouldn't they have just destroyed it?
Yeah, I think destroying it is just too overt a thing. You know, maybe it's kind of a wink and a nod. And look, Agent Strzok and Lisa Page and McCabe, you know, it's a wink and a nod. And, you know, just take a look at it. And I don't care what it contains. We're just not going to use it. And, you know, I think that's what happened.
It's interesting stuff. Kenneth Strange, I appreciate your insight on all of this. Fascinating. Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, I want to turn now to Cincinnati. You know, this is where this racially motivated fight, I believe that's what it was, a racially motivated attack, a black mob taking on very few white people and nearly killing them, quite frankly. Well, we have at least 5 arrests made, including these two. Take a look at your screen here. These two, described as Mantanez Merriweather and DeKara Vernon. Now, apparently, Merriweather, earlier this month, was arrested on stolen property charges, some gun charges, a host of other charges, and he was let out, posted $400 to get out and put back on the street. Now, this is what went down in Cincinnati. Wouldn't it have been helpful if you had people who police claim are responsible for this attack in bars instead of able to do this? Knock out a woman cold. Look at her eyes. It's frightening. I want everyone to take a close look at her. Blood coming from her face, her mouth, knocked out cold. She could have been killed. So, you know whose fault this is? Well, according to the police chief, the bars overserved these people. Give me a break. You have to be responsible for your own actions if you take in too much alcohol, and I don't think this was a case of too much alcohol, in my opinion. But she also blames, well, I guess people like me, for spreading this on social media. She hates the idea of social media and all of this being spread. Why? Again, I believe because she doesn't like to look bad. There were no officers around. 6 minutes response time. Here's the chief.
Social media and journalism and the role it plays in this incident. And yes, guys, that's you. That is you. Social media, the post that we've seen, does not depict the entire incident. That is one version of what occurred.
Give me a break. No matter what happens, no matter what leads up to anything, I'll play you this clip. You tell me how you want to interpret this. How do you want to interpret a guy being dragged in the middle of the street and stomped on? I don't care if he called your mother names. You don't deserve that. Now, that guy allegedly is accused of slapping somebody in the face, and it was a little slap. Not deserving of that. But the police chief wants to say, oh, somehow our eyes are fooling us. Cincinnati's a safe place. I don't think so. This is a blue city problem. Cincinnati's a blue city. New York's a blue city. Detroit's a blue city. Chicago, where I am, Dallas, though we don't have it as bad as some of these other cities here in Dallas. Police here are still able to do their job, by the way. But New York had a shooting. Thank God the cops got on scene very quickly. Now, we have 4 people dead, another injured. The shooter killed himself. Apparently, he got on the wrong elevator, was targeting the NFL. But Mamdani, the radical socialist, who literally wants to deband the NYPD and the strike force that went after this guy and got there very quickly, he held a press conference today because he's been taking a lot of criticism. Hey, you want to defund the police when yesterday was a prime example of why we need the cops? You think he's backing off his statements, this Zohan Mamdani? Nope.
Do you wish you hadn't said some of those things a few years back?
My statements in 2020 were ones made amidst a of frustration that many New Yorkers held at the murder of George Floyd and the inability to deliver on what Eric Adams, of all people, described as the right for all of us to be able to enjoy safety and justice.
You want safety and justice in every city in America, you put more good guys with guns on the streets, and it's going to be a real safe place. And I don't care if those good guys are wearing a badge or if they're a guy like me who's trained how to use a firearm and is willing to protect others with it, okay? That's how you keep people safe. Now, this guy wants to take cops off the streets. He still does. You heard him hem and haw there. This strategic response team that showed up, I believe ultimately saved lives, SRG as it's known in the NYPD. This was the exact group he was calling to disband. Well, listen to him.
As it pertains to the Strategic Response Group, when it was first formed, there was an intention for its use to be more akin to the manner in which it was deployed earlier this week. What we have found, however, is the city has come to rely upon the Strategic Response Group as its primary means of response to acts of protest across the city when New Yorkers exercise their First Amendment rights.
First Amendment rights to threaten and nearly kidnap Jewish students at colleges across the city? First Amendment rights to literally terrorize individuals who go anywhere near them or disagree with them, cause havoc, chaos, destruction, looting? That's exactly what SRG is for. And by the way, he says, oh, years ago he called for this. This is a tweet from him in December. Mamdani calls for disbanding this elite task force. Quote, as mayor, I will disband the SRG, which has cost taxpayers millions in lawsuit settlements and brutalized countless New Yorkers exercising their First Amendment rights. A cop died yesterday, shot cold blood. Thank God for SRG. Thank God for every officer who puts a badge on his chest and a flag on his shoulder. Mamdani should be ashamed of himself. I want to bring in now a good friend of mine, former NYPD Lieutenant. Dr. Darren Porcher is with us. Darren, great to have you on the program.
Stitch, always great to be on with you. I like to be on with a guy that really gets it right. You're getting the message out to the masses that they need to hear.
Darren, what is this like for your fellow officers? I know you're still so in touch with so many NYPD officers. Literally to hear a guy like this, basically hem and haw around defunding the NYPD after really, I think they saved lives and they lost, a fellow brother in duty.
Well, in Mamdani's, in favor of Mamdani, he's completely incompetent. He has no idea of the concept of the social contract, which affords protections provided by government, that being the police department. The SRG is led by Deputy Chief John Diadamo, who's a 30-plus year veteran in policing and knows how to get it done. The deployment of the SRG has been spectacular as it relates to quelling a lot of these riots, disturbances, / demonstrations that have been plaguing the city of New York. We have these pop-up demonstrations, and without a unit like SRG, they'll just continue to manifest into riots. This is what we need in a police department the size of the NYPD. We have 8.5 million residents. We have a police department that is down through attrition by 4,000 cops. So I believe they're at 32,000 cops in the NYPD, and they should be at 36,000. I think they're really stretching the resources in an immense way to get it done to keep us safe. But when you spoke to this earlier as it relates to the these blue cities such as New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, you're seeing the same thing. And it's clear that the public safety is not where it should be, and the social contract is going out the window. We get a guy like Mamdani, the socialist that he is, that comes into New York City as the mayor, we're in big, big trouble.
Yeah. Darren, I think one of the reasons we see the attrition in so many blue cities of cops just not wanting to work for the police department, you have district attorneys that I think in many respects, and I don't say this lightly because I know criminals are very dangerous, but I think you have district attorneys in these blue cities, including in New York, that are more dangerous to the everyday cop than many of these criminals are. You do your job, that district attorney will throw a cop in jail. I think cops say, I don't want to work in New York and have a DA like you got there go after me and basically throw me in jail for life if I'm defending myself.
We have a problematic narrative as it relates to district attorneys in the city of New York. Case in point, Alvin Bragg, that's the Manhattan district attorney. It's clear that a red line is drawn and that he's not driving the narrative that he should as it relates to the prosecution of these criminal cases. And unfortunately, on a citywide basis, the district attorneys have been quite questionable. And as a result, you see the quality of life crimes going through the roof. We need district attorneys that are willing to uphold the rule of law, and it's questionable as to what we see here in New York. And the same thing is replicated in cities like Chicago. And thank God they got Gaston out of Los Angeles, and they recalled the San Francisco DA because they knew that this was ultimately leading to a problematic culture.
It is quite amazing. Nathan Hochman out in L.A. is actually doing a good job. He doesn't always say the right things because he's sucking up to Democrats, but he's actually prosecuting crime, which is all you really want from a DA. Darren, before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a tough question. If you could turn back the clock and you know everything you know now, would you go back into policing again and make that your career in New York City in particular?
As long as I can ride in a radio car with Grant Stinchfield, I'm going all the way. Balls to the walls, baby. Grant, you and I, you being the firearms extraordinaire that you are, with my mind in policing, we combine the two, we collaborate, we'll have a synergy that can't be touched. Would I go back and do it again? Sure. I became a cop back in 1991 when the crack wars were happening here in the city, whereas we as cops had 38 revolvers and the drug dealers had Uzis and AK-47s. But at the same time, we still stood tall and we were able to get it done. And that was under the Giuliani administration. We fast forward, we get to the de Blasio administration, which was a catastrophic failure as it relates to public safety. And then we have de Blasio 2.0 as it relates to Eric Adams, who's our current mayor.
Well, Darren Porcher, you are an amazing guy. You become an amazing friend. It would be an honor to ride with you. As you know, I've trained with cops. I get to play cop every now and then. I've never actually done it for real.
I know you have.
So doing it for real is a whole different deal. But
Grant, I would drive, and you would be the jump out guy. I would be the driver, and you'd be the first guy to jump out, and I would just follow behind you.
Sounds good, my man. I'll ride shotgun with you any day of the week. Darren Porcher, thank you, my friend, and thank you for all you do for this country.
Thanks, Grant. I love you. I love your listeners, and keep doing what you're doing because you're getting the right message out to the masses.
Well, you're a good man, and the feeling is most certainly mutual. That is a great guy. We got to have him on more often, especially we talk about going back to riding and hitting those criminals and getting them off the streets. I'm down for that, folks. I really am. All right, at 56, I don't know. I can't run like I used to, but I can still shoot like I used to. That's for sure. All right, if you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth the mainstream media won't. Right now, you can join AMAC for only $35 with a 5-year membership. That's right, 5 years for $35. Go to amac.us/Grant. Join the movement to save America. All right, we dig a little deeper into the Panama Canal being a key to our national security. It is now at risk. The deal to help America take back this canal is collapsing before our eyes. We'll talk about it next.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it. Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
Welcome back, everyone. Listen, China probably poses the greatest threat to the United States over any other country, both economically and from a national security perspective. President Xi has called to say, hey, Mr. President Trump, that is, how about we make a meeting? Well, President Trump offered up a Truth Social post to clarify what is really going down, and it reads, Truth One, please. It reads, the fake news is reporting that I am seeking a summit with President Xi of China. This is not correct. I am not seeking anything. I may go to China, but it would only be at the invitation of President Xi, which has been extended. Otherwise, no interest. Thank you for your attention to this matter, as President Trump always writes. Well, Mr. President, he is a deal maker, President Trump. I don't think there's any reason why he shouldn't go to China. In fact, I would recommend that he does go to China. I think it's in all of our best interest to get Xi and Trump in a room and hammer many of these deals out. This is what President Trump said about China and the way things are going with tariffs.
Well, we want to have them open up. We want to have the certain things. We want to be fair. We're getting along very well with China. The trade deal so far is good. I actually raised the tariffs. At one point, they were 145%, which means you can't do any business. But it was a little bit excessive, to put it mildly. And basically, that stopped trade between the United States and China for 1 month. And that was not good for China. That was, they had a tough period of time.
All right, so what about national security concerns? Remember, we were talking a lot about the Panama Canal on this program. And the Panama Canal, from a Hong Kong organization, was set to sell like 43 of its ports along the Panama Canal or turn over control in a $23 billion deal to BlackRock. Well, the deadline to make that deal has now fallen apart, which means this Hong Kong group, C.K. Hutchison, controls most of the Panama Canal. That means China controls most of the Panama Canal. That's a real national security risk. America built that canal. We ought to be controlling it. President Trump's been strong on this from the very start, and yet no media outlet is talking about this deal basically coming to an impasse. I do think it will start to make big news as word spreads, but as of yet, no one's talking about this except us on Stinchfield. I want to bring in now former special assistant to President Trump, Army Colonel retired Derek Harvey is with us. Colonel, it's great to have you back on.
Great to be here, Grant.
Colonel, you and I have talked about the Panama Canal from a national security perspective, not just a trade perspective. How important is this that China does not control it?
Well, it's incredibly important in terms of our ability logistically, but also for the movement of military, naval assets from the Pacific to the Atlantic and from the Atlantic to the Pacific. You know, we are a bi-coastal country. We have significant national security interests in the Pacific and the Atlantic, and we have a Navy that needs to be able to be very mobile and agile in moving from one ocean front to another. So that's important. Besides trade, significantly, China is trying to expand its influence, not just in Latin America and the Caribbean, but, also, down both the coasts of South America in order to expand its influence, get access to natural resources, and get control of ports and terminal operations in those areas.
So are you surprised, like I am, Colonel, that this is not getting a lot of news, that this deal with BlackRock has basically fallen through? China wants in now. China is now saying that it wants the shipping company Costco, not to be confused with Costco, the big box store, to be involved in managing this ports, and yet cursory coverage at best.
Well, China, keep in mind, C.K. Hutchison, the company that was negotiating with BlackRock, like all other private companies in China, is really not private. It is Chinese directed, Chinese government influenced. They have to abide by, the guidance and direction and rules of China, to include reporting intelligence information, etc. Many of these ports and terminals that are operated around the world by Chinese companies have intelligence operations and capabilities, and they provide a significant security threat to U.S. interests and our allies' interests, because they could interdict or slow down the response operations in a crisis around the world. That said, China, as a government, the CCP, wants to use this negotiation to expand its ability to control more ports and more terminals. So they're using the leverage of our interest in Panama, to get more access in other places in Africa, Asia, and Latin America.
Do you think this will play into President Trump's decision to meet with Xi possibly in China? And do you think that's a good idea?
Well, I don't think this will be at the top of the list. And Secretary Rubio has said that, this is a national security concern, and that, Panama and Panama has broken the treaty by, subcontracting all of these operations to China. But that said, we have bigger fish to fry with China. China is the largest manufacturing country in the world, the largest trading company in the world. They are building, expanding, and modernizing their nuclear capabilities, both air, land, and sea, and also in space. Their space operations are expanding significantly. So we're facing an economic and military threat as well as a technological threat in the AI world too. So, we have significant concerns that I think are going to be of more interest to the president than, the two ends of the Panama Canal.
With that said, would you recommend, if the president asked you, Colonel Harvey, should I go sit down with this guy? Would you recommend he do it?
You don't go until until you have a deal in mind and you have the leverage. You don't go into a situation like this in a weak position. And I don't think that we are at the point right now where we have the leverage. I think it's going to take more, what I would call, flex by the United States in order to get China to engage more seriously in trading agreements, whether it's pharmaceuticals or AI technology or chips. There are a lot of things on the table that need to be addressed, and we're going to have to give up some things. And I'm not sure where the president is going to go or the administration is, but there's a great team around him, especially Treasury Secretary Bessent.
I know he's probably not going to want to give up a lot, President Trump, but I would say this. The Chinese economy right now is the complete opposite of the American economy. We grew at a rate of 3%, was just announced today. We're taking in billions in tariff money. We're in a better spot economically. You don't think that's good enough, though, huh, Colonel?
No, I think we're in a good spot. Actually, productivity and pay for workers is going up too. So, things are improving in the U.S. economy, and it's really important, but we need to bring manufacturing home. We've got a long, long, long way to go to bring, real manufacturing here. Assembling things and being a consumer society does not make you a national security power or a real strong economy in order to compete on the world stage with China.
Well, I love your strategic thinking in all of this, and it's a great benefit to us here on this program to have you on, Colonel Derek Harvey. Thank you, as always.
God bless you, Grant.
Absolutely. You too, sir. All right, folks. Texas Democrats have worked up a nasty scheme to stop the state from redistricting in favor of Republicans. Now, remember, this has national implications. Wait until you hear what the Democrats are going to do to stop Republicans.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Welcome back, everyone. So we know that it is imperative that Republicans keep Congress in the next election, 2026. What if Texas Republicans could redistrict the state to give us 5 more seats? That's a win for everyone. Well, you know who knows that? The Democrats know that's a big win for Republicans. They're doing everything they can do to stop us. Even Nancy Pelosi is talking about this.
But the Texas redistricting and what the president has talked about in other parts of the country is indicative of the poverty of ideas that the Republicans have, and they have to resort to this kind of gimmickry in order to try to hold the House. But we will hold the House, and we will participate in California if Texas decides to go forward.
Talk about redistricting California, Illinois. But Texas has to get it done first. Elections have consequences. Republicans control the state house. Here's the problem. Democrats are now threatening to walk out. Texas passed a law because Democrats did this once before. It says, hey, we're going to fine you $500 a day for every day you miss a special session, which they're in now. We are being told Democrats are raising money. They need $1 million to pay for everyone to walk out and walk out for a month. And you better believe Democrats have plenty of donors that'll chalk up the money. I want to bring in now Texas House State Representative. Our good friend, the Republican Brian Harrison, is back with us. Brian, I have a little comment for you. I talked to a very important, I want to call him a grassroots guy, but he's very high ranking. And I said, boy, I like this Brian Harrison. He's been coming on my show. And he said he's the best we got in the Texas State House. So good kudos to you, my friend.
Well, that's very kind of whoever that was, and it's always great to be with you, my friend.
So what do you make of the Democrats' plan? Will they carry it out? Will they raise the money?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, we're halfway through, or we will be halfway through special session before we can make any progress because the Texas House today appears to not be taking this very seriously. We were on the floor for 7 minutes and then voted for a 5-day weekend, which is another delay tactic. It's just ridiculous. I mean, what you said something in your opening that I just want to highlight. The Democrats know the stakes. They know what's on the line here, and I'll tell you exactly what that is. Nothing short of the future of the United States of America. And in fact, just minutes from now, I can report to you, Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the United States Congress, is here in Austin, just down the road from where I am right now at the Capitol. He is going to be meeting with the Democrat members of the Texas House Democrat Caucus. And I assure you, he's not down here to have them support the maps. Okay, so they're under immense pressure. To do everything they can, including breaking quorum. And unfortunately, the leadership down here and the Republican leadership is not playing hardball. We are not fighting as aggressively for the future as the Democrats are. And if you look, you have to look no further than the radical Democrats that the House leadership team put on the committee. They've got the chairman of the House Democrat Caucus who pledged to break quorum to thwart President Trump's and the Republicans' agenda. These are the people on the redistricting committee. So that's outrageous. So look, here, I'll be real simple. The Democrats are prodding to do everything they can to stop this, but make no mistake about it. The governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker, because those House rules you talked about, the fines and other things, we have the tools at our disposal to stop them if they intend to break quorum. The House leadership can force them to stay here. They can lock the doors. There are law enforcement resources that can be brought to bear to physically require them to be here. If they're gone, that's a dereliction of duty. The governor has the power in certain circumstances to declare them vacant and call for a special election. So I'm going to say this as simply as I can. If redistricting does not happen, it will not be because of the Democrats. There aren't enough of them. It will be because the elected Republican leadership in the state of Texas chose not to do everything in their power, which they have the tools to do it, to force the Democrats to stay so that we can get this job done for Texas and for the people of the United States of America.
This sums up the problem. You and I have talked a lot about, we got phony Republicans in the state house in Texas. This is a national issue. You guys are fighting for the future of America right now. And you're telling me that Hakeem Jeffries, the high-ranking Democrat in the House up in Washington, is coming to Texas while Republicans are taking vacation?
Yeah, he may already be here in about an hour from now. Hakeem Jeffries will be meeting with the membership of the Texas House Democrats. That's how serious they are. Because I mean, I know it's sad that I have to say this, But the Democrats are fighting harder for the future of America here in Texas than the elected Republican leadership of this great state. And that's unfortunate that it has to be said. I mean, every elected Republican in Texas should be as vocal and screaming from the rooftops that we should be passing this map. We've got the map. Let's vote on it now. We had a quorum on the House today. Why did our speaker let the Democrats adjourn, let the Republicans and rhinos and the Democrats vote to adjourn for 5 days so the Democrats could go huddle with Hakeem Jeffries? We were here. We had a quorum. We should stay in session as long as it takes to get these maps done, as well as the other priorities that Texas voters deserve, like, property tax elimination. So lots of things we should be doing.
Is the Speaker of the House, who's a Republican, allegedly in Texas, in cahoots with the Democrats? Is he working with the Dems?
Well, we know for a fact he has been working with the Dems all of this year because it was the House Democrat caucus. I'm going to say this slowly because your viewers, I think, are going to have a hard time understanding or even believing what I'm saying. Our so-called Republican speaker has been working with the Democrats all session. And what's the proof? The proof is that the House Democrat caucus is who selected the Republican speaker in the Republican-dominated Texas House of Representatives. And you say, how is that possible? Well, it was made possible because 36 rhinos teamed up with almost every Democrat in the Texas House, I think, 60-something of them. And that coalition elected our supposedly Republican speaker. So the Republican speaker of the Texas House was actually elected by the party of Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. So even though Republicans reelected President Trump by 14 points in the state of Texas, the radical leftist Democrats actually control the Texas House of Representatives. It's an outrage.
Well, please, again, Brian Harrison, you're doing a great job putting up a fight down there in Austin. Please keep us posted on this. Really, and I'm not understating this. The future of America most certainly does. You can have an effect on it. We get 5 more seats for Republicans. We get more leeway for Speaker Johnson to do what he needs to do in Washington. Everybody wins. So please keep us posted. Thank you. Again, give us your website.
Follow me on X, at Brian E. Harrison on X, at Brian E. Harrison on X. We post from the floor updates every single day if you want the truth. And you're exactly right. The battle for the future of America runs right through the great state of Texas. Elected Republicans have got to fight like the future's on the line because it is.
It sure does. Brian Harrison, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. All right, folks, as we move on now, look, I think what you have a problem in Texas is you have a red state. And you know that Democrats can't win with a D next to their name, so they run as Republicans, okay? And they dupe the voters into voting for them, but they're not really Republicans. They're Democrats. All right, good news is finally coming out of California for once. I'll tell you what, next.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. It just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. I guess we've got some good news for California, some bad news for the country. Kamala Harris has announced that she is not going to seek the governorship in California. She said that she's decided not to run for governor this election after deep reflection. But what does that mean? Well, listen to CNN.
We learned this afternoon that former Vice President Kamala Harris has a bombshell announcement. She will not run for California governor next year. Less than a year after she lost the 2024 election to Donald Trump, Harris's decision has already led to the inevitable speculation that this means that she will run again for president in 2028.
Please say it ain't so. Or say it is, because we'll beat her again, too. All right, folks, I want to turn now to an issue you may get. You may get a letter from the IRS. You may get a call from the IRS saying that you owe them money. What do you do when that happens? I want to bring in now from Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey is with us, great sponsors of ours. Cameron, welcome to the program.
Having me, Grant. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
It's good to see you, too. So what's the first thing you do if you get a letter from the IRS like this?
Well, it's important to have a professional team in your corner. And so Tax Network USA, we're one of the top tax relief firms in the country. We've helped everyday Americans, business owners, help deal with the IRS and solve their problems, whether that's audits, whether that's back taxes, wage garnishments, whatever you're facing. So our team includes CPA, enroll agents, tax attorneys even, who really know how to fight back and win. So no matter who's in office, unfortunately, the IRS has stayed aggressive. So we're here to protect people from getting buried of the weight of a bloated government.
All right. One of the things that I've heard from Real America's Voice listeners who've used Tax Network USA is that you can stop the IRS in its tracks and then start negotiating and often get big time deals for people.
Yes, absolutely. And we've helped basically every client do so. It's just important to have the right people in your corner. Again, you don't want to face the IRS alone. They're counting on you to make mistakes. And so it's important to have those people. And our process is fairly seamless. We try to make this as easy as possible for you because we know how financially hard and stressful that this can be. So during this process, we just ask if you have any tax returns, W-2s, IRS letters. And again, our first consultation is completely free. And then if you do decide you want to move forward with us, we just ask for this documentation. It's just about you really taking the first initial step.
I would imagine, too, the stress you take off of your clients is huge because nobody wants to get a call or letter from the IRS, then try to start dealing with them. Having professionals do it's going to be a lot less stressful than the people doing it themselves.
Yeah, definitely don't toss those letters in a drawer and hope it goes away. You know, the IRS does count on people panicking or even procrastinating. And that's really how those penalties pile up, Grant. So it is important to get a team behind you who really knows how to negotiate, knows how to reduce what you owe, and put a real plan in place. And so that's really what Tax Network USA is all about. You've got really more options than you think, but timing is everything. And those problems definitely do not go away.
All right. Well, Cameron Kinsey, I appreciate you coming on and laying it out for us. Let me tell people how they can find you and your company. To get started with one of Tax Network USA's tax experts All you have to do is visit their website, tnusa.com/RAV. That's tnusa.com/RAV, or call 1-800-905-8000. That's 1-800-905-8000. All right, someone needs to tell Spartacus, Cory Booker, that they need to check in on his mental health. We'll show you why.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
What do you think it is about Spartacus, Cory Booker? You know, he wanted to be president so bad, and I think the Democrats looked at him as clown-like. Nobody looked at him as the next president for the Democrats. So he's been passed over. So he continues to grandstand and grandstand and grandstand, try to call attention to himself. And he ends up always looking foolish when he does. This is him on the Senate floor yesterday.
The Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. I see law firms bending a knee to this president. I see businesses taking late-night talk show hosts off the air because they dare to insult a president. I see people who want mergers suddenly think that they have to pay tribute to this president.
You know, obviously he's never run a business. Because when you talk about taking the clown off the air from the late-night program, CBS was losing $40 million. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you that's not working. Why is it not working? Because people don't want to hear him make jokes about the president who's trying to save this country and doing a pretty damn good job of it. With that, that's going to do it for us tonight. I'm Grant Stinchfield. I'm taking a little time, so my buddy Brian Glenn is going to be in Thursday and Friday. Treat him right. Watch the show. He's great. And I'm grateful for him sitting in for me. And I'll see you back on Monday. All right, folks, God bless you. Stinchfield's Army Rolls. Thanks for watching, everybody.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice, Wednesday, July 30th, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Glad you're in, everybody, wherever you're watching or listening. 103.9 LI News Radio. Of course, Real America's Voice on your TVs across the country. Welcome on in on a Wednesday night. Slick Rick. He is here. He is going to do sports. Looking good as always. Slick, how are you?
Doing good, Big D.
Like that suit? What is
Thank
those? Little paisley?
Yeah, a little paisley sequin, glittery glue there.
All right, looks good. How was your day?
My day was good. Good day today.
Yeah. Very good. Rick Delgado's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your day today?
My day was pretty damn good.
Okay, what did you do?
Let's see. What did I do? I got all my work done early, which was nice. Then I was able to get over to our mutual source for a little source material.
Yeah.
Care to expand?
I know for sure one thing you guys must have.
What is that?
Must have discussed. Actually, let me put it up on the screen instead of even.
Here we go.
Wow, you have something ready for the screen.
Hands on.
All right. I do because.
It's like you show prep.
Well, I put this up and I said, well, this sounds like a Saturday night. This sounds like they had a hidden camera inside Delgado's house on a Saturday night party. And that, of course, is this ridiculous leading report. Breaking, a new study suggests.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
That a potentially hostile 7-mile-long alien spacecraft may be headed towards Earth, scientists say.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So I said, this sounds like they had a hidden inside camera at one of Delgado's Saturday night parties.
Well, it turns out it's not I think they determined it's not a spaceship. It's a rock, maybe the size of Manhattan.
Okay.
Hurtling towards our neck of the woods.
When do they expect the arrival? What is the ETA? Do we have an ETA on it?
No, they don't.
Let's see.
But why is it when I see this, though, I immediately think of you? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think that's a good thing. It means you're open to what's out there, Damon. I think you've led a closed, sheltered life.
Yeah, it's
and I think I'm helping expand your mind.
Okay.
I believe so.
Uh-huh.
But I also was able to grab some dinner with Mom, which was nice.
Oh, that's always nice.
That's always nice.
Yeah, so we had some nice steaks that she prepared, and we chowed down. And then I got here and I remembered, damn it, I also got gifts.
Well, yes, you did get gifts. Speaking of alien spacecrafts.
Yes, speaking of spacecrafts.
What are you
This
shaking?
is from David and Tammy Scott out from Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Okay.
Says here, according to their note, hey, LFS6B crew.
Trying to blame them right away.
Exactly. We faithfully watch your show every night, so we know they're watching tonight. We live in Las Cruces, New Mexico. We went to the Roswell UFO Festival over July 4th weekend.
Here we go.
We know Rick, that's me, loves UFOs, so we picked up some items at the festival to send to you. The T-shirt and coffee mug are, of course, for him. The rest of you can fight over what's left. I'm also enclosing...
Wouldn't be much of a fight, I don't think. But
I'm also enclosing a photo of a UFO gas station that was a major landmark in the small town of Ashtabula, Ohio. Look at this. This is an actual gas station in Ashtabula, Ohio, right next to, right on Lake Erie, where Tammy was born and raised. So during the holidays, what they do is they put either a pumpkin or Santa Claus on top of the UFO, and it's fun stuff. They also write here, David and Tammy write, have a great rest of your summer up there in NYC. Again, David and Tammy from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Thank you so much for the stuff. Here is the T-shirt that she said she got me. Great T-shirt. I can't wait to wear it. Maybe I'll wear it on Friday.
Roswell. There you go.
T-shirt.
That is nice, actually. I like that. That's That's a nice shirt.
Also the mug. I got a mug in here. Oh, this is a nice mug, Damon. You like mugs. Look at this. Oh, look at this.
Get a handle.
No, this is toilet paper.
Oh, my God.
Alien toilet paper.
Yeah, you know what that means?
Yeah.
Your FOS. That's what that means. Use it for that.
Oh, here's the mug. I found the mug.
Why do I ask him how his day is? I don't understand.
Because my days are awesome.
Yeah, exactly, Aaron.
Yeah,
I have to stop doing this.
Wait, is that the mug?
This is the mug, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if you can get a handle on this. Don't break the house.
Oh,
here.
look at that.
Look at
this. This is wonderful.
What is it?
What do we have to open up?
David and Tammy, we believe Roswell, New Mexico mug. Look at this.
Wow.
This is nice. Authentic, right from Roswell. And then I got another doll.
Like
they love sending me dolls.
Network.
Do you guys want the doll?
Those things starting to look like you.
Do you want the doll?
Right?
Damon?
No, I'm going to
like
give that
Delgado.
to Slick.
You want this?
That looks like your face almost.
You have
Same
enough
kind of head
dolls.
shape.
You have enough dolls.
All right, so I'll keep
he
this.
does have a lot of dolls. We're starting to worry about him.
I don't mind. I'll keep it.
Yeah.
And this, which I can't wait for the big summer blowout at Damon's house. Look at this. Look what they got here.
Oh.
I'm going to fill this up with my favorite liquid libation.
What, Prestone? That looks like you're going to fill it up with Prestone.
Why are people in the chat laughing
they love
at this?
this stuff.
They love this stuff.
Look at this.
They eat it up.
I'm going to be walking around your backyard, sipping on a drink.
Neighbors are going to talk.
Live from Damon's.
What kind of show is that guy doing?
Delgado is the life of the party.
Oh, yeah. He's the life of the party, all right.
Some good stuff.
Yeah.
He sucks the life right out of it.
Oh, look. A little key rings. You guys can fight over that. A green alien ball.
Well, I mean, how much did these people spend on you? I mean, really.
They are too nice.
Yes. This is awesome.
Well, that was very generous, Big
Wow.
D.
This I am not letting anybody have.
Oh, my God. Look at this.
This is awesome. It's an alien dude sitting in the thing that flies.
Wait a minute. Does it have snow?
Yeah.
It does.
What?
Yeah.
It's an alien snow globe.
Use that straw and sniff it. That's about what you're doing. Come on.
So thank you again to David and Tammy.
Thanks so much. 7 minutes of my life I can't get back here.
I can't believe they have alien toilet paper.
All right, 7 minutes, but yes, poor Damon. Exactly, whoever that in the chat was, exactly. 7 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
Beware of the poop. That's what it says on the toilet paper.
Lots of news to get to. Slick will get to sports. Oh, my God.
You're going to get wiped off the show.
Well, I have some... well, compared to that, I guess, I don't know what this is. But I have some bad news for everybody. New York Post headline: Kamala Harris announces she will not run. She will not run. She will not run for California governor. And then they say, clearing way for possible 2028 White House bid.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's even better.
That's even better. That's good news, actually.
I mean, come on, stop.
Because think about it. She'll have to go on the campaign trail.
Stop it.
All of a sudden, crazy towns will make a major comeback.
They should change the second part of that headline. Kamala Harris announces she won't run for California governor, clearly, finally having got the message. That's what it should say. That you're the single worst candidate who has ever been put up for anything, any election on any level by any party. That's what it should say. So let's hope that's what it is, that she's finally got the message. And not only is she going to not seek the governorship, but please go away. How about that?
No, she won't.
Go away. Go campaign for your friends. Go campaign for Mondami and AOC +3 and all of the squad and all of the socialists, communists that are now prevalent and really taking over the Democrat Party, where she almost is a little too towards the center for the campaign for those people. That's how crazy the party has become. She would be looked at now as maybe even more of a moderate than even where the party's moved since she lost. Yeah. Now, you have AOC +3. You have Mondami, the face of the party. Oh, yeah. You have obviously all of the squad. You've got Jasmine Crockett. She almost looks, number one, smart compared to Crockett, and two, more of a moderate. Even in 6 months, the party has moved that much farther towards, well, unabashed communism.
Yeah. But don't count her out, Damon. I think she's got the potential to go further left and really try to solidify at least maybe 2% support.
I mean, she can't. Yeah, she could barely pull skim milk, as I've always said, and I think that nothing about that will change. But so yes, I saw that, and well, it wasn't like, oh, good, California can now survive because the place is already trashed from the guy who currently holds that job. So it's not like she was going to make it, well, worse. But she would probably, well, at least keep the status quo and being a place that people are running from. And that's what they are, businesses and people alike. The same thing that's going to happen, by the way, in New York when this guy wins. The exit, people vote and speak with their feet. And that's exactly what's going to happen in New York if this lunatic fringe wins, which, as we discussed yesterday, everything says he's running away with it.
Yeah, but I think this whole shooting on Monday has really kind of made things a problem for him now.
Boy, I tell you, I hope you're right, but I just couldn't disagree more.
Because it seems like everybody's pulling out what he said about defunding police, getting rid of this task force, saying how racist they are. You don't even have to do an investigation. Just break it up. Let's get real social workers in there. And I don't think anybody in New York City thinks that. I don't even think the criminals think that.
Yeah. I think by election time, this will blow over. They won't even be thinking of it.
Oh, I think they're going. I think they're just going to keep pounding him, and they rightly should pound him every single day about defunding the police and basically wanting to, get rid of the NYPD.
I think you underestimate how many lunatic liberals in New York City agree with defunding the police. I know what Rudy Giuliani used to tell us on this show when he came on.
Yeah.
I understand that African-American mothers in parts of New York City would come up to him and say, Mr. Mayor, we need more police. We don't want less support. We want more. But again, as I said yesterday, the most dangerous people, lunatic fringe, are white elitist liberal women. And there are a ton of them in New York City, and their spouses alike, and college kids alike, and of the 8 million people who voted in New York City, I think you drastically underestimate. And I think that what we put out yesterday aligns with that. You look at the advances he's making on social media, connecting with young people, with every demographic group. All of the big voting block numbers in New York City, he is running away with the numbers. And he's not running away just because he's a slick, new, young, hip guy. He's running away because they share the ideology. They're hearing what he's saying about not ever going to Israel, about arresting Benjamin Netanyahu as a criminal if he comes here, about all of the class warfare, all of the socialism, all of the redistribution of wealth. They all go, yeah, that's our guy. That's the problem.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on your televisions across the country. 103.9 LI News Radio, Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. Glad you're watching, listening, wherever you are. Make sure you follow us on our social media at LFS6B. And make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com as well and sign up to be a member there. It's absolutely free. You can use your Google or Facebook account to sign up. It takes about 10 seconds to do it. And then you can get into our 6B Front Row loyalty program where I continue to give free points away, especially if you're active in the chat saying nice things about the host, then you get points. If you don't, well, then you get points taken away. No, you don't.
Oh, wow.
No, but I do give a lot of points, so... and that adds up to free merch from livefromstudio6b.com, where there is some great stuff, especially that Gulf of America shirt. I love that. So 17 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. Code LFS6B is the promo code to use at checkout. They sponsor sports. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, let's get to the scoreboard. Opening up here, Major League Baseball. The White Sox bombing the Phillies 9-3, top of the ninth there. End of 7, Guardians blanking the Rockies 3-zip. Rays over the Yankees 1-0 mid-4th. Bottom of the 4th, good one. Reds and Dodgers tied at 2. Top of the 3rd, no score, Marlins and Cardinals. Finals from earlier today, Blue Jays edge the Orioles 9-8. Tigers top the Diamondbacks 7-2. Red Sox topple, and I do mean topple the Twins, 13-1. And the Royals blank the Braves 1-0 final in 10 innings. Also final out in Milwaukee, Cubs 10-3 over the Brewers. Astros over the Nationals 9-1. Pirates 2-1 over the Giants in 10. Padres blanked the Mets 5-0. A lot of matinee games today. Rangers at the Angels 9:38 first pitch, and at 10:05 Mariners and Athletics will wrap it up for the night. Gilbert Arenas arrested on charges of illegal poker games. What's going on with these NBA guys, these retired NBA guys? This is Doug Greenberg of ESPN. Gilbert Arenas was arrested Wednesday in connection with a federal indictment that alleges the former NBA star hosted illegal high-stakes poker games at his mansion in Encino, California, according to a release from the United States Attorney General Office of Central California. Big D, you have some high-stake poker. No, just kidding. I can see that. Can you see that playing out at Big D's house?
Goodness.
Come on.
I mean, come on. Some friends getting together to play poker just because they're all millionaires. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, well, Arenas.
It's because they lose money.
Well, he smoked them cigars, right? Arenas is officially charged with one count of conspiracy to operate an illegal gambling business, one count of operating an illegal gambling business, and one count of making false statements to federal investigators. That's where he got himself in trouble. He appeared in U.S. District Court on Wednesday afternoon in downtown L.A. and was released on a $50,000 bond after pleading not guilty to the charges. His trial is scheduled for September 23rd. His attorney, Jerome Friedberg, said outside the courthouse that he hadn't had much time to speak with his client and couldn't comment on the case. At this point in the case, he is presumed innocent, right? Friedberg said he has the same right as any other citizen to that presumption, and that's how he should be treated. Evgeny Yura Gershman, a suspected high-level member of an Israeli organized crime group, and 4 other associates also were indicted and arrested in connection with the illegal business, which prosecutors say operated from September 21 to July of 2022. According to the indictment, Arenas rented out his Encino house, and one of his associates staged the mansion for the poker games, recruited co-conspirators to host, and collected rent from the co-conspirators on Arenas' behalf. So he was aiding and abetting there, Big D.
Sounds like he had his own casino.
Yeah, we should have invited Marcus Morris over. He could have gotten in on the action. But yeah, really crazy what's going on. So just wanted to get that in there, Big D. Got a couple other good stories that I'll get to later. Wait till you hear the price tag on this Georgia high school stadium that they just cut the ribbon on earlier today. You will not believe what they paid for this football stadium.
You know, you made the comment yesterday, Slick. It is always amazing. Like, if I was a professional athlete for 5 to 10 years and in any one of the leagues, you have to have made
millions, tens of millions,
to 20s to hundreds of millions of dollars.
Sure.
Why would you need to write bad checks to a casino or play home poker games? I mean, what do these guys do with their money? Are they that
every million
reckless?
They can get 7 to 10% on the investment, right? On every million. So that's $100,000. I don't. I mean, why? It's crazy. You know, probably these guys, who knows? Maybe they bought Billy Joel's house for $49 million and they didn't leave enough money to cut the grass. I don't know.
Buy it. Well, think about it. A lot of these guys have entourages. They have people that they take care of. They have their family. I'm going to buy you a house. I'm going to buy you a car. I'm going to buy you this, buy that. Then they have their entourage with them. They don't get the full $20 million. Oh no, you got to pay taxes on that. So you're probably walking away with 11. Then of course you're paying out your manager, your agents,
got to get his
all the other crap. You're not living as high on the hog as you think. Right.
If I had $3 or $4 million in the bank, the only thing I'd be doing is this show at 2 hours, and that's it.
Yeah, people at all levels.
On the beach the rest of the time, out by the pool.
Yep, you can't see it.
Yeah, but that's because it's like, I better make this last. Some of these guys think this is going to go on forever. They don't plan for the future.
It's actually not true. If I had $4 million, I'd be at Mohegan Sun.
Yeah, you would be at Mohegan Sun.
You wouldn't be doing this show at all.
And having a poker tournament in your hotel.
30 days later, I'd be looking for another job. Well, that was fun.
Big D, Motel 6. We'll leave the lights on for you. We're having a poker game at midnight.
What happened? I don't know.
Yeah, just don't know. Anyway, that's a wrap. That's a wrap
Next thing I knew, I ended up at Gilbert Arenas' house, and everything went south from there.
Oh, man. All right. Sports is sponsored by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Let's do some headlines here while we can. 23 past the hour. And with those is Rick Delgado, sponsored by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. EternalLifeCoin.com. Rick Delgado, what's going on?
All right, Damon. Well, the greatest headlines in the world start with this. President Trump taking yet another swipe at Joe Biden's golf game. I don't know if you saw this. He was on Trump Force One getting ready to come back, I guess, talking to reporters during his time making deals and playing golf. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, he had some fun poking fun at, Joe Biden and, of course, his own round of golf. Check this out. Here it is, cut number 6. Here is President Trump talking to reporters, cut 6.
Did you get to see my drive in the first hole? Pretty long. Pretty long. That's no Joe Biden. Let me tell you. That's not Biden, right? That was a good drive.
He lives for that. He really does.
He really does.
He lives for his golf game like nothing else.
It kind of reminds me of the garbage truck. Did you see my garbage truck? Did you see my long drive?
Yeah.
Here is the drive he's talking about as Trump takes to the tee at his golf course. This is cut number 7. Here he is, cut 7. Check it out.
Please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
It must be cool to get introduced.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Boom. He knocks it into Ireland.
He sets up with that open stance, so he plays that little slice that he always plays. And, yeah. I mean, again, I said this yesterday. People make fun of his golf or say, because his caddy gives him a good lie all the time, and he won all these club championships. Yeah, I bet he probably did.
Regardless.
As someone who spent his whole life on a golf course, I know a little something about it. And I watched him on Bryson's Break 50. That guy can play golf.
Yes, he can.
I don't care if he fluffs up his lie or whatever. You play with your guys on Sunday and they say, you got a 2-footer left. And they say, yeah, it's good. You pick it up. Everybody in the world does that when they're playing golf. No, I mean, almost, unless it's a tournament, you're not playing everything where it lies and counting every stroke on a Saturday or Sunday with the president who's got about probably half the time to get 18 holes in than a normal person would have, running around with 1,000 people watching him and Secret Service all over the place. Just probably wants to get done.
Yeah, exactly. And real quick, it wouldn't be a report on Trump and his golf without the aforementioned Biden comment from cut number 8. Here he is from the debate, cut number 8.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap. Yeah. 8.
That's true.
But I had,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
He left it open.
There it is.
I see you swing. I know you swing.
Carry your own bag.
That's a good one. Who gave him that?
You play with him, he'd be carrying him. He's an old bag.
You're the old bag.
Exactly.
Hey, Joe, say this.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes. Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything, from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice all across the country. And, of course, 103.9 LI News Radio, Suffolk County, Long Island, on your radio Wednesday, Thursdays, and Friday nights, 8 to 10 p.m. And we appreciate everybody over at JVC Broadcasting letting us be there Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. 30 minutes past the hour. So I was just saying to the guys in the break, I've just got a huge problem I discovered today. And I don't know what to do about it. September 26, 27, and 28, we were talking about the odds makers coming up, is a huge college football weekend. I think it's LSU, Alabama. There's like 3 or 4, absolute banger games. It's the Ryder Cup, which, of course, I was going to be at because it's the greatest event in almost all of sports every 2 years. It's the thing I paint my face red, white, and blue to pull so hard for the USA.
And it's here right on Long Island,
and
too.
It's right here on Long Island.
Backyard.
And I went to put it on the calendar today, and when I clicked on September 26th, 27th, and 28th, I saw Sacred Heart Parents Weekend.
And there's no big football game there, I'm sure.
No, there's not. There's nothing there. The Ryder Cup's not there. College football games are not there. But the most important thing in the world to me is there, and that, of course, is my son. But I think he would understand.
Well, John Lavoie in the YouTube chat, Damon will be carrying his son's TV up to the room and call it a day.
Can I spend all of Parents' Weekend in his room?
With the TV?
I think he might actually be on board with going with you to the Ryder Cup.
I know. I'm going to have to... this is...
Got to talk to his mother.
That's the thing I'm going to have to do. How do I do this?
She's not watching.
Yeah, you're not. She wins.
Well, they have Parents' Weekend every year, so you could go next year.
You're still going to be his parent.
This is the first year, though.
You'll still be his parent next year.
Yeah.
This is the first year, though.
I mean, we have to come up with a plan for me to approach my wife on this and what I'm going to try to say.
Well, is the Ryder Cup Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah.
And so is Parents' Weekend?
Yeah.
The only rider they're going to have is a Ryder truck bringing the stuff up there. That's going to be the Ryder Cup for Big D. Pulling up in a Ryder rental truck.
That's because he's going to be asked to move out.
No, he's already
you all.
He's already moved in by then. Look, we do that in August.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well, spend Friday and half of Saturday there. Take him home. Do Ryder Cup Saturday, Sunday. Bring him back. Done. You're welcome. You just don't get college football.
John D6307 in the Rumble chat already has it correct. You're going to do what Mrs. D says. Stop it. What do I do here?
Oof,
I think he just nailed it. You will do what she says.
And you
or split your time.
Or, like Slick said, the Ryder truck will be you moving your stuff out of the house.
Exactly. That'll be your Ryder couple, right?
Melody Lewis says, shame on you, Damon. Sacrifice and go to Parents Weekend. Melody, we're kidding around here. We're trying to have some laughs.
Yeah, you know.
Get a sense of humor, please.
Right.
Not serious.
Next thing you're going to get an email about being mean to Delgado.
Already got some.
Golly. 33 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some headlines.
Hey. Serious here.
And that's brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. Rick Delgado's got them. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, huge breaking news from our buddy John Solomon over at Just the News. According to him, Barack Obama, believe it or not, could face prosecution and may be facing the consequences of a trap that he actually helped set himself. He's talking about Obama. As previously reported, investigative journalist John Solomon told Steve Bannon that Obama likely won't be indicted for his role in Russiagate, despite the mounting declassified evidence tying him directly to the scheme. However, Damon, he may be wrong because, as been pointed out, Obama could indeed face indictment because the Supreme Court did not give presidents blanket immunity. The court ruled that the president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law. He also pointed out that with his immunity, he is then forced or compelled to testify truthfully if called to testify, which means he can't claim the fifth. He can't plead the fifth, which could paint him into a corner. Here is Solomon talking about it himself. This is cut number 1. Check this out as he explains to Steve Bannon, talking about the Flynn part of this and, of course, Obama. Cut number 1.
I want to address Obama for a second. I know President Trump has every right to be frustrated with him. I think President Trump's analysis last week was right. I think my immunity rule might protect him on the original charges. That's what most legal experts tell me, that ruling is so sweeping it will protect Obama for what he did in office. However, Barack Obama can now be summoned before a grand jury. He cannot take the Fifth Amendment because he has immunity from prosecution. He'll have to tell the truth. If he lies as a private citizen about what he did as president, he'll no longer have that immunity, and that is a trap that Obama is sitting potentially facing. And I want to say the irony to that, because on January 5th, 2017, he presided over a meeting in the White House where the FBI had just cleared Mike Flynn of any wrongdoing, and they schemed in that meeting how they might be able to jam up Mike Flynn, and they came up with the idea, we'll lure him into an interview, catch him into a lie, and then prosecute him that way. Barack Obama now is about to face a potential similar situation as the one he created unfairly from Mike Flynn.
Yeah, so there it is, the great John Solomon explaining that, and about the potential trap that Obama has actually kind of laid out for himself based on what he's done as president and then as the former president. So we'll see what happens with that. Kind of interesting to see how this all plays out. But I think we can all agree that people like Comey, Clapper, Brennan, those likes, we need to see handcuffs. We need to see houses turned upside down. They deserve it. This is the more we're finding out, the more we're seeing all the people who had fingerprints on this, and it became even a brighter light shined today by FBI Director Kash Patel. Did you see this, Damon?
Well, just before you get to Kash Patel and the burn bag deal, I want to just go back to Molly Hemingway. Actually, I'm sorry, it was Sean Davis who wrote about Flynn just the other day. I think I mentioned this on yesterday's show. Michael Flynn was personally targeted during that crucial January 5th, 2017 Oval Office meeting arranged by then President Barack Obama, the newly declassified documents show. On January 20th, 2017, as President Trump was being inaugurated, former White House National Security Advisor Susan Rice sent herself, and we've talked about this, a bizarre email detailing the January 5th meeting between her, Obama, Biden, Sally Yates, Comey. In the email, portions of which were not declassified until just recently, Rice recorded that Flynn who at the time was the incoming national security advisor for Trump, was personally discussed and targeted during the meeting with Obama. Quote, from a national security perspective, President Obama said he wants to be sure, as we engage with the incoming team, we are mindful to ascertain if there is any reason we cannot share information fully as it relates to Russia. At the time, the Obama administration was actively spying on members of the Trump team as part of its Crossfire Hurricane investigation against Trump. She said, quote, Comey said he does have some concerns that incoming NSA Flynn is speaking frequently with Russian Ambassador Kislyak, Rice wrote in a portion of the email that was only recently declassified. Comey said that could be an issue as it relates to sharing sensitive information. President Obama asked if Comey was saying the NSC should not pass sensitive information related to Russia to Flynn. Rice continued, Comey replied to the president, potentially. Comey added that he has no indication thus far that Flynn has passed classified information to Kislyak, but he noted that, quote, the level of communication is unusual. The email did not explain how it would be unusual for the incoming national security advisor to converse with foreign leaders ahead of a new president's inauguration. The newly declassified portions of Rice's email confirm the targeting of Flynn was coordinated within the inner sanctum of the White House and that both Obama and Biden were deeply involved in the campaign to take down Flynn. Documents previously released and declassified show that the FBI never possessed any evidence. They didn't have any evidence on anything. And they just ran with all of this, and they just made it up that Flynn was any kind of a secret agent for Russia or that he had even broken any laws. Any FBI electronic communication closing the agency's counterintelligence investigation against him, which was dated Jan 4th, made clear that, quote, no derogatory information about Flynn had been obtained during the months-long investigation of him. The Department of Justice recently determined that an ambush FBI interview of Flynn, which later formed this is what John Solomon's talking about.
Right.
The Department of Justice recently determined that the ambush FBI interview of Flynn, which later formed the foundation of Special Counsel Mueller's single charge against Flynn, had no legal basis. Contemporaneous handwritten notes from the FBI's top counterintelligence official at the time show the FBI's goal in targeting Flynn and Early was to prosecute him and get him fired. And quite frankly, they knew in their mind, they knew how dangerous he would be to them. Certainly not dangerous to the country. He would have been fantastic for the country. But they knew that he knows his way around. And he would have been able probably to discover everything they had done much sooner than what we have now, if I had to guess. And they were very concerned about him coming into that office.
Right, and you're seeing some of that now because he's talking regularly about what they had done. He knew what they were up to. And, now we're starting to find the, quote unquote, the receipts. What we alluded to earlier as FBI Director Kash Patel discovered burn bags filled with thousands of documents dating back to the Bureau's Trump-Russia probe during the 2016 campaign. A source familiar with the findings told The Post earlier today. One of the documents discovered, Damon, in this purported secret room at the FBI that they were all hoping no one would ever find. I bet you Kash Patel had somebody kind of lead him to it. They said they've had a lot of whistleblowers step up who were disgusted with what the FBI was doing. I bet you they had somebody kind of pointed out, here's where you guys should be looking.
By the way, why haven't the whistleblowers who came forward during Biden's administration been righted, if that's the right word, been put back in their positions or elevated to some new positions? Why is that?
What do you mean?
Like the whistleblowers, the guys who testify. We watched them testify. I can't think of their names right now.
The IRS guys?
All of the whistleblowers. There's been a bunch of them that have gone in front of Congress as far as whistleblowers to the FBI, whistleblowers on Hunter Biden stuff.
I think the FBI whistleblowers had left the agency. I know the IRS guys were still there. One of them had been elevated to a position. I guess it didn't fit well. They switched him to someplace else. But according to this, the 2023 report by the then special counsel John Durham, his classified annex was also part of this. Discovery. The 29-page appendix to the Durham report, which has never been publicly released, includes details of the intelligence he reviewed, according to Fox News, who first reported the discovery. In official parlance, burn bags refer to containers that hold classified documents that are meant to be destroyed after a certain period of time. I also think it was one of those things where people were put in charge of this and said, you know what? I probably have to sign off on this burning of this bag. I am not signing anything. I am not going down for these guys. So hopefully that's the case, and we'll have more information. They promise to be dropping as the week goes on.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 17 till the hour. Hour 1 coming to a wrap. Right after this, we're back in 3 minutes.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some more headline news. I've got a couple things to get to as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Make sure you visit us on all our social media at LFS6B. Subscribe, like, comment, whatever you can do to help us. build the social media. We appreciate it. Give us a follow. Head over to livefromstudio6b.com and sign up to be a member there. Absolutely free. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. Use our code at checkout. It'll give you a great savings. Slick, what's going on?
Okay, well, a little more information on this gunman from Monday coming out. Police say casino supervisor sold gunman rifle used in New York City attack. This is an AP report out of New York. A man who killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building bought the rifle he used in the attack and the car he drove across the country from his supervisor at a Las Vegas casino, authorities said Wednesday. Tamora, 27, fatally shot 3 people Monday in the building lobby before taking an elevator to the 33rd floor, killing a 4th person, and then ending his own life, according to police. The building houses the National Football League's headquarters and other corporate offices. In a note found on his body, Tamora assailed the NFL's handling of concerns about chronic traumatic encephalopathy, and the former high school football player claimed he himself had the degenerative brain disease, according to police, known as CTE. It has been linked to concussions and other head trauma. At Tamora's Las Vegas studio apartment, investigators found a note with a different troubled message, police said Wednesday. They said the note expressed a feeling that Tamora's parents were disappointed in him and included an apology to his mother. Police said they also found psychiatric medication, an epilepsy drug, and an anti-inflammatory that had been prescribed to Tamora. Investigating his movements as well as his mindset, detectives learned that he purchased the rifle and car from his supervisor at a job in the surveillance department at the Horseshoe, Las Vegas, the New York Police Department said. The supervisor legally bought the AR-15 style rifle he sold to Tamora for $1,400. Police said, adding that they had erred in saying earlier that the supervisor supplied only parts of the rifle. It wasn't immediately clear whether the gun sale was legal. Police didn't identify the supervisor, who had been forthcoming with them and hasn't been charged with any crimes. Tamora had alluded to him apologetically in the note found in the gunman's wallet after the rampage, police said. And victims' funerals have begun as investigators worked in both New York and Las Vegas. One of the victims, real estate firm worker Julia Hyman, was buried Wednesday after a packed emotional service at a Manhattan synagogue. Her uncle, Rob Pittman, said the 27-year-old Bronx native lived with eyes wide open and courage and conviction. Hyman had worked since November at Rudin Management, which owns the building and has offices on the 33rd floor. A 2020 graduate of Cornell University, she had been the captain of Riverdale Country's school soccer, swimming, and lacrosse teams in her senior year, school officials said. Relatives and colleagues of another victim, security guard Alain Etienne, remembered him at a gathering at his union office. The unarmed Etienne was shot as he manned the lobby security desk. To your point, he did not have a gun, unfortunately. Right. Police were preparing a funeral Thursday for New York City police officer Dideral Islam, a member of the force for over 3 years. He was killed while working in uniform at a department-approved second job providing security for the building. And it was department-approved, which was good to hear. Try to make some extra money, right? He had 3 kids, one on the way. So that funeral is tomorrow. Boy, that's going to be a big one in New York City, I would presume. That's what they're saying. So they're going to shut the city down for that, I'm sure. Be thousands and thousands of police officers. An NFL employee who was badly wounded in the attack is expected to survive. So that's the good news. I'm sure we'll hear their story as well. But I just wanted to get that in there, Big D. That's a follow-up on this Shane Tamora, this New York City massacre, if you will, which was just absolutely devastating at the NFL headquarters and obviously the Rudin management office as well. So that's a wrap in sports, I think, for this segment, Big D.
All right, 9 minutes till the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do a couple more headlines before we wrap hour one. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, Damon. Well, I don't know if you saw this, but CNBC blasting away at Democrats like Elizabeth Warren over reactions to President Trump and the success he's having by implementing, basically cutting all these deals. I know we saw the latest deal getting announced just before showtime today. But first, here is cut number 2. Check this out.
The left and people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And, like Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs and really we haven't seen inflation, go up back to 3%. Maybe it will this week. Maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing.
Well, there's an important lesson there. Don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say.
So there you have it.
Rick Santelli, come on.
From the guys on CNBC, again, blasting the Democrats. And what they're talking about is the another trade deal, full and complete trade deal with South Korea. President Trump announced it to be finalized with the South Korean president, Lee Jae-myung, when he visits the White House for a meeting within the next 2 weeks. President Trump announced this deal just a little while ago, calling it another big win for the country. The announcement comes days after Trump secured a major deal with the European Union, lowering tariffs to 15% in exchange for investments into U.S. energy and other U.S. goods. Trump's deal with South Korea is similar in that it lowers tariffs on the country from 25 to 15% and includes large investments in U.S. energy. The deal with South Korea says gives the United States $350 billion in investments and it's owned and controlled by the United States. He goes, it gets picked by me. Additionally, South Korea is going to purchase $100 billion of LNG and other energy products. And further, South Korea has agreed to invest a large sum of money for their investment purposes. The deal, again, expects to be finalized within the next 2 weeks upon the visit of the leader of South Korea. So again, Trump wins, gets another great trade deal. I guess everybody realizes that, you know what, we are basically where they want to send their products, and there's a price to be paid for that. So another great deal announced by President Trump when it comes to a trade deal.
Well, as I said the other night, all the experts who told us that this was not going to work, that the stock market was going to crash. Now it's, of course, shattering records. There was going to be an economic downturn. Well, we haven't seen that yet. So you can't rule anything off the table. I mean, obviously, the effect of tariffs could just take longer to kick in, but it may not. It may stay exactly what we see now. 3% GDP, much different than what Biden was giving us. Mm-hmm. Was what, 0.5?
Yep.
I think in the first quarter. 3% now in the second quarter. So the experts have claimed a lot of stuff about President Trump, and basically now they're basically running to try to catch up, to try to figure out why they've been not only so wrong, but so behind. And of course, as I said, it's not about winning, it's about leverage. And that's the way President Trump has approached all of these tariffs. And things he knows that are just absolute truths. Europe craves energy. He knows that to be a fact. He knows that he can leverage tariffs to get the things that he has known for years and spoke about for years. As he continues to say, we've been taken advantage of. No one has opened these markets. And now it's either, guess what? You play ball by my rules or you don't play ball. And everybody who has said he's going to be wrong, this is going to happen, that's going to be happen, most of them, almost all of them, have been absolutely wrong. And they're trying to catch up and figure out why. And nobody can figure out why. People saw that number this morning and thought, huh? They thought for sure it was going to be less than 2%. All right, live from Studio 6B, it's a wrap. Hour 1, Hour 2 coming back right after this.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
When I'm not bartending, I'm watching live from Studio 6B, Monday through Friday at 8 p.m.
All right, AOC, thanks very much. 9 o'clock on the East Coast, Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B. Slick's going to do some more sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some more news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. So the Fed chairman was out today, and he decided to leave rates unchanged, which is no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention. I understand the pressure the president's been putting on him, the public meeting they had, all of that. But anybody who thought that he was going to lower rates today is not paying attention. There was no way he's going to. And I suspect he will not in September either, because I believe the Federal Reserve is firmly cemented in the idea that these tariffs eventually will cause inflation to scoot back up, maybe over 3%. And that lowering rates right now, with an economy that's obviously in very good shape, will only throw gasoline back on the inflation fire. Now, the president obviously disagrees with that. But most, including, I believe, Tom Lee at Fundstrat and others who I listened to, were certainly not surprised that the Federal Reserve did not lower rates today. And again, I think if you listen to him today, I think the chances of a September cut, which a lot of people thought September is going to be, that sounds like it could be off the table as well. Now, you did have 2, I believe it was, of the Fed governors who did switch today for the first time to say they thought they should cut, but only 2 of the whatever it is, I think 8 or 9 or 10, I don't know what the number is, but Fed Powell in his, they make the announcement at 2 o'clock and then he speaks at 2:30 and then he takes questions. One of the questions was, of course, what will you have to see? What is the setting for rate cuts to come back on the table, and here's what he said.
What kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But you know, if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So you know, that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target, right? So as the two targets get back into balance, you would think he'd move in a way closer to neutral, and that the next steps that we take are likely to be in that direction. What will it take? You know, it'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in, which before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, like some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down? I think closer to 2.
We'll look at everything. You know, it's as I mentioned. You know, a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase, and in the end, we'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently. And efficiently means getting the timing right, so we don't. Again, if we cut rates too soon, maybe we didn't finish the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
Yeah. And he looks at the labor market and says right now the labor market is, in his mind, still pretty stable. And I believe he feels like he needs to get on the other side and give the tariffs long enough time to see if there will be some inflationary aspect to them. And, of course, there's no August meeting. So the next meeting we will hear from them is not till, I think, the end of September. So they've got a good 8 weeks here before we will hear from the Fed chair again. And there is a lot of data that they will get on the economy. And we will see if the tariff, if there is some effect on prices, if it's a continued rise in prices and inflation, or if it's not. So I think that's what he's waiting to see. So people were upset today that he didn't cut. I had no expectation that he was going to cut rates today, nor do I have one at this point, listening to his whole speech today, that he would cut in September.
I don't even know how he got through his speech. I was bored
I find
to
it
tears.
Fascinating.
I was bored to tears. Here's cut number 5. You want to see what Donald Trump had to say about this?
Yeah.
Here is cut 5, Trump on Jerome Powell, keeping interest rates high, cut 5.
So we have a lot of money coming in, and we have no inflation, and we're very strong, and we should be lowering the rates. You know, each point that this gentleman keeps up costs us $365 billion a year. Think of that. 1 point, $365 billion. If you bring it down a point, we save 365. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. You know, he's always too late. Even if he does it today, probably won't. I hear they're going to do it in September, not today. For what reason? Nobody knows, but Europe, as you know, cut their rates 11 times in the last short period of time. But the good news is we're doing better than anybody anywhere in the world. Nobody's doing anything even close to us.
Yeah, so there's the president on
and
what he
while
expected.
I understand his frustration, you know, when he says 1 point would save us this interest, I mean, again, not spending the money would have saved us the interest too. Not getting to $37 trillion in fiscal operating debt would have saved us the interest. Not running $1 trillion deficits would save us the interest. getting to September 30th of this year and once again going through the same nonsense that we always go through, which I guarantee you we're going to do. They're going to drop some mammoth bill on like September 20th and say, well, we can't let the government shut down. Oh, my God. We got to get this done right now. Don't even read it. Vote for it. That's going to happen again in September. You think you're going to get 12 individual spending bills? No, you're not. So while I understand the president's frustration, there's a lot of things that got us to this point. Jerome Powell is about the least of them. And although while I agree, I think the inflation picture is much better than most think it is when you look at where the inflation that still is there remains and what it's in. I think Powell thinks I'd rather be safe than sorry, wait 8 more weeks and see if the tariffs are going to have some effect, because sometimes these things take a while to run through the system. So, but we'll see. So we have 8 weeks to figure that out. Couple other things, and I don't want to, I just want to make sure this is still on everybody's mind, because, kind of like the Las Vegas shooting, the Nashville shooting, President Trump's shooting in Butler, the media does the best job they can to bury these things. And then, of course, as the world we live in, things happen and we move on. And yesterday we're focused on New York City. Today we're focused on the Fed. And everybody seems to forget a lot of these stories. And the one story I want to make sure people do not forget, mostly or hopefully our congressmen and women and people in the Senate and the Republican Party, and especially the heads of these committees, Comer and the like, and is the auto pen scandal. And I read this today in the American Spectator by John Dawkins, and he says, don't forget the auto pen, because the real question here is forgery. Did persons in the White House use the auto pen to forge President Biden's signature? And he makes the case, and I hadn't really thought about it. I guess I had, but maybe not in the way that he makes the case. It's not necessarily about the auto pen being used. That's a big part of it, obviously. But it's more of the deviousness behind the use, in the fact that, the auto pen, but let's take it one step farther. Did Biden even know what the hell was going on? And he says much ink has been spilled on this topic of whether the use of the auto pen to sign Biden's name to pardons, executive orders, legislation, and other documents invalidates these actions. But these analyses overly complicate and miss the key point. The point to focus on is, was a document and were these documents a forgery? Many presidential acts, such as approving legislation, require signed documents to be effective. In 2005, the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel said, quote, the president need not personally perform the physical act of affixing his signature to a bill he approves and decides to sign an order for the bill to become law. Rather, the president may sign the bill within the meaning of Article 1, Section 7 of the Constitution by directing a subordinate to affix the president's signature to such a bill, for example, by auto pen. Signing a piece of paper is not exercise of the power granted to the president. The signature is merely the manifestation and evidence that the president has exercised his power to take an action. No one would claim a president who broke his hand had to abdicate the presidency because he could no longer himself physically sign the documents. The question, therefore, is not how the signature ended up on the page, but whether the president himself took the action evidenced by the signature and directed that document to be signed. And boy, I tell you, when I read that a couple times, I thought I really hadn't thought about it that way. Mm-hmm. And I hear no talk about this in the last, and again, I know we live in a world where things every day are happening and things change, and the news cycle seems like it's about 4 seconds long, especially on social media. But I still think there's a lot of smoke here, and this is a huge scandal that cannot be forgotten, and the Republicans need to get to the bottom of this if possible.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think it's going to be tough to get to the bottom of, because you're going to have to. It's all based on what someone says. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not like there's videotape of him stumbling into a bathroom and somebody quickly running over and hitting the button on the machine to sign his name because he doesn't know what's going on. But remember, Mike Johnson, leader of the House, he had this conversation and he brought out in an interview where he was talking to the president about this LNG thing that he signed that shut down LNG exports. And he's like, why would you do that? He goes, I didn't do that. He goes, I signed something for a study. We wanted to study things. He's like, no, you didn't. You shut it all down. And Biden had no recollection of ever shutting anything down. And it could be that, they told him one thing, but what he was really signing was something else, and he had no clue actually what he was signing.
13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More on this, more news, sports, all coming up right after this.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
The blues on a Wednesday. Let me talk to you about our friends over at the Wellness Company. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, it's going to have to start at home with each and every one of us. And that's, of course, where the wellness company comes in. You see and hear from the wellness company doctors all the time on this network, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The wellness company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the wellness company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Products that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. So check them out right now. Go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice today in order. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Again, that's twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10% from our friends over at the Wellness Company. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Want to say hello to everybody in the chat. If you haven't followed us on all of our social media, make sure you do that at LFS6B. The numbers continue to grow, and we appreciate your help in doing that, but we want to grow them more. So if you haven't followed us, check us out, YouTube, Facebook, X, Truth, Getter, Kick, everywhere. We're everywhere. Instagram, LFS6B Show on Instagram. Make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com and sign up to be a member there as well. So, all right, let's do some sports. 19 past the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Use that code LFS6B at checkout if you want to shop at MyPillow. As we, I hate to say it, but pretty soon we're going to be heading into that.
Yeah,
that shopping
holiday
season.
Time.
LFS6B. We're going to have to do a big promo, Aaron. Me and you're going to have to brain scheme up what the promo is going to be.
Okay.
Shirts or.
Yeah.
I was thinking about maybe we should sign some shirts, make some unique stuff available for giveaways. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. So
we could do it live at the warehouse and show them us signing them and whatnot.
All right, let's do some sports. Sponsored by, like I said, MyPillow. Slick, what's going on?
All right, well, Shannon Sharp out at ESPN after settling sexual misconduct.
Shocker.
Yeah, well, NBC News. The Pro Football Hall of Fame member took time off from work earlier this year to battle the lawsuit, but vowed to be back on the air. This is David K. Lee and Leela Wood of NBC News. ESPN football analyst Shannon Sharp will not be returning to the cable sports network, a source familiar with the situation told NBC News on Wednesday. Sharp, a Hall of Fame former player, settled a lawsuit earlier this month that accused him of sexual assault, according to the plaintiff's attorney. He had stepped aside from ESPN in April after a woman filed the lawsuit in Nevada. The suit accused him of raping the woman twice in Las Vegas in October and once more in January. A representative and attorney for Sharp did not immediately respond to a request for a comment. Tony Busby, the woman's attorney, I've heard that name before, said in a July 18th statement that the civil suit was settled. Both sides acknowledge a long-term, consensual, and tumultuous relationship, Busby said. After protracted and respectful negotiations, I'm pleased to announce that we have reached a mutually agreed upon resolution. All matters have now been addressed satisfactorily, and the matter is closed. In a statement after the suit was filed, an attorney for Sharp said he and the woman had a relationship that was consensual and sexual in nature. That's a quote there. The attorney, Lanny Davis, said in April that the suit was filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations and an attempt at blackmail. After he stepped away, Sharp, a former Denver Broncos tight end, vowed to be back on ESPN by the time pro football season started. The first exhibition game is set for tomorrow night, which we talked about already, and the regular season starts on September 4th when Slick Rick is locked in a separate room in the studio and the Dallas Cowboys visit Philadelphia for opening Thursday night game. Why in the world did the Cowboys get the Super Bowl champions on opening night? I can't imagine why they couldn't put the Chiefs or the Bills or somebody that was a contender. No, they got to put the Cowboys on that game.
What do you mean? You're
I'll need a rubber room for that
team.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, well, we are that.
You're the face of the league. We got to put them on the first night, right?
That's true, Big D. But I mean, come on, I want to get spanked. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll learn a lot about the team on that opening night. But anyway.
I think we've learned a lot by watching some of the video coming out of practice.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah, and I want to get one more quick story, if I may. Switching subjects, of course, but staying in the same sport. We'll do that for you. Georgia High School cuts the ribbon on new stadium with a shocking price tag. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Buford High School in Georgia, they take their football seriously down there, has unveiled its massive brand new stadium that is loaded with NFL-style amenities and came with a price tag that will drop your jaw. The stadium costs an astronomical, are you ready for this? We're talking about a high school football team, boys. $62 million to build the facility named after Board of Education Chairman Philip Beard, officially opened on Sunday. I heard that, Aaron. Ironically, the stadium's namesake, Philip Beard, they should have shaved some of that money off that beard. The stadium's construction and actually voted against it. If we're being truthful, I didn't like it. I voted against it, but my peers wanted a name, so they gave it mine, he said. I don't work for those types of things. I work for what we've accomplished. We've got the #1 school district in America, ranked #1 academically, and that's the reason I work. Despite Beard's resistance to the project, local officials in Buford were quick to point out his legacy of accomplishment in the community and the school district. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that, but here we go. 10,000 seats, 15 luxury suites at a high school.
At a high school
What
game.
is going on?
They take their football seriously. down there,
man. 2-story field house with locker rooms, special cigar room for Big D. No, the new stadium fits 10,000 people. I can't believe this. There's also there are digital ribbon boards around the stadium, also in locker rooms. The first official game to be played at Beard Stadium will come on August 14th when the Buford Wolves battle Milton High School. Perhaps fittingly for the stadium and the occasion, the game will be broadcast on ESPN2. I mean, that's insane.
Do they have a FanDuel betting outfit there, too?
In the parking lot, they do. They got a good session out there. Anyway, that's a wrap in sports, but $62 million for... I mean, we played on gravel when I was in high school, for goodness sake.
Maybe we should... I think we should start a GoFundMe with these same people in Georgia who raised the money for that for us. Maybe we can build a new studio with like a cigar lounge.
Well, that'd be nice. I tell you, we can come in probably...
We could do that for half that bill.
Oh, I'm going to say $6.2 million, but you
I think that was the budget for my entire school district growing up.
That's probably all right.
For your entire academic career.
Yeah, for the whole town, paying these ridiculous real estate taxes that we pay, most of it going to the school district. Now, where I live, I mean, the schools are very good, so I don't have too many complaints, but they're so ridiculously high.
Yeah, but that is a good. Yeah, we got a good school district there. Yeah,
but that's why I love what the governor of Florida is doing. Especially for people who have paid off their, worked their entire life to finally get to the point where they've been able to pay off and have no mortgage, and you still have this anchor around your neck of your real estate taxes, and you can still lose your house.
Crazy.
Which is insane.
It's insane.
Which is insane.
Totally.
All right, so very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. So let's get a quick story in before we go to break because we have a guest coming up, Philip Patrick from Birch Gold. Delgado, what do you got?
All right. Well, believe it or not, Damon, this is brand new. Mysterious message from Moses found in an ancient Egyptian mine could prove that the Bible is true. A controversial new interpretation of markings etched on the walls of an ancient Egyptian mine proved that the book of Exodus to be true. Researcher Michael Barron claimed that a 3,800-year-old proto-Sinaitic inscription found in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula read that this is from Moses. The inscription etched into the rock near the so-called Sinai 357 in Mine L is part of a collection of over 24 texts first discovered in the early 1900s. And these writings, among the earliest known alphabetic scripts, were likely created by Semitic-speaking workers in the late 12th dynasty around 1800 BC. Basically, they spent 8 years analyzing all this stuff under 3D scans and suggested the phrase could indicate authorship and dedication linked to a figure named Moses. I think you may have heard of him.
Holy Moses.
Exactly.
Holy
Moses.
He's big in the Bible.
Yes, he sure is.
26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Philip Patrick, Birch Gold, joins us right after this.
Birch Gold.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC,
specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes. Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, July 30th. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some more news coming up here. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Philip Patrick was going to join us. We haven't connected with him yet, so we will continue to effort that. If he does join us, we will bring him on and talk about Fed Day today, of course, which we've talked a little bit about already, but we'll get his thoughts on it and see what he thinks and how it affects, gold, silver, and all these other not only precious metals, but all hard assets, Bitcoin, things like that. Obviously, waiting for the Fed to ease and waiting for easing of monetary policy and for the printing presses to fire up again. But that's really the last thing the country needs, given the situation that we're in with the debt. And again, I keep raising the red flag on September 30th, and I'm just going to keep doing it. I don't know if other people are doing it as well, because, again, I know we live in a lot of stuff going on every day and on everyone's mind. But funding the government comes September 30th. Once again, Republicans, what's going to happen? Oh, I can tell you what I think is going to happen, and that's going to be nothing other than what has always happened. And that's going to be out of control spending, no serious discussions about cutting anything. They're going to drop this huge, big, mammoth nonsense bill on, 15 days before or whatever, and then fight about it in public and point fingers, and in the end, nothing's going to get done. And then we'll be told, well, next time. Well, no, you have to do this because of Trump. Well, no, you have to do this because we got to get to, it's going to, all the same crap. So we'll see. All right, 31 past the hour. If Phil Patrick joins us, let me know, Aaron. But for now, let's do some More stories, more headline news with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this, Damon. Of course, the impact of the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle controversy continues. This story from the Daily Mail, as the impact of the ad has actually got everybody's attention.
Did you see the fake American Eagle response that's out there?
No,
that they say it comes from the company.
Yeah.
It's hysterical.
An ESPN writer said he was mortified by the story.
I didn't see that.
About the fascism of this story with this young lady here with the modeling. He was mortified over this.
By the story or by the commercial?
By the commercial.
Oh, yeah, by the commercial.
Yeah.
Of course. Oh, sure, of course.
Of course.
That's what I meant to say, yeah.
Because he's a loser. Majority of the viewers are claim that to like Sydney Sweeney's viral American Eagle ad, despite social media melting down, and they keep comparing it to Nazi propaganda. Entitled, it says here, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. The video shows her buttoning up her denim trousers, offering a playful pun on the word genes. Genes is passed down, of course, to offspring from the parents, often determine traits like hair color, personality, and eye color. She says, my genes are blue. The campaign was met with an explosion, and we covered that yesterday, of controversy as social media users accused the ad of being racist, flirting with eugenics, particularly in light of the star's blonde hair and blue-eyed appearance. However, insiders with direct knowledge of this said about 70% of the respondents to independent polling had a positive reaction to the promo, which means, again, it's one of those 80-20 issues, and I'm sure if they keep polling people and asking them about it, you're going to end up in that 80-20 zone. Right now, it's at 70. This is yet another example of how social media is not reflective of real life, according to some of the people at American Eagle.
Yeah, that was actually a real quote from American Eagle. Talk about a vibe shift.
Yeah.
That response from the company basically saying these people are out of their mind. That's interesting.
Yeah. The absurd response from some corners of the internet is absolutely not reflective of how American Eagle's customers actually feel. Daily Mail contacted Sweeney and American Eagle representatives for comments as well, but had nothing to say at this time. The bottom line is that this was about creating a great pair of jeans and supporting a very worthy cause through some of the proceeds going to domestic violence prevention. Anything beyond that is noise and is not registering with the average person. And I don't know if you saw Dunkin' Donuts just released their new ad featuring this male model talking about his tan being genetic, and it's actually a pretty funny commercial. I don't know if you saw it. If you could pull it up on X, it's a pretty funny commercial.
Well, at least Mark Lamont Hill went on Piers Morgan, and he at least is somewhat sane about the Sydney Sweeney ad. Here's what his thoughts are.
You used the word normal and talked about it in the context of this white woman. White women are normal, but so are other people. The problem is, historically, we have only normalized white people. And so we've made white women's bodies, white male bodies, the norm. And we've made everything else less human, less beautiful, less real. And so when we say good genes are the ones that...
load of crap. Honestly, I'm sorry, Mark. If I may jump in on my own show, what a load of crap. I saw Beyonce do a jeans ad. Everybody drooled over it. I loved it. Thought she looked hot when she did. Right? I mean, what are you talking about, man? This is... Let me ask you a straight question. Let me ask you a straight question. Does Sydney Sweeney have bad genes? Yes or no?
No. I don't think she has bad genes.
Does she have good genes? Does she have good genes?
No. Again, you're trying for these gotchas. If you
so
just
she doesn't have good or bad genes.
Spiraling.
The whole point is to argue that good and bad genes itself is a bad idea. It's a racist idea.
Why can't you have good genes, Mark?
Why is it racist?
Oh, it's racist.
Why can't you have good genes?
All right, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to hope that you don't interrupt.
You get the idea. Less human,
yes.
is what he said.
Less human.
Less human is the argument he made.
Yeah, and the whole argument is most normal people, let's face it, we were talking about it last night, sex sells. Simple as that. And people like, we are visual animals. We like good-looking things. You like good-looking cars. You like good-looking people. You just like good-looking food. Yeah. Hey, if a dish looks like a total mess on your plate, chances are you're gonna be like, I don't know if I want to eat this.
I think stupidity sells too. I think these people say these things just to get invited on these shows because they're so outrageously dumb. They make your hair hurt.
Yeah, but he'll say that. He'll have an audience. The guy, he'll saying something stupid. People will follow him. Oh, he's a good idea. He's speaking the truth. Guy, he's a moron. I mean, he made no sense. But he was spiraling.
Here's another example of sex selling or not selling. Remember Olivia Giuliana? She was hired by the DNC because she was going to, quote unquote, bring in the young male voters. Well, she's been fired from her position because, that outreach that she's doing was not working. Why?
Someone took a look at her?
Yeah, basically. And the young male voter did not respond.
I mean, at least not for sure, she's fine for somebody. She'll love her.
Right.
But not for what they hired her for. That's not the person you want to go do that. They're not going to achieve the goal.
No.
And somebody finally realized it. By the way, this is totally fake. I'm going to tell you up front. But tell me that this absolutely could not be real. Many Democrats and Democrat supporters have been criticizing the American Eagle Company, which has one of the great patriotic names for a company, for its latest ad campaign to sell blue jeans. Starring the beautiful and talented Sydney Sweeney, these online crybabies are calling the company and Sydney's fascist. Totally ridiculous. Selling blue jeans is about as American as you can get. And if we're being totally honest, maybe if these fat, ugly losers spent more time working on themselves, they wouldn't be so angry about everything. MAGA.
Are you positive that's fake?
I'm positive it's fake.
Are you sure?
I went and checked Truth. I don't see it anywhere. But I actually went to check. That's the point.
Truth be told.
Yeah.
Even Sank over at the Young Turks said the whole backlash is stupid.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, if Sank says it.
All right, Doug,
it's just amazing some of the backlash still coming out regarding this ad, which again, speaks to the marketing. People need to sell product. If you need to sell product, you find, who's my demo? Who am I selling to? What will they respond to? And this is what happens. But of course, the left freaks out, saying, every shape, color, and size needs to be included in every ad, and that's just not the case. It's never gonna work. It never has worked, and that's why we're finding ourselves going back to the things that do work when it comes to again these 80-20 issues. It takes strong leaders to take us back to where we're supposed to be. Speaking of those strong leaders, President Trump was sitting with Miranda Devine yesterday for her podcast called Podforce One. We played one clip yesterday. Here is President Trump, cut 7A, talking to Miranda Devine about more of the things going on with the whole Russia hoax. It's cut 7A. Check this out.
Because there's a certain genius to it, but it's also sick. Yes. And they're sick. And you look at Hillary Clinton, you look at all of the terrible things with the Steele dossier, and you know it better. Nobody's covered it better than you, to be honest with you. I mean, you're sitting here so innocently talking to me like, I said, it's wonderful. You know the story better than I do. But it's incredible. It's all there now. It's in writing. And Tulsi's done a great job. There were some people that really wanted Tulsi. They thought she was going to do a fantastic job. And when you look, a lot of people would not have found it. They wouldn't have found it to be politically correct to find it. Okay, it would be easier not to.
And she's tough.
And she's tough, and she's smart, and she did. She went deep into the files, and she found it. Mm. And what it says is just terrible. And look, this was an attempted coup. Mm. It was a failed coup. I mean, here we are, him talking as President of the United States. So you almost say, how did it happen?
Yeah. And he says it right there. It was a coup held against this president. And it happened, leading up to the 2020 election. That is basically what he's referring to. When people say, well, statute of limitations, but if the whole thing continued on throughout his first presidency, his first term, well, then that statute of limitations didn't stop after Obama left office the first time. So we'll see how this all plays out, but it's interesting as it starts to, we keep finding out more and more, and they keep promising more and more, and it seems like, between Kash Patel, and others, and Tulsi Gabbard, they keep delivering more information on this whole hoax, this whole scandal that started way back in 2016 against President Trump.
Well, the thing to pay attention to is not only everything that's coming out, but the accused and the people we know are knee deep in this, how they behave now. And if you look at Comer, if you look at Clapper and Brennan, they're doubling down in most of the public statements that they make about this, which says to me that they're nervous, and they should be. And there's a couple other stories, by the way, about Brennan today, and we'll get to those before we close the show. But very quickly, before we hit the break, I did want to bring this up because I saw this and it caught my attention. Pew Research today put this out. This is 2023. Let me make it bigger so you can see it. By wide margins, men and women under 30 are oriented to the Democratic Party. This was a poll they did. Percentage of registered voters who are, and you can see the numbers. Dem or lean Dem, men 62, women 65, from the ages of 18 to 29. Young people. Heavily lean Democrats back then. 36-30 Republicans. 30 to 49, and you see the numbers. I'm not going to go through each one. But what I want to bring, this was 23. They did the same one currently. Here's 25. And you can just look at the colors to see the difference. Some big swings. So when we talk about the Republican Party messaging what they believe in and continuing, I'll just flip back and forth between the two. You can just look at the colors and see the difference. Big move towards the Republicans in many age groups. All right, we'll wrap it up when we get back, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the two most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
All right, 13 to the hour live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice on your television, 103.9 LI News Radio. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights. JVC Broadcasting right here in Long Island, New York, Suffolk County. We're glad you're listening and watching on Real America's Voice. We'll wrap it up with a little more sports, a little more news. People in the chat. Follow us on social media at LFS6B. We appreciate you in there as well. The chat each and every night. We appreciate you giving us 2 hours of your week nights, 8 to 10, Monday through Friday right here. Let's do a little more sports. Then we'll do some last headlines. Slick, we'll start with you. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow, LFS6B. They've got some great deals going on. I told you about them the other day. I think on the actual pillows and on the sheets. You can check them out on our page, live from Studio 6, which is mypillow.com/LFS6B.
Yeah.
mypillow.com/LFS6B for all the best deals for this audience. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, just 4 games in action still in baseball right now. The Rays continue to lead the Yankees 3-2, bottom of the ninth. Top of the ninth, the Reds over the Dodgers 5-2. Marlins blanking the Cardinals 2-0 bottom 8th, and just on the way bottom first, Rangers and Angels, no score there. We got a rodeo going on, Dodge City Roundup Rodeo, Dodge City, Kansas, at the Dodge City Roundup Arena, how aptly named. Steer Wrestling right now, second round leader, Jake Holmes, 4.2 seconds. Team Roping, Tara Tomlinson and Travis Graves, 5 seconds flat there. These are all second rounders. And we got Tie Down Roping, Tom Simpson, 8.8 seconds. Barrel Racing goes to Bailey Below, 23.11 seconds there. Steer Roping, we got second round Trenton Johnson, 9.7 seconds. And, well, that's all the leaders for the rodeo. And just if I may, I want to get to one quick story. I'll be real quick on this one. World Athletics introduces testing for gender eligibility requirements. Cannot trump biology. The World Athletics Council calls it a once-in-a-lifetime test. Ryan Morick of Fox News. The World Athletics Council announced Wednesday that athletes wishing to compete in female categories at the World Championships are required to undergo a once-in-a-lifetime test for eligibility. The test will be for the SRY gene, a reliable proxy for determining biological sex with a cheek swab or blood test, the organization said in a release. The philosophy that we hold dear in world athletics is the protection and the promotion of the integrity of women's sport. It is really important in a sport that is permanently trying to attract more women that they enter a sport believing there is no biological glass ceiling. The test to confirm biological sex is a very important step in ensuring this is the case, World Athletics President, the great Sebastian Coe said. So good stuff there, and hopefully they'll follow up with that and make sure they do that, because we got the Olympics coming up, and we sure as hell don't want no men and women's sports. And that's a wrap in Sports Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. 10 minutes till the hours. Hey, Delgado, I just got a text from Raj.
Raj. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, my cousin.
Oh, okay.
Security footage reveals new details in deadly downtown Anchorage shooting. Did you cover this story? I think it was last week, or maybe last weekend.
Nope.
So this guy was outside. I think the story is, I saw the video, didn't realize what the story was, but I did see this video. We can't show the video, obviously, because it shows this slime ball who was there to kill people getting taken out by these brave security guards. Mm-hmm. And the security guard that took him out pulled an AR-15 out of his trunk and eliminated this guy. And there's been, as he says, there's been no mainstream coverage of this because he used an AR-15 to take this slime ball out.
Okay.
But I mean, the point being, again, when you're not rendered defenseless by the ridiculous gun laws in some of these places, you can actually defend yourself and defend people in the area, which this guy did, and these security guards did at this bar up there, where, as opposed to what you saw in New York, where the security guard is standing in the lobby. What's he going to do?
Yeah, he was trying to, the guy in New York was trying to hit the the alarm button, and he got shot. trying to alert people of what was happening and what was coming through the door. The story that you're talking about is the Anchorage bar owner saying the security guard killed the shooter who fired into the crowd. So the owner at the bar in Anchorage, owner of the Gaslight Lounge, his name is John Patty, released security footage of the shooting that you're talking about to reporters on Monday. In the lengthy interview, described the chaotic night that left 23-year-old Leroy Magnamu dead and 3 people wounded. Anchorage police declined to answer questions about the account, including whether Manu, whatever his name is, opened fire before he was killed, saying they're still investigating. My other staff guy shot him, according to the owner. Said,
good for him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guy
good
showed
for him
up
to have the ability to do it. Pulled an AR-15 out of his trunk and said, I don't think so, pal. This is the end of you.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be in all of these cities. These no gun zone. Okay, well, guess what? When the criminal who doesn't give a crap about your no gun zone or any of your other laws shows up, guess what? You're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the reality.
And then Mandami, who wants to be the mayor of the city, is out there today. I think it was today. He's back from his wherever the hell he was, talking about, man, we got to get more guns off the streets. We got to get more. We got to take more rights away from people so they can be completely defenseless against whack jobs that show up like this.
Who vacations in Uganda?
I think he got married. It's not even vacation.
No, they said he returned from his vacation in Uganda. Who the hell vacations in Uganda?
I'm pretty sure it was his marriage. He got married, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Or he attended a wedding. It was one of the two.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, what else? Any other last headlines?
One great one here, Damon. Navy patents odd UFO-like propulsion system, believe it or not. The U.S. Navy has filed several patents that have captured the imagination of both scientific and general public communities. These patents, which have been described as resembling technology often associated with UFOs, Damon, propose new methods of propulsion
we open and close
that could revolutionize how we think about flight. The patents, see, now that's an interesting thing to pay attention to. When people file patents, is because they've worked on something, they have something. And they want to make sure that they're the first ones to market with it. The patents,
that's not
which
true.
can be explored in depth here, yes it is, include ideas like a hybrid aerospace underwater craft, which means you fly from the air into the water and out again.
Oh, you land on a 7-mile long craft carrier.
And methods of reducing of mass of objects to facilitate easier movement through the air. There's also a story, and I didn't bring it with me, unfortunately, about a guy who
devastated.
A guy who invented a zero-cost way to melt down plastics and turned it into plastiline. Now, plastiline is what he calls it. Is basically gasoline made from these plastics that he claims will cost $0. He then went missing for about 2 weeks, and then his mom said he is safe, but they cannot talk about where he is. I'll have that information. I'll bring that tomorrow because you're a jackass. But it's very interesting stuff. The kid was basically fearing for his life because we've seen this before. We have new technology, people that invent things like ways for engines to have water run your car, different ways for free energy, and all of a sudden these guys go missing, they end up dead, and they're afraid this is going to happen to this guy as well. So I'll have that story tomorrow. That's a big tease. That's a huge headline.
Man.
You should check it out.
I'll bring my Mars bars with me for sure. I can't miss this one.
Your ass is a Mars bar.
Yeah,
did you say where that story was from?
Which one?
The one you just covered.
This one is being featured.
Pluto Press.
Featured in MSN.com.
All right, MSN.com. Okay. I just want to give credit to wherever it was.
Yeah, the Neptune News. Yeah.
Anything else, Delgado? No? Okay, thank God. All right. As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, CMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, Slick for Sports. Aaron Frank, great job as always. Rick Delgado as well. We'll see you tomorrow night, Thursday night, and then Friday back at the America First Warehouse, live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has 1 pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need. And discounts for
Apparently, becoming an air traffic controller is very difficult, especially for minorities, says the racist libs. Also, the libs are making a big deal about ICE wearing masks, and an even bigger deal than they already have made. Will they step to the front and say, okay, well, if you're going to dox these people, we're going to go after you and throw the book at you? Oh, and also the WNBA. There's more, there's always stuff to talk about at the WNBA. Full team coverage on the Women's National Basketball Association. I'm kind of kidding and kind of serious. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, just the worst, most terrible thing has happened to the lib media today. The economy is going up. GDP went up by 3%, which beat expectations. And there's so much of this that is just cannon fodder for making fun of the libs. So I've chosen a couple different headlines that I'd like to read you, because the lefty media cannot just say, hey, things are going pretty well. It's actually pretty good. The economy is rebounding effectively. It actually beat expectations. They can't just say that. They always have to add tiny little caveats in there. This first headline is from the Associated Press. Along with a strong second quarter rebound for the U.S. economy, some red flags. Oh no. And again, not just Trump's doing a great job. This is it's working out in his favor. He's winning the trade wars. CNN, big rebound in GBT. Masks hidden weaknesses in the U.S. economy. These are real headlines, by the way. NPR, the U.S. economy rebounds to 3% growth in second quarter, but it doesn't end there. They say, but tariffs skew the picture. the bottom line here is this should be no surprise to anybody. And it is an unbelievable feat that conservatives ever win elections with this kind of coverage. At the end of the day, the economy is doing better than everybody expected, even some conservative analysts better than they've expected, and yet there's no credit due to the guy that they have been wanting to blame for the crash that hasn't come yet. Here to comment on that and so much more is political conservative commentator Kevin Ferris and comedian internet extraordinaire Savannah Blaze. Guys, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Savannah, I want to start with you here. How long do we have to mock the media for headlines like this? Because, oh no, what it started in February, the tariffs are going to ruin the economy, and then it didn't ruin the economy. And okay, well, the economy's fine now, but just wait, it's gonna be terrible. And all of a sudden, now we get second quarter numbers, and it's up, and you've got Senator Schumer saying, well, these numbers are fake numbers that are not the real number. I don't know. When are the American people going to pick up on this?
You know, everybody freaked out when Trump slapped tariffs on everything. But now that the economy's rebounding, it's almost like he knew what he was doing. They just hate to admit it. If this were Biden or Obama, they would be praising him. But it's not. It's Trump. People hate Trump to hate Trump, even if it's not true. Sometimes, you just got to rip off the Band-Aid to stop the bleeding, even if the Band-Aid is made in China and got taxed 34%.
That's really interesting. What you're saying there is the business guy was successful in business negotiations for the country. I don't know if that checks
Strange,
out.
right?
I think that's a little wild of an accusation there. Kevin, your thoughts on obviously the economy, but the media coverage of the economy.
Well, the caveat about all this, Joe Bob, is that it's not even really just about Trump and that they're mad at Trump. It's that these people in the media, they really hate America. I mean, this is seen even just with the deals that Trump made within the last week with India and the UK. I believe it was The Atlantic had a headline that was like, Americans doing great, but everybody else is doing awful. And it was trying to be a hit piece on Trump. But in reality, all the piece really said is that Trump is doing his job. Trump is being the president of the United States. He's not trying to be the president of the world and make it so that everybody gets lifted up. He's trying to help our country out of an absolute hole that the Biden administration dug for us. So by my standards, pretty good job.
Again, you might be mistaken. I was told that the Biden administration built back better and everything was great. And, everything. Trump just inherited this economy is what they said the first couple months.
Yep.
But again, the reporting on that is crazy. Speaking of reporting that is crazy, I was listening to the Apple News summary of the headlines of the day to punish myself for my sins because it's awful. And one of the big concerns that they had was the EPA doing something that a bunch of conservatives have been wanting forever. They are rolling back this report that came out in 2009 under Obama, the so-called endangerment finding that definitively declared that humans or emissions and human gases, all of this stuff is bad for the environment. And the biggest headline that came out of that for me was it wasn't that they were upset about the climate change thing. It was they were upset about that, but they really were upset that the EPA was effectively giving up power to do whatever it is that they want to do, which they've been wielding for the last 15 years. Savannah, I guess to me it was telling, and I know you probably didn't hear that specific exchange on the Apple News podcast thing, but obviously they have the climate change thing, but the striking thing to me is they were like, well, they're giving up power. Who gives up power willingly? Well, Lee Zeldin does if it's in the interest of the American people.
Yeah, so this was never about the climate. It's always been about control. What kind of car you can drive, what kind of shower you can take, even what temperature your home can be. But now we're putting power back into the hands of the people where it should be, not unelected bureaucrats. Freedom, the thing we used to like, America, it's kind of what it's all about, free choice. So I do agree. It really was about power, and it's really not about the climate melting. We're not taking our F-150 and blowtorching it towards ice caps, but that's what they're making it sound like.
If you can figure out how to use your F-150 as a blowtorch on an ice cap, you probably should be in charge of some bigger, powerful things because that is an amazing feat. Kevin, this has got a long way to go before they actually officially redact or repeal the official policy at the EPA. It's got to go through the various degrees of concerns. I guess there's a 45-day speaking period. What do you think? What do you think that looks like going forward? Do you think the libs are going to freak out about this even more, or is it going to be kind of a, yeah, they're in charge and it'll be just bygones be bygones, and we'll have to figure out something else in the future?
I think that's probably the biggest joke of this show, is thinking that they're just going to sit by quietly and let this go past. No, Joe Bob, this will be a media and marketing madhouse is truly what it will be. You'll have them all trying to make it 100% Trump wants to kill you. It's about, they're going to say that it's pro-pollution, that we want to destroy the earth and everything, when in reality, Savannah was absolutely correct, is that this is about regulation. And this is about, and truly the crazy thing to me is that we have the other party, the Democrat Party, which always loves to talk about how Trump is fascist and wants to take over democracy and destroy democracy. Well, there's nothing more democratic than giving the power back to the people. If we want these regulations in place, they should be made by our legislators. This should be something happening within the House and then approved by, or well, checked by our justice system, and then signed by the president. That's ultimately the process that this should go through. But the Obama administration, all the way back in 2009, went through a bunch of hoops to make it so that our three-letter agencies had so much more power and so much more control over the American people.
Yeah, you make a good broader point. The fact that Congress is supposed to actually make the laws, not your unelected bureaucrats and all your three-letter agencies. But that is a big problem that hopefully we're turning the corner on. Speaking of three-letter agencies, a four-letter agencies, the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, is testifying over the next 3 days. I'm sure we're going to get some fireworks out of that testimony. But the whole idea here is about the big crash that happened in January that killed 67 people horrifyingly over the skies of Washington, D.C. Now, one of the big issues that a lot of people covering this is, and this is no new topic, but the air traffic controllers, there's a lack of them. And because of that, there are people out there suggesting, well, you know, the standards are too high. Savannah, the flying is already a dangerous thing that people do. Is that something that we want to lower standards for? That just seems fairly obvious. And lower standards specifically so that those dumb minorities can get those jobs, and I don't know. Is that something we want to do?
I don't think so. You know, it's only in Washington, D.C. that two government aircrafts can literally collide in the sky, and somehow no one on the ground loses their job. I mean, you've got the Army running training ops with faulty equipment and no real-time trafficking, while the FAA is too busy pushing DEI training to worry about aircraft separation. I mean, this is what happened when bloated agencies focus more on buzzwords than basic safety. Maybe in the next diversity workshop, they should be avoiding mid-air collusions and not pronoun policing. Because I actually want to trust the pilot and know that they're not going to kill me, essentially. So it's just crazy.
Yeah, and again, we don't want to make light of like a very serious situation, but at the same time, yeah, it's almost laughable, Kevin, that you've got these people that are actually advocating, well, it's too difficult for certain groups of people to get these jobs, not because there's any sort of bias in them, but because the standards are too high. What does that say about the culture that people are willing to let that standard slip?
Well, once again, with the bigger picture, I mean, we see this across the board, Joe Bob, is every time that something is too hard for maybe a group of people or even just for a singular person that wants to try it, they say, let's reduce the standards. Why is it always that we immediately jump on this idea of, oh, let's reduce the standards. Let's make it so lawyers don't have to take the bar. Let's make it so that, no, I want the best person for the job. And ultimately it bleeds into the idea that that the left, the liberals are not for a meritocracy, and they are not for having the best person for the job. Instead, it's who's the best looking for the job. And I'll tell you, as we saw with the Sydney Sweeney ad, it doesn't matter if you actually are good looking. It's just if you're good looking to them.
Facts.
Wow. Kevin Ferris somehow able to tie in the National Transportation Safety Board into Sydney Sweeney. Congratulations on that pivot. But yeah, you bring up obviously several great points there. The fact that meritocracy is the way that we became the greatest country on earth, and losing it will obviously not benefit us in any way, shape, or form. Savannah and Kevin will be back after the break. Again, full team coverage on the WNBA, the mishaps going on there, and unfortunately, a wig that fell off. If you haven't seen this video, it is hilarious. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, President Trump's best and closest friend, Jerome Powell, who he loves so very much, and the Fed board said, nah, not lowering interest rates. Some expected that. Obviously, President Trump is not going to be happy about that. But what do you think the White House's response is going to be here?
Well, this decision just brought those two even closer, if you could imagine that. So this is the 5th straight meeting where the Fed has ultimately left these rates unchanged. We're at 4.5% right now. And as we have seen the numbers coming out when it comes to this economy, when it comes to job growth, we saw just this morning the Q2 of the GDP was up 3%, which is way better than experts predicted. I mean, the signs seemed like they were all there that the Fed was going to cut some of these rates. But unfortunately, some pretty bad news. I think we expect the meeting to reconvene in September to try and revisit this. We also are going to be seeing job numbers coming out this Friday, which could only add to the reasoning why the Fed should be lowering these rates. And I'm sure by the time this show airs, Joe Bob, we will be hearing from the president at some point via Truth Social to express his frustration with Jerome Powell, of course.
I was just going to say it's about 3 p.m. Eastern, and I would imagine that by the time people on the East Coast are watching this, there will have been a barrage of fun and probably a little bit tormentive criticism of the Fed chair. But again, we'll all find out how this unfolds together, and I guess we'll just wait to see what happens in September. Other stuff going on at the White House today. There's a lot. There's the VA reform. There's Medicare, there's the health tech summit event party. What's going on later this evening at the White House?
Yeah, essentially, it's the Make Health Technology Great Again, where top companies like Microsoft and Oracle are coming together to try and create these digital tools that are meant to ease the exchange of patient information, whether that's elderly patients or patients with disabilities, to kind of ease the transfer of information over. And it's just meant to just make the whole process easier for Medicare and Medicaid. We heard from the left that Trump was going to cut these Medicaid and Medicare, and clearly the exact opposite is happening. The president wants to reform these kinds of programs and make them easier and simpler for the American people, and that includes maybe cutting that waste, fraud, and abuse found within those programs and just changing them to make them altogether better. But this event really comes on the 60th anniversary of the Social Security amendments, which established Medicare and Medicaid, fun fact. And separately, we just saw the president sign a VA Home Loan Reform Act, which is going to help prevent and fix homeless veterans. Of course, as of right now, there are a lot of homeless veterans, more than 60,000 at this time, that are afraid of losing their homes. So this is going to provide a foreclosure security net for those who are afraid of losing their homes, and also allocate an additional $146 million to veteran homeless programs to keep our heroes off the streets. So there's a lot happening today here at the White House. Of course, as you know, Joe Bob, there's never a dull moment here.
Never a dull moment. Having said that, regarding the health tech stuff, no, we don't want those things to run more efficiently to help more people, because that would be fascism or whatever the libs have decided to call the president today. Such as usual. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks for taking the time. Appreciate talking to you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. One of the biggest issues that libs have currently is with ICE wearing masks. And be honest with you, I think everybody can probably agree, yeah, you don't really want a secret police, but you wonder, is that what's really happening? Is that the reason that ICE is wearing masks? Or is it because a bunch of insane lib lunatics want to dox these federal officers and point out where they live, show their family, and all that sort of stuff to try and scare them out of the job? Let's bring our panel back. Savannah and Kevin, guys, watch this video clip. Libs are doubling down on this idea that nobody should be masked, to which I have several responses, and I'm sure you do too. Watch this.
The way it is written is applying to all levels of law enforcement. They're operating in the state of Michigan, the sovereign state of Michigan. And the bottom line is that the people of Michigan, we do not want or need secret police, masked, unidentified people snatching our neighbors off the street, period.
Yeah, the idea there that, okay, well, the officers can't wear masks. Oh, okay, cool. So my response to that would be then, you libs need to be at the forefront of throwing the book at anybody who would so much as think about doxing any of these people online, because if that's the case and you take care of that problem, then yeah, officers don't need to wear masks because they're not concerned about their safety and their family's safety because of insane lunatic libs. So until that happens, at least to me, that seems to be, an appropriate way to protect themselves and their family in their home life. Savannah, what are your thoughts?
I thought that liberals loved masks. Didn't they say that masks protected you? Don't they wear them alone in their car for no reason because they're fighting COVID against themselves or something? Like, what is that? Antifa, they get to wear ski mask and they're protected. ICE agents in a mask, that's criminal. Oh, God forbid. I mean, it makes sense when your logic runs on feelings, but I don't know. The whole thing's crazy. They want to persecute ICE agents for wearing masks, but Antifa, they burned down courthouses. It was called peaceful protesting. So I guess masks are only okay if you're lighting something on fire and not enforcing the law. Then it's totally fine.
Kevin, Savannah brings up a great point. What if all of the ICE agents happen to have COVID and are just trying to simply protect the people around them from also catching the Fauci fever? What are your thoughts on this?
I think that's the next messaging tactic for the White House that they should absolutely come out with, because all of them, I'm sorry, everybody, we're just trying to do what's best for you. Trust the science here. And while they might be triple and quadruple vaxxed, they need to have their masks on for your safety. That's truly what it is. No, but ultimately it comes down, it's not just about protecting them from doxing. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. But also, what if somebody that they go up on has pepper spray of some kind, and that would help filtrate any kind of a spray or something that they threw on them. It's for their safety as officers, and ultimately they're doing the job that's directed of them by the government. And so if you're so concerned with John Doe ICE agent and whether or not he's wearing a mask, maybe you should be more concerned with the illegal immigrants that are across your state, your county, your city, that are doing incredibly terrible things to your community.
I was just going to say, yeah, to add to that point, hey, if you're scared of ICE agents, maybe you shouldn't be in the country illegally. There's a thought. Okay, so this, apropos of nothing, I think it's just hilarious to talk about. Honestly, as a cultural discussion, there seems to be no group of people that is so disdainful of their own success than those in the WNBA. The WNBA has grown in popularity, in part almost entirely due to Caitlin Clark's significant crowd pull, but for some reason they can't understand why people aren't watching more. It's because of stuff like this, among many of the other discussions that they have. Watch this video. This is I don't even know who the player is, honestly, as I don't even know who the teams are because it's the WNBA. Nobody watches it. But somebody's wig fell off during the game. You'll see it gets pulled right off. And what do? They throw the wig right back on, just resume the play. Nope, she doesn't. She puts the wig kind of back on and then runs to the locker room without checking in or out of the game. Savannah, I grew, you might be a little bit younger. I grew up in a generation that watched Kobe Bryant tear his Achilles and then stay in the game to shoot 2 free throws before walking off himself. Is a wig malfunction worth going into the locker room completely unprompted?
No, it's definitely a big joke, and it makes them look bad when you're going to start acting like this. A wig dropping on the court is treated like a national emergency. Stopping and giving the player time to recover her look. I mean, meanwhile, NBA stars, like you said, they play through ripped jerseys, bloody noses, and broken fingers without even a timeout. They just get someone to go in there and replace them. I mean, they stopped the whole game for her. So apparently in 2025, keeping your hairstyle intact is more important than the scoreboard, which is just insane to me.
Yeah, Kevin, I personally, I have no reason to want the WNBA to fail. Honestly, I kind of hope it gets more successful because there are actually some really interesting players. Caitlin Clark obviously being one of them that's actually very exciting to watch. Having said that, it's almost unwatchable because of the things that they spout off the court, incidents like this. What can the WNBA do, if anything, to, at the very least, shake off the aversion to the success that they're currently experiencing?
Well, Joe Bob, they need to lean into the players that are clearly garnering fan attention. I think that the WNBA has not necessarily been the friendliest to Caitlin Clark. And let's be honest, similar to Sydney Sweeney again, it's because she's white. And how could, God forbid, a white girl be good at basketball? That's not who's supposed to be the face of the league. Just like they just had Angel Reese be basically the cover of their league recently because they can't stand that a white girl is at the top. The WNBA, as soon as Caitlin Clark gets out of was put on IL, everybody stopped watching for quite a while, and then she got back in, and their numbers go back up again. I mean, the WNBA's last 3 top headlines had to do with a cosmetic wig falling off, a phallic-shaped object being on the court, and a performer doing a backflip that ended up hitting one of the players. None of it had to do about basketball. Make the WNBA about basketball, then they'll get paid what they're owed. But right now, they're paid exactly what they're owed.
There's some group of guys on social media that have been betting on DraftKings or whatever every single game that Angel Reese plays that she'll miss her first shot, and I think they've won like 14 games in a row. It's comical. And again, I have no reason for the NBA or for the WNBA to fail. I kind of want them to succeed, but it just keeps, like, they keep shoving their own foot in their mouth among so many other issues that they have. Savannah, Kevin, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, Joe Bob.
Thank you.
Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
One of the biggest reasons I hear from parents, why their kid can't ride their bike around their neighborhood or go out of sight with the neighborhood kids even just on their street is because they are scared that other families who allow devices, their kid will bring up something, show their kid something they don't want them to see.
Oh, that's interesting.
How do you respond to that worry?
Kids are going to see things you don't want them to see. It's a sad fact. The world is filled with things, and some are bad and some are good. And so if you don't want them to be part of the world, then you've taken them out of the world. And that seems pretty dramatic.
And I think a lot of this is they do not want their child too young to see pornography.
I don't want them either, yeah.
Right. And so that's what they're scared about is because you can't control how other families deal with screens if it's, like the neighborhood kids playing together or something.
Well, the neighborhood kids playing together is also really great. I mean, if you want your kids to learn how to deal with each other, how to make something happen, how to have fun, not on a screen. You want kids playing together. You want different age kids playing together. One lady, all my ideas are not mine. People send them to me, as you can tell, because I keep saying one lady said, one mom told me. But one mom told me a great idea. She created something she calls Friendship Camp. And that is that there's 4 other families in the neighborhood where her kid is friends with their kids and the parents are sort of friends too. And those are 4 families whose door you can always knock on. And if the kid is home and doesn't have a piano lesson and is done with homework, your kid is allowed in. And if those kids come to your house and you're not in the middle of dinner or whatever, you just let them in. So if there are some families that and believe have your same values, make a pact with them. Let's have a friendship camp. And at least your kids have some mobility and some spontaneity because you're not creating every play date. You're saying, well, go and see if, those kids are around.
I like that suggestion. I also often hear, I'm okay with this free range parenting thing. I like Lenore's ideas. I like Alex's ideas, but I live X, Y, and Z, fill in the blank. I live rural in the country, so this is impossible for me. I live in a big city. This is impossible for me. And so, I guess my question is, are there geographical areas where free range parenting is impossible?
Maybe, but I haven't heard of them per se. There are places where people are so far from their neighbors, but that doesn't mean your kids can't play with each other outside. Or one of the other, so the 2 things that Let Grow recommends, which I do think are the easiest ways to make childhood a little different, is that Let Grow experience where kids do something new on their own. And if you're in the rural area, you climb a tree. And if you're in a neighborhood, like mine, you take a bus, right? Or you go to the bodega. But the other thing is to keep the schools open after school for mixed age, no phones, free play. Because you got all the kids there already, right? And if they go home, they'll either be on a phone or they'll be in an organized activity, which can be fun, but it's not the kids, negotiating what they're going to play, and that's not fair, and making the decisions and all the interpersonal skills that come naturally with free play, right? So you have cardboard boxes out there. You tell everybody, bring the junk from home, bring some cans, bring some old, I guess you can't bring old tires. That's kind of hard. Bring an old suitcase, right? Bring a wig, just some fun stuff to play with, and some balls and some chalk. And I just heard of kids doing this in high school for a week last week because it was like the teacher who suggested it thought, well, they're not going to know how to play. They're old and they've grown up, going to soccer and Mandarin every day after school. And they had a ball. And she was so smart. She did a study before and after, like, tell me your stress levels, tell me your loneliness levels, and how many friends you have. And of course, their stress plummeted. And of course, their loneliness plummeted. And they made new friends because it was different age kids. And it's what kids are programmed for. It's all mammals are programmed to play. And the play drive in kids is so strong that they know how to do it even when they've been deprived of a lot of play, even when all their play has been supervised and structured until then. And the play drive was put into kids so they would learn how to deal with each other, how to do the problem. Oh, no, the ball went over the fence. Now what? Well, let's play with a can, or I'll hold you up and you go over the fence. I mean, problem solving is really fun. And when we're with our kids, we solve their problems.
So like in New York City, which is where you live, for example, they have these playgrounds like right in the middle of the city. Would you, if you had younger kids today, be like, well, if you were really close, walk down there and play at the park by yourself and come back?
Yeah, but playing alone, as I said, is boring. So it would generally be with a friend, to take a basketball, or go to take a basketball and see who's there and play with them.
Some argue that the laws and the culture in America today wouldn't allow for somebody to be a free range parent, even if they wanted to try. Like that they're too nervous. CPS will be called on them.
I understand that. Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Most states are pretty ambiguous when it comes to what is neglect and what isn't. And they often say something in the law that says parents must provide proper supervision. Well, what we think is proper supervision and what somebody else thinks is proper supervision is often different. So we like a law that makes it a little narrower and says neglect is when you put your kid in obvious and serious danger. The 3-year-old outside on the highway at night, something that everybody would agree, this is just dumb. Leaving your kids for a weekend and you go to the casino and there's, heroin in the house. That's neglect. And so we call this the Reasonable Childhood Independence Law. And it helps the free range, let grow parents, but it also helps parents in poverty. Because sometimes you have a single mom, she's working 2 jobs. She knows her kid is going to be fine coming home with a latchkey, the old-fashioned latchkey, and being home from 3 to 5 because the mom's working her second shift.
So little teeny tiny hour increments like that, being left home alone. My parents started letting me do that at 9.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was also at 9 years old, allowed to the house right next door while my parents were home, allowed to babysit 2 2-year-old twins while the parents went to a quick dinner. Now, my parents were right there if I needed help or anything, but I had been around babies. I loved helping them. I was reading all about babysitting and taking care even at 9. And so that was so special to me to get to take care of kids.
So I'll just say that we've passed that law in 9 states so far, and we have two are about to be signed. By the time this airs, it will also probably be the law now in Florida and Missouri, but it's another 9 states. If you go to letgrow.org and you click on laws, you can see if your state has passed one of them yet.
And you guys were working on this. Didn't this happen? Some parent got CPS called on her in Georgia or something very recently.
Yeah. So
and
the
you
law
guys
just passed.
you guys helped.
No, we don't help. We just publicize the case. I was the first person to write about this case. A mom was taking another one of her kids to the doctor, and her 10-year-old was supposed to stay home with grandpa, and he didn't. He decided to walk to town because he's a person, not a thing, and not kids. Kids are going to do some things that we don't agree with, and we actually don't even want them to do. But so he walks to town, and somebody sees him and calls 911, and the cops call the mom and say, hey, your son is out here. Did you know that? She's like, no, I thought he was home. Well, how come you didn't know it? It's like, because he left home without telling his grandpa. His grandpa's at home. It's like, well, you should have known. And she was arrested. It was an insane case. She was handcuffed in front of her family and taken to jail and got out soon. But still, the hubris of that other person who called 911 after she talked to a 10-year-old who said, yeah, I decided to walk here, and I saw my friend's grandma works at the Dollar Tree, and I was saying hi to her. And it's like, that should be the end of it. And I think one of the reasons that we even hear about these cases today is because the passerby has a phone. You know, if you'd seen a 10-year-old walk into town and you had to remember when you got home, I better call the police, there was that kid outside, nobody would call because it would leave your mind. It's so nothing, right? But somehow she thinks that she's helping this kid or helping, or teaching the mom a lesson or something. I mean, I don't know what people think when they're calling 911 to say, I saw a child outside like an escaped lemur from the zoo. But it can lead to a cascade of misery, and that's why we're trying to change the laws. But I wanted to go back to you being a 9-year-old babysitter.
Yeah.
What was so cool?
Oh, just feeling like I was capable, gaining confidence. I can do this. I can take care of somebody. Felt like so special, like adults trust me. Yeah.
And it was not just your parents, it was these neighbors. And they're trusting their most beloved things on earth to you, a 9-year-old.
Now, it isn't like they didn't know me, and they knocked on our door one day and said, can your daughter babysit our kids? They were right next door, and their kids would be playing outside, and I'd be playing outside and playing with their twins and always, doting on them and taking care of them. And so it was an agreement between those parents and my parents of like, hey, Alex or Alexandra loves our sons. Like, we were thinking, go right down the street. We love to have, an hour and a half to have a dinner together as new parents. If you guys are home and she's, capable of asking for help, do you think that would be okay if we go to reasonable hour, blah, blah, blah? And they were like, yeah, let's do it. Shortly after that, I think I did like an American Red Cross babysitter course at maybe 10 or 11, learn CPR. All those things. I was very into babysitting and being a mother's helper and all of that. So yeah, I had spent time getting to know those kids. But now, all of everyone in my life that I know with kids, they'd all be like, there is no way in hell a 9-year-old, even with parents home or whatever, I would allow to watch my toddlers.
So let's talk about that, because that has nothing to do with crime.
Yeah.
Right? That's just trust.
Yeah.
These neighbors saw who you were, how responsible you were, saw how kind you were, saw you as a person. And then they also saw their life as something that they could take an hour and a half off from being with their kids. And so that's, once again, we're getting back to trust. They trusted you. They trusted your parents. They trusted the neighborhood. And they also didn't think it was evil of them to take their eyes off their kids for an hour and a half, or that the world was so dangerous, or that their children were in such dire straits that an hour and a half would constitute disaster.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall.
I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
TPUSA.com is where you can go to donate any amount and get a free cooler. Again, if you're inviting me to a place and you don't have a cooler and all of your drinks are lukewarm, room temperature, God forbid heated by the sun, I will not come. I also probably won't in general, but even if there was a chance, that would ruin it. TPUSA.com, donation of any amount gets you a free cooler. You can also email the show anytime you want, night or day, rain or shine, sleet or snow, I don't know, heat or snow. TPT at tpusa.com. We love reading every single one of your emails. Producer Glenn painstakingly goes through every single email that anyone ever sent. Somebody sent us a novel and he read the entire thing. He had to. It's contractually obligated. I think it took him 15 hours. But you know, who needs time with your wife on the weekends when you can read through those books that get sent in PDF form? At the email tpt at tpusa.com. One of you guys sent me this video. I thought this was very funny. Actually, hold on. Let me backtrack. Cue the music. It's Woke Wednesday. Thank you, highlighter vest lady. This is long, but it is fascinating to get inside the mind of a woke that's trying to hit you with their car. Watch this.
What are you photographing, boys?
Did he express to you? We're in the middle of taking audio and video. So we're not interested in having a conversation right now. Is that okay with you?
No, it's not okay with me.
It's not okay with you that I'm not interested in having a conversation with you? You're going to force me to? You better take that mask off, a little oxygen into the brain there. I don't know what's going on. You feeling okay? Whoa, what are you, out of your f***ing mind, lady?
Yeah, I'm out of my f***ing mind. What am I going to do?
You're going to hit me with your car?
Are you out of your mind?
Are you serious?
Do you have any idea that you can't sit there and take photos on federal property?
Why don't you go call the cops? Why don't you go call the cops and I'll show them the video of you trying to hit me with your car and we'll get you arrested. How about that, smart ass? How about that? Back away from me. I'm telling you right now, stop walking up to me.
Back away from you?
Yes.
Hey, get in your car.
Back away from me. Get in your car. Listen to him and get in your car and go home.
What they're doing is constitutionally protected. Get in your car and leave. I almost saw you hit him with your car. I don't take orders from schmoes like you boys.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to take orders from you and answer your stupid questions. Get in your car and get out of here.
You cannot photograph people.
I'm doing it right now. What are you going to do about it?
Public.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Stupid mistake, lady. You don't assault people out in public. Bad move. You gonna stick around and be a witness, buddy?
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome. Appreciate you. We got witnesses, lady. If I was you, I'd get in your car and go home before you dig yourself. I'm gonna have you arrested for trying to hit me with your car. So if I was you, I would just leave. I'm gonna give you that chance because I'm not gonna call the cops on you. You wanna call them? I welcome you to. You gotta be out of your mind. Try to hit me with her car and then gets out of her car and tries to assault me. Michigan EKC 1371.
Hey, you know what? I can show you my driver's license.
Lady, I don't want anything from you. I want you to get away from me.
I want you to stop photographing people.
Not gonna happen.
I'm signing a disclaimer.
Not gonna happen.
Right.
Not gonna happen. Get in your car and go home. You made a mess out of yourself. Before you make it worse, get in your car and go home.
I don't take orders from schmucks like you.
I don't take orders from people like you either. You made a mistake here today. Just go home, lick your wounds, and feel better about yourself. You made a mistake.
What is it you're photographing, fella?
None of your business. You made a
I know that was long, and I'm sorry if you thought it was too long, but holy cow. To me, it's fascinating to watch in real time the spinning wheel of death that you see in your computer happening in her head. There were so many, like, that's why it was long. It's why we left it long, because we could have gotten the action parts, which, you know, tries to hit the guy with his car for taking pictures, because that's a totally sane thing to do. But what are you doing, lady? I don't want to have a conversation with you. The computer didn't freeze, or the TV didn't freeze. That's just what it looked like she was doing the whole time, just kind of glazed over, and then like, ding, response. But the letting oxygen in your brain part. That was also, if you remember when Brandon Tatum, who's a friend of the show, been a guest plenty of times, was at UC Davis and a bunch of violent mobsters tacked his booth, he like shoved one of them super hard. And I was like, dude, are you worried that that's going to come back to you? And he's like, no, they'll have to call the cops and then therefore expose themselves, which is what that lady was effectively going to do. Hello, officer? I just tried to run over someone with my car and kill him. Please respond because they're taking unwanted photos. Give me a break. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie's going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, and Greg, you said something a couple years ago when we chatted, and it's so important, which is, and I've tried to apply this rule. It doesn't apply perfectly, but when you see a social movement that continues to push forward when there is high social cost, they're worth at least listening to. So when there is a movement of people and they're getting canceled or smeared, potentially imprisoned, and they keep fighting for that thing, you should hear them out.
Yes.
And this is the point of the kids on campus, where you're surrounded by libs being like, why do you think I believe? My life's not easier because of this.
Yes, and yet you reminded me of something I said that I would have completely forgotten.
You're welcome. I'm on the second part.
It's actually a really great point.
I know,
and
that's
it came from me. Thank you. It's like, do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? Aren't you the least bit curious about that? That usually really can freeze somebody.
It's complete cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
And so,
I'm glad you remembered that. See, this is the problem with getting old. I can't remember my best stuff.
That's why I'm here. I remember your stuff for you. But let's dive deeper into that. So think about it. If you're ever outnumbered, instead of talking about politics or stuff, just say, listen, my view comes at a high social cost on this college campus.
Yeah.
High social cost. How many kids here are graded differently because of your conservative views? Raise your hand. Okay. Almost every student's hand goes up. So therefore, you're making a conscious decision to suffer to some degree for a transcendent value.
Yeah.
And you should tell your lib friends or whatever, I could have comfort if I conform.
Yes.
So why don't I?
Yes, I could actually get better grades like you if I said what you said, but I'm not. Isn't that kind of interesting to you? Yeah, it's kind of like you know, I mean I'm pro-life, and I mean I run into the, you know, most people I know almost all people I know in my industry are pro-choice. And I know when I know that I'm always outnumbered. But I'm always like, don't you even wonder? Like why? You seem to agree with a lot of things I say. You think that I'm a smart person? Do you think I'm just crazy on one thing? Like, oh, he's really good on the economy. He's really good on foreign policy. He can write well, but he's completely nuts on unborn children. That doesn't really logically make sense. No, it doesn't. You know what's interesting about really, really smart pro-choice people? They admit it's murder.
Oh, I find this on campus. They have to.
Yeah, they have to go, look, you know what? I'm not going to argue what it is murder, but I'm still for it. That was that was like the liberal comedian way of dealing with it. I think almost every smart comedian, when they talk about abortion, will not deny that it's murder.
And then everyone laughs at the comic club. I guess that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's like, at least you're being honest.
But this is another important point that Greg is making, that if you have earned social trust with people in your circle, defending that view that might be seemingly unpopular can convert that whole social circle to be a conservative.
Yes.
Because they'll think, wow, this is a good person. It's not just being right, it's also character.
Yes.
Right?
This is a really good point. And for example, if you're in an office and you're working, being an appealing person there, it's like a young person will come in and when a young person starts at work, they're looking for somebody, not necessarily a mentor, but somebody that like they can kind of identify with, make them feel at ease. And when you're that person, and every single person has that. Like when I first started working at Men's Health or at Prevention Magazine or different places, I identified. I would boil it down to this: when you'll see somebody you work with, and you go, I want what that person has. Like, what is it about them that makes them confident and strong and cool? Like, it's weird. You know, the word cool originated from the word calm. A lot of people don't know that. It's like you're always looking for the calm person in the storm. And when you're when you are that person, people want to know why. This is why being politically hysterical doesn't win followers. It's like, Charlie, if you're calm, people are interested. So, but getting back to the point about character, if somebody sees that everything that you're doing is working, and then they find out that you have an opinion that they detest. Like, the perfect thing is Trump. It's great when the most successful person in the group, they find out is a Trump supporter, and they go, "My God, you're an idiot." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm an idiot. Have you seen where I live? Have you seen my family?" So they have to, like, all of a sudden start reconfiguring the way they think.
Did you see that HBO, the part of with that show White Lotus or something?
Yes.
There was like a 3-minute clip. I don't watch the show.
Where they found out that
the women found out that, like, their old friend they love and they adore, all of a sudden she's, like, very quietly, like, doesn't say she didn't deny she voted for Trump.
Yes. Yeah.
And anyway, from a drama standpoint, it was so beautifully written.
Yeah, it was nice. And it's like, I think that they're coming to grips with the idea that they kind of, like, they went too far in the world of demonizing. You're making me think of something about, like, when like, I've lost friends, people that you probably know, like people that I've worked with over Trump. And whenever somebody, and I'll see it in interviews, they'll ask, "What happened to Gutfeld?" And they go, "Oh man, he knew where his bread was buttered. Oh, it was his way to climb the ladder." It's like, I watch people try to figure out why. Like, why do I support Trump, without ever actually honestly asking why everybody does. It's like, it's like only I think the belief is only dumb people do, but when a smart person does it, it's because they're selling out.
And what's so funny is if they stopped coping,
yes,
and started understanding,
yes, which is what I did,
they would actually be in a better place.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The left and people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And you know, like Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs, and really we haven't seen inflation, go up back to 3%. Maybe it will this week. Maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing.
Well, there's an important lesson there. Don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say.
I'm not expecting a rate cut today. The market is pricing in rate cuts. And what I'm hoping that we can see out of the leadership at the Federal Reserve is a little bit of imagination. They were wrong on tariff inflation. And by the way, tariffs, a one-time price adjustment, if it happens, which it hasn't happened, is not inflation.
Yes, the Europeans annoy me sometimes, and yes, I disagree with them on certain issues, but we have to remember that is the cradle of Western civilization. The entire idea of Christian civilization that led to the founding of the United States of America, that was formed in Europe. Europe is at risk, I think, of engaging in civilizational suicide. They are unable to or unwilling, too many countries, to control their borders. You see them starting to push back against that, and good. That's a good thing. You see them starting to limit the free speech of their own citizens, even as those citizens are protesting against things like the border invasion. I want Europe to thrive. I want them to be an important ally.
Last night, I was surprised to see President Trump on Truth Social go after me and Senate Republicans over what we call the blue slip. I was offended by what the president said, and I'm disappointed that it would result in personal insults. Now, we're here to do business. That's a very important part of this committee's work, to do our constitutional duties of reviewing people that require Senate confirmation.
I refer to this, Mr. President, as a historic level of obstruction. And I mean it. President Trump is the only president on record to not have a single one of his civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote at this point in his presidency. The only president on record. Just to offer a point of comparison here, by this point in his presidency, President Biden had 44 civilian nominees confirmed by voice vote. President Trump hasn't had one.
The European Union was essentially closed to doing business with the United States. You couldn't really get in. They didn't take cars. They didn't take agriculture. They didn't take very much. And they've opened up entirely. We'll be able to sell a full complement of cars, trucks, SUVs, everything. And ultimately, it's going to be good for them. And I think they're also going to come over and build plants in the United States. And when you do that, you don't have to pay the tariffs. And they'll be paying a 15% tariff on everything.
Again, GDP, this is the first read of the second quarter, coming in at 3%. That is better than expected, 2.4%. I want to bring in Adam Johnson. Markets are certainly watching this, right?
Yeah, Goldilocks, because I would add to that, Cheryl, that the GDP price index was only 2%, and the expectation was 2.2. In other words, we have an economy growing at, what do you say, 3%? We have inflation at 2%. That's the best of both worlds. So I'm very positive on that report, at least in the moment.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you would change the Russia deadline to 10, 12 days. I'm ready.
10 days from today. Yeah. So, we had Hillary Clinton down to whatever we wanted to do with her, and I felt it was inappropriate. She's the wife of the president. She was a Secretary of State. And we could have done a very big number, indicting her, all the things that you have to do. It's tough stuff. And I said, we don't want to do that. In fact, you remember I made speeches when I mentioned her name. They started to lock her up. Yeah. And I said, no, this is after we won. And yet they did it to me. Yeah.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
When disaster strikes, will you be ready? I'm talking about when the power's out, the store's empty, and you need food fast. Check this out. It's the 4-week food kit from 4patriots.com. It's packed with hearty, delicious recipes designed to last 25 years, and that guarantees that you will always be prepared. And right now, you can get 2 kits for the price of 1. Now, this deal has never been offered before, and chances are we may never offer it again. So go to 4patriots.com today. Don't wait, and get yours while supplies last.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. It is a beautiful Wednesday here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. Yesterday was an interesting day. Apparently, I'm going to be highlighted on South Park. We'll talk about that later in the hour. Goes to show the cultural impact that we have achieved at Turning Point USA. We'll talk all about that. But first, to something much more important than the fact that we have reached a cultural pinnacle. The U.S. Senate has some very goofy traditions. And right now, President Donald Trump has hundreds of people that he needs in his administration that are not being confirmed. Hundreds of people. People such as third in line at the Department of Justice. People such as general counsels at the Department of Education. Very important positions. So when you don't fill these positions, do you know who then currently occupies those slots and those posts? Career employees of these agencies that have contempt for Donald Trump. They are part of the deep state of government. These folks run the day-to-day operations. So basically, President Donald Trump has not yet taken over the federal government. Donald Trump won the election. Donald Trump is president, but Donald Trump has not yet taken over the federal government. I want you to think about that. Even though we had an election almost a year ago, even though Donald Trump has been president for 6 months, he still does not have his people in there. Career bureaucrats in a city that went 90-10 for Democrats are running your government. And it's not because of Donald Trump or the White House. They're doing their job, and they're doing it rapidly. No, it's because of the U.S. Senate. Now, we've talked yesterday, and I mean this half jokingly. The U.S. Senate, John Thune, turn off the air conditioning. By the way, in the coming days, it'll be a very muggy 85 degrees in D.C., and you better believe they'll start confirming people if you do that. But there's another problem at play here outside of the delay, which we examined thoroughly with Senator Rick Scott and with Senator Markwayne Mullin. And then we have Senator Lee coming up because we are keeping the pressure on this program. We are demanding pace. We're demanding confirmations. At this show right now, in this midsummer moment, the most important thing that we can draw your attention to, the most important thing that we as a collective Charlie Kirk Show team can do is to demand the U.S. Senate acts. But it's not just the delays. It's something also called a blue slip. You're about to learn something. If you don't know what a blue slip is, you're about to learn how the good old boys club of the U.S. Senate operates. The blue slip refers to a practice used by the Senate Judiciary Committee for judicial nominations, for circuit and court judgeships, but also for U.S. attorneys. So what is a U.S. attorney? A U.S. attorney is someone that works for the Department of Justice, confirmed by the U.S. Senate, that oversees prosecutions and indictments and criminal cases. The U.S. attorney, they have geographic jurisdictions. So there's a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. There's a U.S. attorney for South Florida. There's a U.S. attorney in Arizona. The problem is that President Donald Trump wants to be able to crush sanctuary cities for one. He wants to be able to go after the Democrat Act Blue apparatus. However, this is the key. Donald Trump can't proceed on so much of the sanctuary city cartel activity until he gets his U.S. attorneys confirmed. So U.S. attorneys must go through the Senate Judiciary Committee. And so President Donald Trump wrote this scathing Truth Social yesterday, but let me dive this a little bit deeper into this. Before the 1950s, blue slips were never used. But in 1956 onward, a senator by the name of James Eastland, the blue slip became a tool to allow either home state senator to veto a nominee by simply not returning the slip. So basically, let's say Donald Trump wants to get a U.S. attorney for where I live in Phoenix, Arizona, or even more importantly, a U.S. attorney in Tucson. Tucson is filled with cartel activity, child sex trafficking, narco drugs. Right now, and we're aiming to eventually fix it, Arizona has 2 Democrat senators, Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego. So let's say Donald Trump wants to have a rock star, non-controversial U.S. attorney for Arizona who wants to go after the cartels. And he nominates, let's just say, Mark Lamb, for example, someone that's just a rock star. To kill that U.S. attorney that the president wants and that people voted for, all Mark Kelly or Ruben Gallego have to do is submit an anonymous blue slip, and that nominee dies. Now, the timeline under Orrin Hatch, a nominee could receive a hearing even if one home state senator objected. But basically, the tradition, this is simply tradition. This is not constitutional. This is not Senate rules. This is nothing more than a statesman tradition of the United States Senate. Now, but Donald Trump put out a very fiery Truth Social last night, and he's right. It's a blue slip scam. Joe Biden openly broke with this at least 2 times. So Democrats have broken with this in the past, but we as Republicans, you see, we're the guardians of tradition while we can't get U.S. attorneys. Now, here is where it completes the point. You want to know why we have not indicted Brandon Johnson as the mayor of Chicago? Do you want to know why we can't go after Karen Bass? Do you want to know why we can't go after some of the Act Blue oligarchs that have obviously been flirting up against the law? Do you want to know why we have not been able to go after the sanctuary cities in New York? It's because we don't have U.S. attorneys confirmed there. We have Biden holdovers running the U.S. attorneys' offices all across the country. Now, ultimately, of course, Pam Bondi is in charge of them, but I think there's like 130 U.S. attorney jurisdictions. I could be wrong. And so Pam Bondi can't possibly, and Todd Blanche possibly manage every single U.S. attorney outfit in Montana and Alaska and Hawaii and Missouri. You need your people there. So Donald Trump has made recommendations and nominations for all these people. But unfortunately, a good man is doing something wrong. And that's what happens sometimes in politics. Good men do something incorrect. And that is Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley is an awesome person. He's a legend. He's been around forever. He's one of the older guys in the U.S. Senate I have a lot of respect for. He has won a lot of elections in Iowa, but he is old school. And this is a hill he will die on. You see, Chuck Grassley is empowering blue state Democrats. Chuck Grassley is giving power to Ruben Gallego and to Mark Kelly. Chuck Grassley is giving power to Gillibrand, to Schumer. So if we want to get a U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, which we need, by the way, to go after sanctuary cities and child sex trafficking and drugs, we can't do it if Chuck Schumer or a Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee submits a blue slip. And so then they go back to the home senators, and here's the one that matters for all of you in the audience and you probably care about. How about Alina Habba? Alina Habba is trying to become the U.S. attorney for New Jersey, but Cory Booker refuses to move on her. Cory Booker has veto power over the president, even though we have a Senate majority, because of this ridiculous tradition called the blue slip scam. President Donald Trump writes last night, I would never be, therefore, after this long explanation that basically I just gave, I would never be able to appoint great judges or U.S. attorneys. So it goes for judges and U.S. attorneys in California, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, Virginia, and other places where there's coincidentally the highest level of crime and corruption. President Trump is spot on here. This is 10 out of 10 Trump, where Trump is like, I'm trying to clean up the cities of L.A., San Francisco. I'm trying to clean up Portland. I'm trying to clean up Seattle. I am the president of the United States of America, not the president of the red states of America. But unfortunately, because of this blue slip tradition that never should have happened because the Senate takes themselves so seriously, they are able to overrule the will of the president. Do you see a pattern here? This reminds me of the parliamentarian story. Loopholes gumming up the works of popular sovereignty. This is not constitutional. It's not within Article 3 or Article 4 or subsection. Wrong. This is simply an old boys club of some sort of, well, we must honor the senator from Arizona, Ruben Gallego, who, by the way, his policies are awfully akin to that of the cartels. So Ruben Gallego can block, again, I care about Arizona, he can block a U.S. attorney that wants to go against the cartels, even though Donald Trump won Arizona by 6 points. So Trump wins Arizona, and he doesn't get the U.S. attorneys that people voted for because Ruben Gallego has veto power over the president because Chuck Grassley is defending this ridiculous tradition. I'll explain more in just a second. PatriotMobile.com is amazing. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. It is a wonderful way that you guys can get excellent cell phone service. The truth is there's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. This is how we win, by aligning our spending with our values. Every dollar we spend matters. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie, PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are one of the few shows that is really isolating this. To repeat, President Trump can't get good U.S. attorneys because a Democrat doesn't like it. We'll be right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
News and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let me tell you about YRefi. That is YRefi.com. They are wonderful supporters of this show. They are sponsoring our upcoming campus tour, which is just going to be so much fun. I love getting out there. The campus tour, by the way, we will talk about this later, has made cultural impact, the likes of which we could never have imagined. Go to yrefi.com. If you have private student loan debt, you should check it out right now at yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. So please take a look at it right now, yrefi.com. So please take a look. That's yrefi.com. YREFI, call 888-YREFI34 or YREFY.com. That is yrefi.com. Again, there's over $300 billion in privately held student loan debt. A lot of people are suffering from that kind of debt, and they want to get out of it. It may not be available in all 50 states. YREFI offers a 3-minute rate check without any impact to your credit. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YREFI can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom and dad a much-deserved break. Go to yrefi.com. Can you imagine being unburdened by what has been? And again, they're big supporters of Turning Point USA and everything that we do on campus, Student Action Summit, yrefi.com. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. So people are blowing us up on emails, freedom@charliekirk.com, here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. Charlie, what can we do? What can we do? What can be done? Do we have to go to the Supreme Court? Nope. Just very simple. Chuck Grassley has to decide to no longer honor this ridiculous tradition. That's it. Doesn't require a vote. Doesn't require a parliamentarian. Chuck Grassley literally has to just say, I'm not giving veto power to Democrats over a president who won a popular vote majority, and even, here's the kicker, won the swing states that they are contesting it. Let me give you another example. Atlanta. Hotlanta. Not exactly a mostly, it's a mostly peaceful city. 2 Democrat senators, Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. If Donald Trump wants to put a U.S. attorney in Atlanta, easily could have pocket veto. So again, that's a state Donald Trump won. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. Donald Trump won Nevada. What if Donald Trump wants to put a U.S. attorney in Las Vegas, one of the child sex trafficking capitals of America? So is Atlanta. So Donald Trump wants to put a U.S. attorney in Vegas. Nope. Cortez Masto can veto him. And there's nothing he can do about it. It's because Chuck Grassley is defending an antiquated, broken system when the Senate used to actually be about commonality. And by the way, that tradition was when we were in a different country. This is the key. Grassley is defending a tradition that started in 1950 when we used to be a country of neighbors, not strangers. We are a different nation. We have to have dramatic and bold action. This is not even that dramatic. It's, can a president get the U.S. attorneys he wants? There's no Senate rule about this. It's simply a spoken tradition. That's it. This was all birthed out of Pax Americana. Chuck Grassley fires back to Donald Trump. Again, I like Chuck Grassley a lot. He is very wrong here. Chuck Grassley is wrong. And sir, if you're listening or your team is listening, we have great respect for you. Do not die on this hill. This will be a legacy ender. This will be you not finishing well, but you've ran a great race. Do not do this. Do not give veto power to New Jersey, California, Illinois, Arizona, and Atlanta Democrats to be able to usurp the sovereign of this country. Don't do this. Play cut 392.
Last night, I was surprised to see President Trump on Truth Social go after me and Senate Republicans over what we call the blue slip. The people in real America don't care about what the blue slip is, but in fact it impacts in their states the district judges who serve their communities and the U.S. attorneys who ensure the law and order is enforced. I was offended by what the president said, and I'm disappointed that it would result in personal insults. Now, we're here to do business. That's a very important part of this committee's work, to do our constitutional duties of reviewing people that require Senate confirmation.
Okay. First of all, this was not a personal insult attack by Donald Trump. This was very tepid by Trump Truth Social means. So Chuck Grassley should just kind of understand that was hardly a salvo from the President of the United States. We've seen Truth Socials that get a little bit hot and spicy. That was cool as a cucumber. Secondly, Did he say that people in real America don't care about this? Hilariously, we're actually live right now on Real America's Voice. Hi, Senator Grassley. We're actually live on Real America right now. No, I think this audience really cares about the fact that Donald Trump, the winner of the election, does not get his U.S. attorneys. By the way, people say, when are we indicting all the Russiagate people? Not going to happen. Will not happen until you get U.S. attorneys. You understand that there will be no high-profile indictments. We're all waiting. Where are the indictments coming? Can't happen if you have U.S. attorneys. Literally, I mean, again, the U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, can do some of this, but over time, it's a manpower. You need someone to come into a U.S. Attorney's office, and then they run the entire thing. It's pure delegation. The Department of Justice has tens of thousands of employees. You're not going to have just a couple civilians like Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi be able to run the entire thing. I think that we need to light up Leader Thune's phones on this. Forget Grassley. Grassley's not, he's a stick in the mud. He's not going to move. But John Thune can get Grassley to move. And John Thune's phone number is 202-224-2321. Well, not his phone number, but his DC office, his publicly listed one. That's 202-224-2321. Let's put it up on screen. It's 202-224-2321. Call Leader Thune's office and say, we're not going to put up with this blue slip scam. The leader needs to come in and say, Chuck, enough. This has been a 1950s Pax Americana tradition that we've grandfathered in. We're going to put an end to this. Because I'm telling you right now in the audience, you will get a fraction of what you voted for if the blue slip scam remains. Email me your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com, and give a ring to John Thune and give him a piece of your mind. Stay right there.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Between Trump and the Federal Reserve, putting us all behind the curve yet again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a problem economically with the slowdown? And what does this all mean for your savings? Well, you may want to consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. The Birch Gold Group makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or a 401k, you can now convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can just buy some gold and keep it in your safe. First, get educated, though. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to the number 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for their country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. As the deadline to reach a trade deal with President Trump or face a 30% tariff is just days away, the Trump administration is celebrating another economic victory this morning. It turns out the U.S. gross domestic product grew by 3% during the second quarter of this year after shrinking by 0.5% during the previous quarter. It's a win for the Trump administration and a potential sign that the president's tariff policies are working. Market experts point to a 30% decline in imports, an increase in consumer spending, and a rebound in government spending. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis says, on average, American workers' salaries are also going up. Year to year, wages were up almost 5% compared to the same time last year. Tsunami advisories remain in effect for parts of the West Coast, spanning California, Oregon, and Washington state. A warning for Hawaii has now been lifted. Still, people along the coast are being warned to be on guard for strong currents and dangerous waves. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, in just a second, we have Senator Mike Lee. This video is going viral on TikTok. Big time. Play cut 8.
Why don't you believe that white privilege exists? I just want to get your understanding first, and then we could go from there.
Well, let's just, is there anything that you can't do that I can do?
No, we could do the same things if we put our minds to it.
Good. Then there's no white privilege. Boom! Great example of the power of TikTok. Get straight to the point. We have gone viral on TikTok, billions of views. In fact, we have a couple of real viral ones that we posted yesterday, a couple million views. We should get the Starbucks one, Ryan. People like that one. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok, businesses that employ more than 28 million people. Like Dan owns Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grow from a one-man team show to a team of 45. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support that she found on TikTok. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Mike Lee. Senator Lee, thank you so much for taking the time. Senator, our audience is pretty fired up about the blue slips. Where did this tradition come from, and why should we give veto power to Democrat senators over President Trump's ability to have U.S. attorneys as he chooses?
As far as where it came from, it's a precedent that's many, many decades old, and it really is a protection that's there to make sure that local judges, U.S. attorneys, U.S. marshals have the support of their home state senators. Now, one thing I should point out here is that it's not an immutable rule. It was not carved into stone. It's not set by law or even rules of the Senate. It is only a tradition. Consequently, it has changed many times, including during the previous Trump administration. So what exists today as the blue slip process is not identical to what it's always been. It changes periodically. More changes could be made. as it's abused. Customarily, members of both political parties have in the past deferred in many respects to some of the sitting president's priorities, even if they're of the opposing party. People have recommended district judges and U.S. attorneys, for example, who might not be the same people they would recommend if the president were of their party, but who they find acceptable nonetheless. Over time, though, Democrats have started abusing the blue slip and in many instances unreasonably refusing to identify anyone who might be mutually agreeable to both them and the president.
Right. And so that's where we're running into a little fork in the road. So, for example, in California, these senators do not want anyone. And so is it time for us, or is there conversations to bypass this blue slip tradition? Because, Senator, you and I both want to see cartels gone after. We can't have empty U.S. attorneys' offices for years. That robs President Trump of an important instrument of his government, including in New York or Seattle or Portland. In some ways, you're basically confederating the entire country. This is a neo-Confederate way to create sanctuary zones where U.S. attorneys would not be able to fulfill what the president won a popular vote majority on. Senator.
Yeah, and we certainly can't have that happening. Look, in previous Democratic administrations, including most recently in the Biden administration, we had the understanding that you could break the blue slip if you acted unreasonably. If you unreasonably refused to consent to anyone the president might find acceptable, or refused to recommend somebody to return a blue slip, if you did that unreasonably, that the blue slip might well be circumvented. And so I suspect we may near that point if we're not there already.
Yeah, so as far as my encouragement goes, Senator, I think you guys are there, and I have such great respect for Senator Grassley. I think he's wrong here to just be, let's say, immovable. So for whatever it's worth, I think you need to tell your colleagues, our audience is fired up because, look, when you are now 6-7 months into administration and you guys can't get U.S. attorneys confirmed, too deferential to the Democrats. And you and I both know, Senator, that if these were good faith objections by the Democrats and they're trying to come to some sort of happy medium, fine. This is pure obstructionism. This is hate Trump, get in the way of the agenda. There are cartels that are running rampant in a lot of these states, and we need U.S. attorneys to be able to broker the enforcement of the law. So, Senator, I now want to ask you about more broadly about confirmations. The audience is also very fired up as to why there are so many. There's a confirmation backlog. You have a lot of thoughts on this. You were texting me the other day. I actually missed a call from you, so sorry. So we'll talk now, I suppose. Senator, what is the plan forward so that we can get President Trump his personnel and properly staff the government?
Look, there are two basic ways we can approach this. As of right now, we're approaching 150 Trump nominees who are on the Senate's executive calendar. That is the pending list of presidential nominees before the Senate. It keeps going up every day. Just day before yesterday, it was at 144. We just this morning, two of the committees I serve on, Energy and Natural Resources, which I chair, and Foreign Relations, on which I also serve. Those two committees alone submitted an additional 6 names to the executive calendar just today. And we're not clearing the backlog nearly as quickly as we're adding to it. So here's my basic pitch. The Senate has no business taking a recess for the month of August, which is currently set to be the entirety of the month of August, without first clearing the backlog. But we shouldn't do that. The American people work hard. They expect us to do the same, especially when we're seriously behind. Now, there are reasons for this. The Democrats have delayed unreasonably. They've thrown every procedural or wrench in the gears that they can find. But we got to work twice as hard when they do that. So we shouldn't recess. And if somehow the Senate were to decide to recess, unwisely in my mind, without clearing the backlog, at a minimum, for the love of all that is sacred and holy and constitutional, we should not be holding what are called pro forma Senate sessions while we are in recess. Because those pro forma sessions, what they do is prohibit the President of the United States from exercising what would otherwise be his power to fill appointments for a recess appointment under the Constitution. So don't recess. And if we unwisely recess, no pro forma sessions. That's the formula.
Yeah, and so is there also a strategy to try to break the will of the Democrats to try and get them to basically surrender their obstruction, Senator?
Yes. And the best way to do this is the way the Senate always works. The Senate works according to unanimous consent. You can't do almost anything in the Senate without the Senate agreeing unanimously to move to the next step. Now, you can grind the Senate to the halt if you've got objectors who object to literally everything. But there's a way around that. And the Senate works on the principle of exhaustion, meaning at some point when we remain in session, and these guys have to show up and speak, they have to show up and vote, they get tired of all the procedural objections because it becomes more difficult, particularly where you hold them in at a time when they don't want to be here. So let's use it to our advantage. They want to get out of town. We want to get these people confirmed. Let's think win-win. Hold them in session until they relent, and then we can get through these nominations very quickly.
I love it. That now we're talking, Senator. The way you just crisply put that in the last minute is the best I've heard anyone summarize it. It works on exhaustion. And also, I know people make fun of me when I say this. Just turn off the air conditioning. Oh, Democrats, you want to obstruct us? 85 degrees, humid. Air conditioning is not in the U.S. Constitution. All kidding aside here, though, Senator, on exhaustion, is there a plan to get the Democrats what they want? Democrats want to go to Aspen, Jackson Hole, Kenny Bunkport. They want to get out of town. You want our people. But, Senator, is the Republican conference unified? I mean, look, I know you can't talk ill of your colleagues, but I know some colleagues, for example, that they get out of town Thursday at the first moment they can. Will we have a unified Republican conference? That's a very important question. Or will Republicans also end up sipping cocktails in the south of France in August when they should be voting for nominees?
Look, I want to believe, Charlie, and in most ways I do believe, that most of my Republican colleagues want to get this job done. Now, I think there are a number of different opinions. We've got 53 Republican senators. We've got a lot of different opinions on exactly how best to go about that. But I will say this, based on our conversations yesterday afternoon, the conference is coming together much more than we were last week in acknowledging that there is a problem, that it has to be addressed, and we can't simply leave without fixing the problem. There's still a number of opinions about how exactly to go about that, but I think we're coming closer to being unified on this issue. I myself could accept several different variations of an outcome, but the one we absolutely must not do is recess and then prohibit the president from doing what presidents are allowed to do during a recess. That is unacceptable. The very best solution involves staying here, getting butts in chairs, and making those same senators who are delaying the process be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. When we make it easy for them to delay and obstruct, just so that they can have more governance, more dominance by the overwhelmingly left-leaning deep state bureaucrats that otherwise will control these agencies, as long as we don't confirm these personnel, the more we facilitate that and make it comfortable for them to obstruct and delay, the more we'll get that. And by the way, Charlie, if we leave and we don't fix the backlog, even if we didn't add a single additional nominee between now and next year, we'd still be well into the second quarter of 2026. Probably the end of April before we got these nominees confirmed. And that's before you consider the fact that there'll probably be at least 200 additional nominees on the calendar by then.
August is where all the Democrats, they do all their planning, they want time off, take it from them, break a deal. Senator, really quick, the SAVE Act, Chuck Schumer went after you so aggressively the other day. What is the latest on the SAVE Act? And remind people exactly what it is. Minute and a half remaining.
The SAVE Act tells the American people what American people already expect and demand, which is that only U.S. citizens may vote in U.S. elections. Now, that is already the law, but unfortunately, the way the Supreme Court has interpreted the law, the states which run voter registration are not even allowed to ask on the National Voter Registration Act forms for proof of citizenship, even if they know or have reason to know that somebody is, in fact, either illegally in the country or in the country legally, but not a citizen. They're not even allowed to ask for it or deny somebody that if they certify that they are citizens, just taking it on their word. So the SAVE Act would require proof of citizenship at the time you register to vote. Look, you have to prove who you are when you get on an airplane, when you go to the drugstore, when you go to the doctor's office, when you get a hunting license. Why not when you have to vote? Meanwhile, Chuck Schumer comes out, calls it a return to Jim Crow. Chuck Schumer, how exactly is that a return to Jim Crow? To require people to prove who they are when you have to do that every time you go to TSA. This is absolutely nonsense, and it's irresponsible for the party of Jim Crow to be comparing to Jim Crow that which any sane American recognizes must be the law.
Got to go. Senator, thank you for your time. And please go back to your colleagues, Senator Grassley and Senator Thune, and say, look, good job passing big, beautiful bill, but we got to end this blue slip operation that gives Democrats an outsized and leveraged veto power over the presidency. Senator, great work as always. Thank you so much. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor. Check it out. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Get out of pain at the 100% drug-free Relief Factor. That is ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, so check it out right now. That's what people have been saying. They love it. ReliefFactor.com. Try the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. ReliefFactor.com. Apparently, I am going to be highlighted in South Park. We discuss. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 super hot steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, let's put 409 on screen here, if we can. I think, Brian, we might have lost on my playback here. Yeah, definitely. Something's laggy here. But I think they can still hear me. Can you guys still get me in Phoenix? I think you can, right? So we'll see here. I think all my Wi-Fi's down. Okay, let's put 409 up on screen, though, please. 409, John Thune's phone number, 202-224-2321. That is 409-202-224-2321 to call Senator John Thune and demand an end to the blue slip scam. Say that 3-5. Blue slip scam. Blue slip scam. So check it out right now, 202-224-2321. Okay, I'm approximating that I'm running out of time, so hopefully we get talk back in the moment. I have no Wi-Fi either. The whole building went down. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Be right back. charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. I apologize for that, guys. Seems that the entire Wi-Fi at this undisclosed location, just collapsed. So I'm going to have to kind of ad-lib this until we are able to get talk back or some approximation of that. So let me continue on the John Thune situation. Let's go on the Chuck Grassley one. Let's go 409 up on screen. This is John Thune's D.C. office. If you guys want to call, calls 202-224-2321. Far too often, Republicans play to protect traditions and Democrats play to win. Let me say that again. Republicans play to protect traditions, and traditions should be protected if the tradition is helping the country. Traditions should not be observed if they are bad or they're not good or they're not lifting you up towards something important. John Thune's D.C. office is 202-224-2321. And look, a lot of egos are involved in this. Many senators don't like being told how to run their kingdoms. The reason I'm not putting Chuck Grassley's number up is that this has got to come from higher up. Democrats are abusing the tradition. Democrats do not have good faith. This is what always is important. People say, well, Charlie, don't Democrats know. They don't have the same intentions that we have. Democrats are abusing the tradition is what makes this entire thing null and void. It invalidates the tradition at its core. You see, taking a step back here, the idea that President Donald Trump cannot have the people of his choosing because some Senate Democrat from a blue state doesn't like him, I think it's completely and totally outrageous. Okay, I think we're back up. Is that right? All right, we're going to go through the breaks here, guys, just a little bit, because I do want to talk about South Park. And I want to be able to have enough adequate time. So yesterday, I just started laughing when someone sent this to me. Apparently, our very popular Prove Me Wrongs and our extraordinarily viral campus debates are being prominently profiled on South Park. Let's play cut 394.
Wednesday, August 6th.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
On an all-new South Park. Okay. The epic season continues. South Park. New episode Wednesday, August 6th at 10 on Comedy Central and next day on Paramount Plus.
So if you don't watch South Park, it's very, very popular, especially with younger people. And look, I mean, I think we just should have a good spirit and laugh about this and a good attitude. But first of all, that trailer was hilarious. You could shut up because you hate America and love abortions. I mean, it's a pretty good summary of a lot of the left I see on campus. But look, of course, this is going to be professional comedians. They know what they're doing. They're going to probably roast me. But it's about time that we don't take ourselves so seriously. That's one of the problems with the current political landscape, especially on the left, is people take themselves so seriously. Be able to take a joke, have a good sense of humor. And so South Park is kind of a cultural phenomenon. And make no mistake, being mocked, it means that you're doing something. And I've been texted, by the way, congratulations by so many people. And they're probably going to be nasty and and vulgar and all that stuff. But as you see, Benny Johnson's tweet up on screen there, which is Cartman, it's Cartman. I thought it's Cartman is playing Charlie Kirk, which is pretty cool. And also, you see the security guy behind and the water bottle. Let's put some of these up on screen. Benny Johnson says, Cartman is playing Charlie Kirk on the next episode of South Park, and it's great honor pop culture can bestow upon you. Jack Posobiec says, South Park is doing Cartman as Charlie Kirk. Cartman is playing character inspired by Charlie Kirk in the next South Park episode, Daily Caller writes, and Colin Rugg as well. This is all very good. And this shows that the cultural impact that we are making at Turning Point USA cannot even be ignored by the professional comedians at Comedy Central. And billions and billions of views later, I tell you guys, hey, we're going viral on Instagram and TikTok. This is Exhibit A. This is evidence. And we love it. And look, they're going to make fun of me or whatever. Great, fine. That means I've done something. That means that we are in a different league of cultural penetration. We are on their feeds. You know what this means? This means that all All the graphic designers, all the artists, all the script writers, all the comedians, they're seeing Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA stuff. When they're flipping through Instagram, when they're flipping through TikTok, our stuff is going viral and it is making a difference. In fact, one of my favorite things is when I'm on vacation or I'm traveling, when a liberal parent has to take the picture of their conservative son who likes me. Oh, it's great. Yeah, they asked me to take a picture, but I can't stand you, but my son loves you. We're going to go through the break here just because of the little technical difficulty. Stay right there, and I'm looking forward to getting adequately roasted next week on South Park. Stay right there.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up really fast. We're talking 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off of your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or if you haven't filed in years. Messy books? No problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up for you. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. Don't wait for the next IRS letter. Instead, call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV and talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off and let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues for you. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. As the deadline to reach a trade deal with President Trump or face a 30% tariff is just days away, the Trump administration is celebrating another economic victory. It turns out the U.S. gross domestic product grew by 3% during the second quarter of this year, after shrinking by a 0.5 percentage point during the previous quarter. It's a win for the Trump administration and a potential sign that the president's tariff policies are working. Market experts point to a 30% decline in imports, an increase in consumer spending, and a rebound in government spending. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis says, on average, American workers' salaries are also going up. Year to year, wages were up almost 5% compared to the very same time last year. Tsunami advisories remain in effect for parts of the West Coast spanning California, Oregon, and Washington state. A warning for Hawaii has now been lifted, though. Still, people along the coast are being warned to be on guard for strong currents and dangerous waves. A massive 8.8 magnitude earthquake in the far eastern part of Russia is blamed for triggering this tsunami. The quake is also said to be one of the largest ever recorded. While several people were hurt, authorities say none of the injuries are serious and no major damage is reported. In the meantime, some places, including the coast of Chile, reportedly saw waves of between 10 and 13 feet as a result of that quake sparking the tsunami. In Northern California, waves of just over 3.5 feet were recorded. Look at this video here. Wow. The Trump administration is asking a couple of judges to release transcripts of the testimony a grand jury heard related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. It's the administration's latest attempt to satisfy calls for transparency related to the case. Tuesday's request marks the second time the DOJ has asked for the release of grand jury testimony. A couple of Manhattan judges sent the government back to the drawing board earlier this month, saying lawyers needed to flesh out the legal basis for the requests. The latest court filings argue unsealing the files is appropriate given the, quote, abundant public interest in the Epstein case and the persistent scrutiny of how it was handled by the federal law enforcement agencies who investigated. The White House is set to weigh in on cryptocurrency today when it releases a report on the digital asset industry. A cryptocurrency working group formed by President Trump is expected to outline the administration's policies on tokenization and legislation related to crypto. Today's report release will reportedly lay out what rules and laws should be enacted in order to advance policies related to burgeoning markets. Part of the suggestions the working group is expected to roll out is ensuring that the Securities and Exchange Commission has a framework in place for companies to offer blockchain-based stocks and bonds. Sources say the report will also discuss the administration's wish list for legislation that Congress is already debating in order to create broad regulatory guidelines for cryptocurrency. The Trump White House has been at the forefront of working to address regulation and mainstreaming digital currency. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Okay, everybody, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We are waiting for Stephen Moore to join the program, but first I want to tell you guys about how amazing, first of all, Bitcoin.com is the Bitcoin.com mobile studio, how incredible we are doing on the podcast charts as we wait for Stephen Moore. By the way, we had a rock-solid show yesterday, if you missed it, with the Apostate Prophet. It is amazing, and you guys have got to check it out, Apostate Prophet. It is on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. As of this moment, we are the 3rd largest conservative podcast in Apple News. We have Megyn Kelly Tucker, followed by Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, all friends of mine. And so we are right there in the thick of it. So thank you guys for supporting this podcast and for downloading some episodes. And yesterday, the episode we had with the Apostate Prophet on Islam was one of the most important episodes I have ever done. In fact, I have re-listened to it now 2 times, and I'll probably re-listen to it 3 times, all about what the Apostate Prophet had to say. Joining us now is Stephen Moore, talk all about Trump's economy, author of Trump's Economic Miracle and senior economic contributor and for FreedomWorks. Let's go to Stephen Moore. Stephen, great to see you. Thank you so much for the time.
Oh, my gosh, what a day. I mean, I cannot believe these numbers that came out today, Charlie. Trump is just hitting it out of the park. And do you remember 5 months ago when all the leftists said, oh, Trump is going to cause a second Great Depression. He's going to destroy the economy. The stock market's going to crash. We got the news today of 3% economic growth for the second quarter. That's higher than any quarter, I believe, in the 4 years that Biden was president. This economy is cooking right now.
Yeah, so let's take a step back. So the GDP comes in stronger than expected. Again, the media is not covering any of this.
Right,
so let's go to cut 382. Better than expected. Let's go to cut 382, please.
Up 3%, up 3%, better than expected. That would be the highest level since the third quarter of 24 when it was up 3.1%. On the consumption side, up 1.4, very close to estimates. Up 1.4 would be the best since the last quarter of 24.
And Steve, this is without the enactment of some of the additional Trump tax cuts like full depreciation. And so it conceivably could get even better. But Steve, one of the things that I think is important here is how wrong the expert class was on this. Remember back in spring, they said that we're barreling towards a recession. J.P. Morgan says odds of recession are increasing. The credential class. Your thoughts, Steve Moore?
No, that's exactly right. I mean, we have something in our hotline today, and if people want to get that, just go to unleashprosperity.com and sign up. It's free. But we had this great piece that Paul Krugman, who won a Nobel Prize, probably the leading economic voice on the left, who's saying said Trump is going to crash the economy. He's going to destroy the American economy. And here we are. I doubt he's going to issue an apology for that. But by the way, I was wrong. When I saw the economy in April, remember the stock market was down by 2,500 points, and it just looked kind of glum. But Trump has pulled off all of these trade deals, one after another. And you know me, Charlie, I'm not a big tariff guy, but he's been able to get all these countries to give America a freer and fairer level playing field, which is huge for America's farmers, our manufacturers, our car producers, our dairy farmers, our tech companies. It's just, and I can't keep up with the guy, frankly.
So I want to actually zero in on that. You're not a tariff guy, but do you now think differently about how Trump has used tariffs to get to a free trade aim? How tariffs can actually be a tool? Can you dive into that? Spend some time, Steve, because you're not against tariffs in implementation, but are you now open to tariffs as a tool towards a freer market?
So that's a great question. And so I think we all know, if anyone who's an economist knows that trade is what economics is all about. Charlie, if you and I trade voluntarily, by definition, we're better off. I give you something you want, you give me something I want. That's the essence of what economics is all about. And so, Milton Friedman always taught us that free trade is critical, one of the most important things for an economy. But what was happening is we were charging fairly low tariffs, and all these other countries, as Trump was saying, were ripping us off because they were charging these very high tariffs. And so what Trump was basically, remember, he said, we're going to charge 50% tariffs on these countries. That was prototypical Donald Trump. He always opens with a big number, and that scared excuse my language, the crap out of the Europeans, the Japanese, the Chinese. I mean, they have to have access to America's markets because we're the alpha male economy. We're the $20 trillion consumer market. And he used these threats of tariffs in a very strategic way to force these countries. I mean, do you remember, Charlie, 3 months ago when the Europeans said, to hell with Trump, we're never going to make a deal with him? Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And then what happened 2 days ago?
Keep going.
They came to the negotiating table, and so it's a perfect example of how Trump uses America's. What he's doing, Charlie, is he is flexing America's economic muscle and putting the country first. And that has a lot of these Europeans and the Chinese very indignant because, you know what? It's like we took the kick me sign off of us.
Mm-hmm. No, that's exactly right. And so Steve, the free trade dogma, though, they were so critical of Trump. Do you see amongst the intellectuals, the intelligentsia, at least an admission that Trump was right and that his way of proceeding here was correct? Are we going to see any contrition?
Good question. It's a little early to say, but I have to say I've seen a couple of, I think it was the New York Times of all places, don't quote me on that, it was one of the more left-leaning publications saying, hey, Trump's policies on trade seem to be working. And I thought, wow, that's an admission. But how could you conclude otherwise? We have high growth. We've got a record high stock market. We've got 8 million surplus jobs. We've got fairly low inflation. It's a little higher than we'd like it to be, but fairly low. You've got consumer confidence at an all-time high. You got business confidence good. I mean, Charlie, point to me one thing that's going wrong.
Yeah, and so that's actually the good segue to the question I want to ask. What, if any, is there an economic metric that has you concerned that could be a gateway to a recession, if not addressed? What would have you concerned?
I don't like trade wars, so I still worry about that. It keeps me up at night. But Trump is winning on these things, country after country. And incidentally, one of the things, again, this is so vintage Trump. I've learned a lot from him, Charlie, just watching him and being around him. So what he's done is, remember when Liberation Day came out? I mean, America crashed. Everybody, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. And then what happened is a few of these countries said, hey, we'll make a deal. And then a few more countries said, we'll make a deal. And as more and more countries came to the negotiating table, what did that do? It put pressure on Japan. It put pressure on Korea, put pressure on China and the Europeans who, as I said, 2 months ago, they said, hell no, we're not going to make a deal with you. And there they were yesterday signing on the dotted line. So Trump is truly a master negotiator. I do worry sometimes he might go too far on the tariffs, but so far it's been a home run. You and I both worry about out of control government spending. I think the thing that really worries me the most is we have a $7 trillion budget. I give Trump some credit. They cut $10 billion out of it. Oh my God, the left went crazy, like everybody's going to die.
It is outrageous. Actually, on that, I want to keep you for another segment here, Steve Moore.
Yeah,
because
sure.
I'm afraid that if there was any concern that I have, it's a debt crisis. I think that the economy is actually, the fundamentals pretty good, employment's pretty good, growth is good, money velocity is good, consumer spending can get a little better, but we could potentially see a debt crisis, and I want to address that. Stay right there, Steve Moore. Alan Jackson Ministries, check it out right now, alanjackson.com. I am going to be speaking at their upcoming event this fall called the Culture and Christianity event. It is going to be happening in Tennessee. So check it out right now at alanjackson.com. That is alanjackson.com. Alan Jackson Ministries. They also have a Culture and Christianity podcast. It is just a wonderful team to be working with. I think the world of Alan Jackson and the entire Alan Jackson Ministries crew. And I'll be speaking at the Culture and Christianity Conference at World Outreach Church just south of Nashville, Tennessee this September. I'm inviting you to join me. My friend, Pastor Alan Jackson, organized this conference so we can address the issue we're facing in today's culture. Join me, Pastor Alan, Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and many more. September 19th and 20th. Registration is now open. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie, and I'll see you there. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page, the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We're doing very well. We are top 10 in Apple News. Download a couple of episodes, and we have more with Steve Moore. Are we going to see a debt crisis? I hope not. I don't think so, but we could. Stay right there.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 super hot steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump, NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to your podcast, to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page, on your podcast app, I should say. Go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefy, they're really amazing. And I bet you that somebody here has private student loan debt. Private student loan debt is those extra loans you take out and they hang with you for way too long. You see, YRefy offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Bad credit is accepted. And do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefy can get them released from the loan and you can give mom or dad a break. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888-YRefy34 or log on to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefy. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your budget. May not be available in all 50 states. And YRefy does not care what your credit score is. Go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefy is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. So Steve Moore is with us. Steve, I'm not overly concerned about this, but can you at least go from a macroeconomic view that when we have a debt burden like we have, the only solution we have is growth plus some cuts? We got some cuts in the one big beautiful bill. I wish we would have gotten even more, but President Trump did not get what he wanted. A lot of moderate Republicans blocked him. So therefore, we have to go all in on growth. Is that assessment one that you agree with?
I do. And, I've been saying this for the last 5 years or so to any Republicans or, politicians who will listen, that, if we can get to 3% growth, in other words, if you look at those scary charts that show the debt going up and up and up and up and up into the stratosphere over the next 30 years, those are very, very frightening numbers. They show our debt going to 200% of GDP, which would be ruinous for our country. But they project 1.7% growth annual. Well, wait, to that I say, hell no. The U.S. economy over the last 100 years has grown at 3 to 3.5% per year. And Trump gets this. You grow the economy, you get more revenues, you get less people collecting welfare, you get higher, payroll taxes from people working, and we saw that. By the way, you saw what happened in June, didn't you? With the deficit actually fell in June because the economy is doing so well. So you are absolutely 100% correct, my friend. If we get to 3% growth and we stay on that path, which Trump has now put us on, we start bending that curve down, and over the next 30 years, we actually alleviate the debt crisis.
Yeah, and so let's also put 422 up on screen. That is the debt. The debt will nearly double. That's right. The debt will nearly double in 30 years. And so growth is the path forward.
Yes.
And yet getting Congress to be able to agree to cuts is basically impossible. And I'm sure you can agree with that, Steve. They seem so reluctant or recalcitrant to engage with any spending cuts whatsoever. And so, Steve, let's just kind of broaden this one final time here in the time we have remaining.
Yeah.
That the next 18 months to 2 years to have proper growth is essential. And if we don't, we could have a European sovereign debt crisis.
So I'm going to send you a chart, Charlie. I'm going to send it to you and your manager who manages this show. And I want you to show it on the air tomorrow, because I'm going to show you that chart you just put. Can you put that chart back up for a minute?
Yes.
Okay, because I want people to see that chart.
It's coming back up.
So here's the thing.
Yep.
I'm going to send you a chart that's a variation of that shows what happens if you have 3% growth. And you know what? That chart that's so alarming, it starts to bend down and it goes down. By the way, if we got 3.5% growth in 30 years, we start paying down the debt. So that's why growth is important. One other quick thing, because I know time is tight. It was Ronald Reagan, and I'm very proud to have worked for Ronald Reagan. I believe he belongs on Mount Rushmore for what he did for our country. He used to say that the closest thing to immortality on this earth is a federal government program. And I believed that for 30 years. But guess what? Did you see what happened last week with Trump's rescission package? He got rid of 20 programs.
Mm-hmm. What else was in that rescission program?
Yeah.
What else is in that rescission package that we should know of?
Oh, we got rid of the corrupt foreign aid. You know, we've spent $500 billion on foreign aid. I don't think it's helped any person except the globalists. We got rid of remember the electric vehicle mandate that Biden said everybody has to buy an electric car? We got rid of that. We got rid of PBS funding. And by the way, I occasionally watch PBS.
Huge.
I'll watch, but you know what? Why can't people want to watch it? Why can't they pay for it? I mean, Elmo is one of the richest guys on the planet. I think he's even richer than you are. Why do we have to be subsidizing?
Exactly right.
So we got rid of that. We got rid of all these programs you never even heard of, all these global this, global that, blah, blah, blah. Why are we sending all this money abroad when we can't pay our bills here at home?
Yeah, and by the way, NPR got a surge in private donations. Good. It shows that you guys could have been funding yourself without government money. That's the whole point. Go fund yourself through private donations like we have to do at Turning Point USA. At Turning Point USA, we raise over $100 million a year, 500,000 donors. We don't get any money from the U.S. Treasury. And you have to prove that you deserve to exist.
And by the
Steve,
way,
thank you so much. You're phenomenal.
Hold on,
final thoughts, really quick.
Money. You get money because you provided value added to the American economy, and that's why people fund you, and that's fantastic. Love what you're doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It means a lot, Steve. And I agree. We do have a value add, whereas NPR, it's now going to have to justify its existence. Same with PBS. Thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Douglas Mackey, Vindicated, is up next. They tried to steal his free speech for a meme. He's on next to respond. We'll be right back.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us all behind the curve yet again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a problem economically with the slowdown? And what does this all mean for your savings? Well, you may want to consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. The Birch Gold Group makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or a 401k, you can now convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can just buy some gold and keep it in your safe. First, get educated, though. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to the number 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for their country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. As the deadline to reach a trade deal with President Trump or face a 30% tariff is just days away, the Trump administration is celebrating another economic victory this morning. It turns out the U.S. gross domestic product grew by 3% during the second quarter of this year after shrinking by 0.5% during the previous quarter. It's a win for the Trump administration and a potential sign that the president's tariff policies are working. Market experts point to a 30% decline in imports, an increase in consumer spending, and a rebound in government spending. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis says, on average, American workers' salaries are also going up. Year to year, wages were up almost 5% compared to the same time last year. Tsunami advisories remain in effect for parts of the West Coast, spanning California, Oregon, and Washington state. A warning for Hawaii has now been lifted. Still, people along the coast are being warned to be on guard for strong currents and dangerous waves. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
You're listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. It's time to make the switch today at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You've heard a lot about choices for cell phone service. But the truth is there's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is truly worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. The good news is you can switch to Patriot Mobile today without sacrificing quality or service. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. If you have service in this country today, you'll have as good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. You think switching is a hassle? Well, it's not. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile has amazing service, and this is how we win, everybody, by aligning our spending with our values. Every dollar we spend matters. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie and get a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Get the double SIM. Andrew loves it. He is very much a double SIM man. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Keep your number, 2 numbers, 2 networks. I got to do that. That sounds amazing. Actually, I get enough phone calls. I need less numbers now, more numbers. Mikey can do it. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is a great man who was persecuted by our own government. It is Douglas Mackey. Remember, memedefensefund.com, and also his lawyer, James Burnham, managing partner at King Street Legal. Douglas, so glad to see you free and winning your case. Douglas, take some time right now to tell the story to our audience. In your own words, what happened to you?
Doug, I think you're on mute, buddy.
Sorry. Thank you, Charlie. I posted a joking meme in the 2016 election cycle saying that you could text your vote for Hillary Clinton, stay home, avoid the line, blah, blah, blah. And I found this meme on 4chan and just shared it, thought it was funny. 4 years later, 2 days after Joe Biden was inaugurated, they got a warrant for my arrest. 7 days after Joe Biden was inaugurated, I got the knock on the door from the FBI. I got arrested. I was convicted in 2023 for a conspiracy against rights for posting this meme. The judge said I should report to prison on January 18th of 2024. We had to go to the appeals court just to get a bond saying that I should at least be able to wait for the appeal to go to prison for posting a funny meme. They claimed it was a conspiracy to steal people's votes against their rights. And we had a very strong appeal and a great legal team, including Jones Day attorneys. And we just got the news a few weeks back that we won the case. And the reason is because the government brought a case with insufficient evidence and no rational jury should have convicted me on these charges. Maybe that's why they brought it in Brooklyn, New York, which is one of the most diverse and liberal left-leaning districts in the country, even though there was no connection to Brooklyn. So I'm extremely grateful to be vindicated and very grateful for all the support I've gotten from everybody, from my family, friends, and the media, of course.
So, this is important. Telling jokes is a crime. It was in the Soviet Union. Telling political jokes under Stalin could land you in a gulag for 10 years. In Nazi Germany, laughter was basically treason. Jokes about Hitler were considered acts of treason and defeatist humor. North Korea comedy doesn't exist. Xi Jinping, they have a ban in China on the Winnie the Pooh meme. You cannot use the Winnie the Pooh meme in China. It's true. All Winnie the Pooh imagery of Xi Jinping has been banned from the internet. Memes, jokes, or cartoons using the likeness of Xi Jinping as Winnie the Pooh is banned. In Iran, humor is blasphemy. Jokes about religion and the Ayatollah or modesty can lead to imprisonment. Cuba, well, only one party humor only. You can only have shows critical of America, but not of the regime. Venezuela, comedians who mock Chavez or Maduro were threatened, censored, or sometimes even forced into exile. In East Germany, Stasi and whisper jokes. Same thing in Saudi Arabia or Turkey. This is a primary attribute of a totalitarian country. James, I want you to come in here. You're managing partner at King Street Legal. You represented Douglas. Douglas, James, what did you learn about the government, their case, and the overextension of government power during Douglas's story?
Yeah, so there's like 3 things I think are worth highlighting. So the first is just I want to emphasize the timeline, because the timeline in this case is really, really deeply offensive. Doug sent the meme in the 2016 election. That's the Hillary Clinton election. Okay? The Justice Department lawyers in Brooklyn did whatever they did for the entirety of the Trump administration. They investigated it, whatever. They waited until the second day of the Biden administration to send a team of armed federal agents, guns, the jackets, the works, maximum intimidation. They don't normally arrest nonviolent offenders in real cases, let alone fake cases. They sent a team of armed people to arrest Doug on the second day of the Biden administration. You talk about totalitarian regimes and totalitarian tactics. That is maximum intimidation. Biden won. Now you're screwed. We're coming after you. That meme is making fun of Hillary, and that's not acceptable. So I just think that timeline is so important. On the substance, look, the theory of the case is ludicrous. They charged Doug under a statute that said that was passed after the Civil War to deal with the Ku Klux Klan blockading polling places in Alabama or whatever. And, where lots of people conspire to forcibly deny the right to vote. Okay, they did not pass the statute about memes. Americans have a constitutional right to send memes. Our founding fathers and the revolutionary generation were powered by memes. The Gadsden flag is one of the most famous memes in American history.
Such a good point.
Process and substance, just a horrible tragedy. And then the last thing I want to say, just because I think it's a fun fact, the lawyer who actually won Doug's appeal in the Second Circuit, my former partner at Jones Day, I used to work there, Yakov Roth, is now the #2 official in the civil division at the Justice Department. So the president has brought in the people who overturned this injustice, and now they're working for him to defend him against all the people who are trying to stop his administration from making America great again.
So Douglas, what did this do to you personally? I mean, you had the feds come raid you and come after you right after Biden wins. And James is exactly right. This is Moscow show trial stuff. It's all about intimidation, show of force, trying to make an example. If you dare criticize the regime, we will raid your home and we will put you in jail. Douglas, what did this do to you personally? The demoralization campaign. All you did was share a funny meme and you were facing federal prison time. Douglas.
Yeah, this has been the most difficult thing I've had to endure in my life. You can imagine the effect it had on myself, but also my friends and family seeing me get arrested, and then it's on the news. They leaked it to Rachel Maddow. I wonder how that happened. So she led with it on her broadcast. So you can only imagine, and all the people, fortunately, as they saw the facts of the case, they realized that I was innocent. But you can imagine federal criminal case, millions of dollars of legal fees. I didn't have any ability to pay. I said, how in the world am I going to pay for this? Very fortunate that the American people rallied around me and helped me fund the case. But even then, I still owe a lot of money on this case. Those bills have not been paid in full. And the list goes on and on. The stress on myself, my wife, who we got married during the middle of the case because we said, look, we can't wait forever to get married. Who knows? This could take 10 years. So we got married. Then right after we got the marriage date, then we hear the trial is going to be like 6 weeks after the wedding. How's that for a honeymoon? I found out that my wife was pregnant at the very beginning of the trial. And I was sentenced later that year in October. And so my wife was hospitalized with a difficult pregnancy. I had to leave her at the hospital, jump on an airplane to go to my my sentencing. As soon as I touched down in Brooklyn, New York, because I live in Florida now, I get the news that she has to have an emergency C-section 8 p.m. that night. Can't wait. So I had no choice but to just go to the sentencing in the morning and then go after to see my wife and new baby son. And it was extremely difficult. We were in the hospital for months in the NICU, all while dealing with a federal criminal case. We had no idea if I was going to have to report to prison. We had to, like I said, get a bond. And you can imagine how much money it costs just to appeal a bond. And to have this looming over my head for so long is extremely stressful. And the personal cost, imagine all the people who think that I'm the kind of guy who would go steal people's votes. I mean, the defamation. So it's been extremely costly.
Yeah, and so James, what now is the legal path forward? Is Douglas suing the federal government? Because this seems like malicious prosecution.
Yeah, absolutely. So Justice for Doug has sort of two components. The first one is to try the best we can to get the government to make Doug whole for what happened to him. You know, no amount of money can ever give him those years of his life back, but hopefully we can at least get him some justice by suing the government. Process-wise, the way that works, the district court is going to issue a definitive dismissal of the case soon. He won the appeal, it comes back, the case goes away, and then we go to the Justice Department and we file a claim on Doug's behalf with the department. I have every confidence that the Attorney General Bondi, Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and the rest of the great Justice Department team are going to, want to make this right and make things whole for Doug. So that's one part. But then the other part is making sure that there's accountability for the people that did this to him so that it never happens to anybody again. And so that means making sure that there's a proper investigation into what happened. We don't know what happened here. The defendants in criminal cases have very few tools to get information from the government. So we need to work with the Justice Department to do a real internal investigation into what happened here. Was it all politics? Was it just malevolent prosecutors? What happened? And then we need to find ways to hold them accountable. And that could include suing them personally. It could include misconduct complaints with the department. And we're not going to stop at anything until we've both made this right for Doug and done everything we can to make sure that this never happens again in the United States.
Final thoughts, Douglas. How can the audience support you and help you? Give some final marching orders here. Douglas Mackey, who nearly went to federal prison for a meme.
Thank you, Charlie. You can follow me at Doug Mackey Case. And, like I said, there's still legal bills left over. We don't know what's going to happen with the settlement. So if anybody wants to chip in a few dollars, memedefensefund.com, memedefensefund.com.
Thank you guys so much. memedefensefund.com. God bless you both. Thank you so much, Douglas and James. Thank you. Thank you. Z Factor, if you guys want to be able to get to sleep better, go to relieffactor.com to get Z Factor. That is relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Ever been in a bad relationship? Well, I guess a lot of people say I've been in one. Well, if you want to be able to get a better relationship with sleep, it is relieffactor.com. The new Z Factor product is amazing. It goes beyond melatonin. And a lot of different ways. Try warm glasses of milk or those weird meditation apps. But guess what? Z Factor actually has the goods to get you to sleep. No groggy feeling when you wake up, 100% drug-free. Fall asleep quicker, and once you're asleep, it helps you stay asleep. Z Factor was developed by Relief Factor so you can count on the science behind it. And right now, pay only $19.95 for a 30-day supply of 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs, and you can see how Relief Factor can get you guys out of sleep. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And again, we really appreciate when you guys support the show. You can take out your phone and download a couple episodes. It helps us out tremendously. And right now, we're number 9 in Apple News. The last episode is a real important one. Why Islam isn't compatible with the West. I think you're really going to enjoy it. And then also our conversation with Howard Lutnick, which was an exclusive conversation. Mangionism versus Mamdaniism. So check it out right now at the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. We are going viral right now on many different platforms, including TikTok. Everyone wonders, Charlie, what is your Starbucks order? Play cut 6.
Question is, what is your Starbucks order? You've been carrying a Starbucks cup around
That's a great question. What do you think it is?
Somebody said green tea.
Someone said soy milk.
Somebody
soy milk
said
latte.
chai.
That's not chai. I literally drink this for one reason, because I lose my voice very easily. It is literally just Mint Majesty tea with 2 honeys. And I drink like 9 of them a day. Otherwise, I lose my voice. So now you know the Starbucks order. There it is. Make sure you guys follow us on our podcast page. And I'll tell you, I drink a lot of tea. A lot of tea. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And get involved with Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country. TPUSA.com. TPUSA.com. A big controversy around American Eagle and jeans? Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. My Patriot Supply. You are 9 meals away from anarchy. Look at the headlines. They're getting darker by the day overseas. Feels like we're one crisis away from total chaos. I got my 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. This is a company I personally trust. I have entire rooms full of emergency preparedness food. So do not wait until the next crisis hits and the shelves are bare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com, and grab your 3-month emergency food kit. So head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk for the peace of mind your family deserves. mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Okay, so this story just seemed kind of goofy, to be honest with you. I kind of skimmed it, and the fact it's gone viral is just so stunning. So apparently an actress by the name of Sydney Sweeney did a advertisement for American Eagle jeans, and they did something kind of, lighthearted. Oh, she has great jeans, and while she was wearing jeans. Okay. And everyone lost their mind now calling this Nazi propaganda, saying that this is fascism if you like Sydney Sweeney wearing jeans. Now, first of all, the idea of genes mattering, isn't that the entire idea of 23andMe and Ancestry.com? Haven't we had this entire mass proliferation of you spit into a thing and you come back and you find out all about your genes? But no, you can't talk about genes because that's eugenics. This is Good Morning America. They've made this. You want to know why young men are moving right? Because young men, they're like, oh, wow, I like Sydney Sweeney or whatever. Some of these Gen Z men. You're a fascist. Oh, really? You're going to call young men a fascist? The best way I could put this, let's play cut 425, and I'll give you an example. 425.
We begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda with racial undertones.
The pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
Despite that backlash, American Eagle stock has been soaring.
I mean, you want to know why young men are moving to the right? Here they are in ABC with some old crow saying that this is pushing forward eugenicism. I want to just, for those in the older audience, imagine if they would have done this with like Brooke Shields or Kathy Ireland 30 or 40 years ago. And the entire left is losing their mind. They're saying that Sydney Sweeney is Nazi propaganda. And honestly, the ad was like, okay, it wasn't like that unique. It's not nowhere close to offensive. They did the same ad with Brooke Shields, but we now have a bunch of what I call the Subaru gang. You know what I mean by the Subaru gang. Playcut 427, chief leader. She is the grand marshal of the Subaru gang. Playcut 427.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not, but it's still really shocking. Like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda.
Right. Look, I don't want to insult people's looks, but it's obviously you're jealous. That's just it. That's the undertone of all this. And what is this 428? Why do these women disfigure themselves with like this? Playcut 428.
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it. That's Nazi propaganda. Wow. I thought it was going to be like kind of bad. That's going to be in history book.
Okay. Now, the owner of American Eagle is like super Jewish, gives a lot of money away. That doesn't even matter to these people, of course not. And cut 426.
Hey, you want to go to American Eagle?
Oh, I can't go in there because I'm black.
Yeah, that's funny, I guess. Look, you want to know why young men are moving to the right? A bunch of these women, part of the Subaru gang, are screaming and yelling at them for being fascist. Remember, Brooke Shields did this ad. We're going to go over the break just a couple minutes. Brooke Shields literally did an ad about this in the 1980s. Brooke Shields kind of had a similar type of, let's just say, archetype as Sydney Sweeney does for young men. You want to know why young men are moving to the right? They look at a jeans advertisement and they're called Nazis and fascists, and they say, forget it. I'm not associating with you guys calling me names all the time. We'll go over in just 2 minutes. Stay right there.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
US
king.
President Donald Trump has declared a 25% duty on Indian imports.
I'll share it with you now and read it out verbatim. They have always bought a vast majority of their military equipment from Russia and are Russia's largest buyer of energy, along with China, at a time when everyone wants Russia to stop the killing in Ukraine. All things not good. India will therefore be paying a tariff of 25% plus a penalty for the above starting on August 1st.
U.S. and Chinese officials are agreeing to push for an extension of their 90-day tariff truce after 2 days of trade talks. Both sides are calling them constructive, but there's still no big breakthrough.
Tsunami waves started hitting Hawaii after a powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake hit Russia's Pacific coast overnight.
The University of California reached a $6.45 million settlement with a group of Jewish students. They claimed in a lawsuit that they were blocked from parts of the UCLA campus by pro-Palestinian protesters last spring. The group claims discrimination because of their faith and argued that UCLA failed to ensure their protection.
The House Oversight Committee has officially rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's request for immunity in exchange for her testimony to Congress. The committee subpoenaed Maxwell last week as part of what it calls an investigation into the federal government's handling of the Epstein case. Maxwell previously said that she would not testify without immunity, but her attorney says there is another path that could convince her to cooperate. Can you guess it? It's an act of clemency from President Donald J. Trump.
Sydney Sweeney is facing woke backlash as the face of American Eagle jeans. The superstar actress announced her latest partnership with the brand, launching a new campaign highlighting her, quote, great jeans. Some on the left wasted no time attacking the advertisement and its tagline, saying that it's not about a pair of pants. It's actually racist.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board today's edition of Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Today is July 30th, 2025, Anno Domini. I'd like to thank the President of the United States. You just saw him there, folks. He got done everything that he was talking about. He was speaking in the Roosevelt Room of the White House, but he cut his remarks off early. I guess he had to go and watch Human Events Daily. But you know, I saw this tariff tweet from President Trump earlier today on India, and it really got me thinking. I dug into something. Do you realize that outsourcing is not tariff? I didn't realize that. So the tariffs cover the goods that come from other countries, but not the services that come from other countries. This is, it's unbelievable to me that this was not already included. So we need to correct this right away. Number one, tariff the remote workers. All outsourcing should be tariffs. Countries must pay for the privilege of providing services remotely to the United States the same way as goods. This would apply across all industries, and then you lever it as necessary per country. Go and look at the unemployment rate for males under 30, especially those 16 to 24. It has nosedived since 2000. In 2000, 62%, 2022, 43%. And all of this while outsourcing increases and outsourcing firms advertise remote services for less than half the costs. So it's really simple. Tariff remote workers now. If there's AI cloud servers, there's bot work, whatever it is that's being hosted overseas, tariff all of these services. It's ridiculous to me to think that when we're in a situation where there's an American who could do that job and a company wants to go and make a deal with a foreign country. And a lot of these jobs, as we all know, whether it be call centers, whether it be IT, so many other features of this where it can be done, and there's no tariff. And I looked this up. They are excluded from tariffs, although remarkably so, there have been a few chances and a few instances where people speculate that it could possibly come up anyway. This is where we need to get into, folks. We need to tariff the remote workers. I don't understand why this hasn't been, well, I do understand why it's been said before. Again, there are billions and billions of dollars on the line when people say, oh, wait a minute, but you're gonna hurt my small business, you're gonna hurt my big business. No, we're done with it. We're done with all of it. If people want to operate, if these countries want to operate and have access to the U.S. market, because the United States is an exclusive market, a luxury market, a premium market. If you want access to that for your goods or your services, I don't care if it's Europe, I don't care if it's Asia, I don't care if it's Southeast Asia, India, wherever they're coming from. Doesn't matter to me. Tariff them all. Tariff the remote workers and go push your senators, go push your congressmen, because they'll say, well, hold on, we got to pull that out because and what happened? Remember, we were going to get remittance taxes as well, which of course remittances should be taxed at 100% rate. There's no question about that, because I'm sick and tired of people treating our country like an economic zone, it's an economic extraction zone, where the only point of the United States is for people to come, and these are all economic migrants that are coming here when it comes to from that perspective, and the economic extraction that's going on by these corporations, the multinationals, and of course the remote work countries, these hubs themselves. It's sick. And I'm sorry to the Tom Friedman, oh, the world is flat. No, it is not. We do not live in a global economy. I live in the United States of America. That is my country. That is my home. And I am sick and tired of all of these people extracting from it and treating it like it is some sort of plaything. No, this is our home, and it will be defended militarily, through law enforcement, and of course, economically. No more hard times for the people of the United States. Jack Posobiec, right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec back here, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, let me tell you something. This summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and we've seen the damage that can come from them. It's not slowing down. Towns underwater, roads washed out, and in every crisis zone, the same thing. Crowds standing in line, waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days or doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one caught empty-handed. And right now, My Patriot Supply is giving away 4 weeks of emergency food. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack and find out how to claim your free 4-week food supply and join millions of Americans who are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Claim your free 4-week kit today at mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. So, wanted to get in all of the information that we're seeing coming out, Russia Gate, these documents that are now being released by the DNI, CIA poised to declassify even more documents related to this. By the way, a lot of this stuff was mentioned by James Comey in his book. So for people saying, "Oh, we didn't know about this, Russian intel on Hillary," Comey actually mentions it in his book here and there, and you could understand the story if you just read his book, which I horribly did one day because I felt a lot of control F when I read that one. But it was very interesting because it had to do with this Loretta Lynch moment. But there's a huge context that I think a lot of people are missing. So for someone to help us go through all the context, we've got the great Matt Gaetz of the Matt Gaetz Show over at One America News joining us now. Matt, how's it going?
Good, Jack, and I know you were concerned about me. I survived the tsunami in San Diego. There was an extra foot of water as a result of this earthquake that occurred out in the ocean. And what I understand is that the national security apparatus is blaming Vladimir Putin now for the tsunami. He must have ordered it. It must have been done to help the Republicans win the midterms somehow. And that's probably the story that they'll run with. But yeah, it's interesting to see the Russia hoax back in the news because it really was the original sin of the intelligence apparatus against the country. The way they want to write history is that January 6th was this great attempted coup, but the real attempted coup was December 9th, after Donald Trump shocked the world, beat Hillary Clinton Obama decides he has to discredit Trump. He assembles his national security team. They, I think, probably fess up at some point that the letter from the 51 intelligence officials didn't work. The lies that others had sort of weaved together to try to make Trump look like an asset of the Russian government. None of that tradecraft had worked. And so now what they were going to do is lash the dossier that they already knew to be subsourced by Russian intelligence, that they already knew was assembled by a foreign spy who hated Trump. They were going to take that dossier and lash it to an intelligence community work product. And when this unprecedented thing happened, there were regular folks at the CIA, patriotic Americans, who stood up and said, no, this is not acceptable to include in anything that we would put our imprimatur on. They joked that this would be like citing the National Enquirer to get surveillance authorities or to make an assessment. That's how ridiculous it was. But John Brennan demanded it anyway. And that wasn't because John Brennan had an original thought. It's because Barack Obama told him to. So Obama called the order. Clapper went and kind of weaved all this together. And then when there were people saying, absolutely not, we are not going to include this, Brennan overruled them. Now, why is that criminal and relevant today? You fast forward to 2023, and you had Brennan sitting in a deposition where I was asking questions. And ostensibly, the subject of the deposition was the 51 intelligence officials who said that the Hunter Biden laptop story had all the indicia of Russian disinformation. And so I asked Brennan, how did you know that this Hunter Biden laptop had all of these indicia of Russian assembly and Russian intelligence and information operations? And very piously, very arrogantly, in a professionally self-preening way, Brennan says, well, Matt, it's all of my experience studying Russia, studying their tradecraft, knowing them like the back of my hand. It's all of that which culminates in my ability to make this assessment regarding the laptop. Once he gave that answer, in 2023, he opened the door to any question about any assessment he had ever made as to Russia. And so I started asking about the Steele dossier. And that is when John Brennan perjured himself to my questions. He said that he had nothing to do with the Steele dossier, that this was the FBI requiring it to be included, that he didn't analyze it at all. And now we have a whole lot of witnesses who are going to say he's lying out of the CIA. Here's what I'm wondering. How good are those witnesses going to stand up, Jack? Because if you're CIA Director Ratcliffe, if you're DNI Gabbard, two people I have a lot of trust in and a lot of respect for, you write up what people are telling you in the investigation. But that is the amuse-bouche. Like, to get to the real meal, you've got to see those people testifying in Congress, in a courtroom, somewhere, explaining how this happened and narrating it. Because you and I narrating the Russia hoax now is an insufficient level of accountability. There has to be criminal process. There have to be public hearings on this. And I think that the Congress needs to be up to that task.
Look, and there's no question, right? So, and I've said so many times, none of this ends with until we see Democrats in handcuffs. And people say, whoa, you just want revenge. No, it's not revenge.
Or a bunch of these people are Republicans.
Oh, yeah, some Republicans too. Don't get me wrong. Anyone who broke the law in this. But the point is we've got so much of an unbalance here when the actual criminality was being committed by them on a routine basis. And by the way, even prior to that, we know that he went up to the House, or excuse me, to the Senate and lied about, same guy, John Brennan, lied about warrantless wiretapping over and over and over until Edward Snowden came out and proved that those were lies. Never charged. Well beyond the statute of limitations there. Then to your point, people are saying, oh, this is past the 5-year statute. But he committed further lies even in later hearings. Plus, you could bring him right now. Okay, John. So say that wasn't perjury back then. Will you testify now? Oh, why not? This is also the same reason you keep seeing these Biden officials taking the fifth every time that they are brought in. Why? Because they don't want to have to commit perjury. It's so obvious. And by the way, I'm sure we can find instances as well of Clapper and Comey committing these same acts. And look, if Roger Stone had to go through, and I sat in the courtroom with him and Steve Bannon, and if they had to go through what they went through on these very same questions, General Flynn, and all the way up to, of course, Donald Trump himself, then there's no question that the country needs this. And actually, Matt, if you could talk for just a couple minutes on that, does the country need this process?
Well, if we don't do it, it will happen again. Someone will believe that piously, that in service of their own aggrandizement, that converting political opposition research into counterintelligence investigations will be the normal course of practice. And what you mentioned about this being routine may end up being what hangs these guys. Here's what I mean. Typically, these folks don't really fear a perjury prosecution inside of Washington, D.C. What did it vote like 92% for Joe Biden? It's all of the careerists. You're going to get a jury there that is the most favorable jury to an Obama.
This is what I was warning about on last week.
Right. But there is a tell in how the DOJ is pursuing this. The reporting indicates that this is not going to be a perjury charge like you saw with Roger Stone, or some sort of evading Congress charge like we saw with Navarro and Bannon. They are investigating a conspiracy where venue can properly lie wherever there is a predicate criminal act in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's why Pam Bondi has put together this strike force at the DOJ to ingest this information. It's not just about the questions of fact and law. It is also a question of venue. And if any one of these cats was down in Palm Beach sending emails, or out in Jackson Hole, Wyoming on a phone call, or sending a text message from the Eastern District of Virginia, they sink venue in places where real Americans are going to be on the grand jury, real Americans are going to be on the jury, and this prosecution that would even include the lies John Brennan told in Washington, D.C., could properly lie in another place in the country that would really frighten these people.
Doug Mackey, who's someone that's been a friend of mine for a decade now, his case was brought in Brooklyn. So I think it's the Eastern District of New York. He said, why is he all the way up there? And they said, because there were victims of his conspiracy in that district. And so that's what they're a block away, by the way, from the Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters from where it was in 2016. They moved his venue all the way up to New York. He was a West Palm Beach guy, and they moved it all the way up there because on this theory that there were victims of his conspiracy who were living there. So all of these things are absolutely important, by the way, and crucial to go through right now. And I love the fact that it sounds like that's exactly what they're thinking of, because that's one of the reasons that we've had trouble with this before, because how do you get past a D.C. jury? How do you get past a 95% Democrat district? You change the venue. It's as simple as that, folks. John Brennan, James Clapper, Jimmy Comey. Hope you're watching. We'll be seeing you very, very soon. Right back. Quick break. Jack Posobiec, Matt Gaetz, Real America's Voice.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, back live, Human Events Daily. We're on with Matt Gaetz. And as we're speaking, though, there's a lot of econ news that's breaking. We were thinking that Jerome Powell might finally lower interest rates to help people out with a little bit of the housing industry and all this close out of the housing industry that so many people have been denied access to. I have this whole theory. That's why millennials are so into like collecting things and so focused on Marvel movies, because they were cut out of housing, which blocked them out of family formation and all the rest. But that's a story for another situation. But Matt, why don't you break down some of the latest information that we're getting regarding the breaking economic news?
The good news is that we just saw that in the second quarter of this year, the economy grew at a 3% annualized rate, which is really remarkable considering when I was entering the job market in the Obama years, we were told as young job seekers that the economy would never grow at more than a 2% rate. And so Obama had us at 1.8, 1.9, and was telling us that's just what we should accept as the new normal. So an economy growing at a 3% annualized rate is doing 50% more for you in terms of opportunity than the Obama economy at its best moments. And for all of that good news, the challenge is that Jerome Powell still doesn't want you to be able to buy a house. The growth in the economy would suggest that there is enough production to justify lowering interest rates without spiking inflation, because there's more stuff, there's more things happening in the United States, largely as a consequence of President Trump's carrot and stick approach to trade. Like other presidents, Republican and Democrat, viewed trade as this gift that America gave the world. It was part of our largesse. And when we brought people into trading relationships, we thought it would cause them to act more like us. Well, when we saw the Chimerica dream turn into a nightmare for the American middle class, we saw just the opposite, that we were actually becoming more and more like China. And so now, with the economy growing stateside, with the EU, with Gulf states, with other Asian economies pouring money into America, it would seemingly be the time to lower interest rates, to give more younger millennials and Gen Z an opportunity to think about the American dream and home ownership. And that would have tremendous societal benefit. We often look at the American economy as just a collection of producers and consumers, but we're more than that. We are a nation, and you're right. the historians will write about all the things we did to stop family formation in this country, whether it was economically, whether it was just from like a value standpoint, or whether it was the poisoning, the biological war that was waged on women and men that have really impacted fertility. And I think that if people can get access to capital, we can get an updraft from the Trump economy, and it might be our last chance to turn it around.
Well, I think that's right. And there's been I've been working on, we're going to do, a whole show on this at some point. But since we're on the subject, there's this idea that's been popping around on social media that we're actually in a silent depression. And I love this term. I think it's so fantastic, but because it talks about how the factors that we use and the metrics that we use to define economic well-being, whether it be the stock market, whether it be GDP, even GDP per capita, when you have this massive influx of migrants, it's completely inflated because it doesn't account for population shift. And so when you just track but then when you shift that on its head and you track things like home ownership, when you track things like wage growth, purchasing power parity, so this idea of how far does your dollar grow? You can see these massive swaths of the American people that haven't seen anything other than a downward trend since the 1990s and in some aspects the 1960s when you track it all the way back. And so, but then of course, this is why you'll get people sit up there and say, whoa, look at this, look at that. But you're totally missing all of these people that are locked out of these economic booms that are coming in because of the factors you're talking about.
Yeah, I've never really shared this with anyone, but this reminds me of a conversation I had with Donald Trump on January 6th of 2021. And, we were speaking to him on that day, and he said he was going to go tell people that they needed to go home. But he said this, he said, I'm not going to trash these people because these people have been walked all over for 40 years. And there was a grace and a humanity and an empathy and an understanding for that condition you described. And it, of course, never excuses violence, but for people who were on that day feeling a culmination of so much, I think it does for a lot of folks stretch back to the false economic promise of globalism and a lot of these trade deals that hurt us. And, we now see Trump making those people's lives better, making all of our lives better. And so with, the purchasing power that you talk about is actually all that matters. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It just matters what can you get with it? Can you get a roof over your head? Can you get food? Can you participate in your church with the resources that you have at your disposal? And when people have that, they actually are happier and they do live better lives. And it causes a societal positivity swing that isn't measured in quarterly earnings.
No, it's exactly right. And I think that's something that's at the very heart of MAGA. Right. This is why all those people in places like Mosinee, Wisconsin, or Pontiac, Michigan, Battle Creek, Michigan, Butler, Pennsylvania. Right. Why do the people of Butler, Pennsylvania flock to Trump rallies? Because he goes there and he shows that he actually cares about the situation they've all been through, that they've all been in. And he said he is their one shot. He is the one shot that they have left at turning it all back. It's as simple as that. I didn't know we were going to go so deep on this one, but here we are. Matt Gaetz, we got to run. We're just about out of time. Where can people go to follow you?
That was too fast. Let's do an hour next time, Jack.
All right, we'll do an hour next time. We're locked in. Angelo, book it.
Nice. Good seeing you, my friend.
Give people the coordinates.
Yeah, no, I'm at Matt Gaetz on social media. I make the Matt Gaetz Show on One American News. It's 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific, OANN.com. And we're now on Spectrum Cable, Dish, and Sling. We are re-platforming the amazing network that you helped build. And we know that. We know we stand on the shoulders of the great Jack Posobiec at OANN.
Small part. Antifa played a part as well. Matt Gaetz, everybody. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real American Voice.
Water. nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're talking about so many things today here on the program. We're talking about the wars overseas. We're talking about the lies from our own intelligence community. We're talking about fixing the economy and how our economy has become so broken because it's not working for families anymore. It's not working for the blue collar families anymore, working class families, people who have that background. It's simply not working at all. And so when it comes down to it, you know, you got a situation here in South Carolina where Lindsey Graham is up for re-election. And now a number of people are vying for that seat, this warmonger, this childless warmonger of Lindsey Graham. And so one of those candidates vying against him is Mark Lynch, who now joins us. He's a businessman. He understands economics, and he's here on Human Events Daily. Mark, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Jack. It's an honor to be on your show.
Well, and it was great to see you last week at General Flynn's summit. Certainly turned into a security strategy session, a working group, and it was really good to get a chance to meet you there.
Yes, sir. It was awesome. It was a great time. So many great people there.
So explain to us your background and why you've decided to make this run now.
Well, I am a successful businessman in Greenville, South Carolina. I took over my father's business back in 1985. God's the center of our company, and we're just trying to be a good steward of it. And he's blessed us. We've grown 35 times since my tenure in 1985. We've grown from 5 employees to 110, and God has blessed us with just a tremendous, awesome staff here that works together in our culture. And we've got I've been married 37 years, have 2 awesome children, 4 beautiful grandchildren. I'm a deacon in our church at Burnsview Baptist Church. And I got into this back meeting these gentlemen that are the head of international security. That's when I met Mike Flynn maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and working with us. And I was asked to run for a state Senate seat. I did. I almost won. I lost by 5%. My election was stolen for that 2020 race also. And when people met me and saw that I had a backbone, that I had integrity and honor and courage, they asked me, would you run again? Please, we need you to run for something. So my wife started pushing a little bit last summer and said, you know, I think you need to run against Lindsey Graham. That seat's coming up for re-election, and you can take him out. You can do it. And so we met with some good consultants, and they agreed, and we're in it to win it. You know, we've been debt-free in our company since 1999, and meeting with Roger Stone a while back, he said, Trump will want to see your amount of skin in the game and your polling. And my wife and I prayed about it, and we pushed $5 million of our own retirement fund to help start this campaign off. So we're in it. We're here to take Lindsey out.
And what is it about Lindsey Graham? And certainly I've had my disagreements with him, but I want to hear from your perspective. You know, you talk about the people of South Carolina, the great state. You know, I say that as a dang Yankee from Philadelphia. But you know, I've been to South Carolina a number of times. Charleston is absolutely gorgeous. The food is incredible in the Low Country. I've never had a bad time in South Carolina. And then I meet Lindsey Graham and I say, how is this guy representing that state? It just doesn't track.
Right. Yeah. He's not one of us. He's betrayed South Carolinians and America and Donald Trump, and he stabs him in the back repeatedly and is doing so again right now, even though he's been endorsed by him. But, you know, the biggest difference, and we have a lot of people moving into our state from woke areas across the country, and they believe they're in a red state. And then when we show them the Freedom Index, their constitutional voting record, like Lindsey, his lifetime score out of 100 is 57% of the time he votes correctly. So he's betraying his oath as a Republican. The conservative review score is 43% voting record, lifetime voting record. Club for Growth is 65. Anything below a 70 is an F, and he's failing in all the different scorecards that we can look up as voters just to see how our representatives are doing. So that's just one minor thing. You know, he just got endorsed by some pro-life, I would call them fake pro-life organizations, because on his website, he's okay to murder babies in the womb up to 15 weeks. I'm 100% pro-life, and abortion, that's just a nice word for murder. That's not an option for me, and I'll fight to keep pro-life on top, you know, as a topic that we're going to nail down and finish off. We've killed over 63 million of our own children in this country, 10 times more than Hitler killed Jews, and that's got to stop. But I'm a God-first candidate. That's the basis of our platform. When we bring God back first again into our government, that's the only way our Constitution works. And every decision I'll make will be done biblically first, through the first filter, and then through the Constitution next, or it's a no for me. And our country only works that way, the way our framers wrote the Constitution, with godly, moral society. And so we've got to get back to that and get rid of all the corruption and craziness that's been going on. And I'm here to stop.
Well, Mark, I completely agree with you on that point, because the American Constitution does something that no other government hitherto had done on earth, and it provides an extreme amount of freedom to the American citizens. You don't see this from governments in the past, and you don't even see it in places like Europe today. They just simply don't have the amount of freedoms that we do in this country. It's an incredible amount of personal liberty. But for that liberty, the price we pay, of course, is responsibility. and that responsibility is always supposed to be filtered through, and it certainly was at the time, through the idea of having Christian. And that said, they had that strong moral Christian fiber to their being. They certainly came from Christian countries. And so the idea was that all of that freedom would be tempered by their religion and by the moral code of Christianity. And so when the left came to the United States and started getting into places of power, what was the very first thing they did? They tried to take God out of the public square, because if you take out God, now suddenly it's all just a bunch of words. Now freedom can be whatever you want it to be, because there's no filter.
That's right. And we've allowed it, and we've got to take it back. God tells us in Genesis and Matthew 18, I'll loose what you loose and bind what you bind. God's in charge, but we've been given everything we need to rule and reign and have dominion down here. And we just got to have the right people get back into Congress, and that'll run the country the way our forefathers designed it, and honor the Constitution. You know, if I get in as the servant of the people to be their voice in D.C. for the great state of South Carolina, my only job is to protect the God-given unalienable rights that God gave us, and that's what the Constitution does. We've stepped way out of bounds. Government's gotten too large. We have too many agencies we've created that are unconstitutional, that's causing all of this inflation and the printing of money. You know, we need to get back on the gold standard and get to a 10% flat tax and get rid of property taxes. And the tariffs that Trump's introduced, I'm so happy that's started. There's a little bit of adjustment period we'll be going through, but that'll help fund our economy and level up and equalize the low cost that other third world countries have in making products for us. And we can bring manufacturing and bring jobs back to America.
Well, Mark, wait a second. You've got a business background. I keep hearing from the left that business owners don't want the tariffs.
Yeah, no. In my lifetime, I watched, like, we sell appliances and furniture and bedding and TVs. Well, we witnessed all the American manufacturing of televisions back then. It was Zenith, RCA, Philips, Magnavox. All those companies got taken out by brands from Japan when they first came over here, and that was Sony, Hitachi, Toshiba, JVC. Now it's the Korean brands of Samsung and LG coming in, and the quality's inferior, and we're losing our manufacturing ability here. And during COVID, we saw how vulnerable our country was because we don't make anything anymore. We're dependent on foreign nations, and some of them are enemies of America, and they make our pharmaceuticals now in China. I don't feel real
Mark,
good about taking
this. Is a great conversation.
You know.
We'll have to continue it at some other time. Mark Lynch, go give him a follow, folks. lynchforsenate.com. Mark, God bless you, and thanks for joining us here at Human Events Daily.
Jack, thank you for having me on.
All right, folks, right back. Go Marcus Ward.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. Now, I want to be clear, we love MyPillow.com, promo code POSO around here, but I got to tell you, I love a great set of jeans. I just find a great set of jeans. When you get a great set of jeans, you really have to appreciate it. And I think it's time that we all take a moment to step back here on Human Events Daily to appreciate a great set of jeans. Play it, boys.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
I'm not here to tell you to buy American Eagle jeans. And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing. Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
You see what I did there, right? Hi, I'm Sydney Sweeney, and I'm from Spokane, Washington. I can work as a local hire as well, though, and I'm available for the American Eagle jeans campaign shoot.
Profile and hands, please. Thanks. We'll be in touch.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
Next.
What can I say? The jeans are great. The jeans are great. Now, the left is completely melting down over this. So I had to get on Olivia Krolchuk to talk about this. Olivia, we just played some of the ads there. They're obviously funny. It's a pun. Sydney Sweeney has great jeans, etc. But the left is losing their minds. And in fact, they're calling this Nazi propaganda. And I'm just going to step back and say, that imagine the billions of dollars and years upon years of conditioning and programming that it took to overcome, to go from, those Calvin Klein ads from a couple of years ago where they had gigantic Swahili warriors and, burkinis on the cover of Sports Illustrated from Somalian migrants, to just going back to having Sydney Sweeney in a pair of jeans. Amazing. Oh, gosh, they're showing it. Oh, sorry. Olivia Krolchuk, why is the left losing their minds over this?
God forbid we have someone that's not overweight, fat, ugly, or a minority doing an advertisement for a company. Of course, they're going crazy because someone that's not ugly is on screen. God forbid a company is smart and actually uses an attractive woman who can sell jeans to women and men, for that matter. Of course, the left is mad about it because we're not promoting something that's DEI.
Well, and it's amazing because if people want to sit there and say, oh my gosh, this is right-wing coded, And here's what's interesting, right? That it actually proves what I've been saying for a full year. It's July, right? So a year and a month at this point now. I wrote a whole book about this, saying that all of leftism is rooted in envy and anger and resentment and jealousy. Leftism is all about jealousy. And if you understand that, and that it's a collection of people who are envious and resentful and just want to tear everything down, that's what leftism is bred into, then you will understand the reaction to this and why they make it political, because there's obviously nothing political on its face about the ad. But in a sense, it does actually stand as a testament to the fact that things are real. And guess what? There's a reason that everyone around the world goes to visit places like Rome and goes to visit the cathedrals of Europe. Because as it turns out, beauty is objective.
Yeah. Notice how all the people who are mad about it, the liberals, are ugly. Every single video that I've seen posted is a minority or someone who's very overweight complaining that Sydney Sweeney is beautiful. She's skinny. She has a larger chest. That's what the people like. That's what the people want. And they're mad about it because they're jealous. I will say the one thing that I do disagree with is that, yes, conservatives are pushing this. They're applauding it, which it is a step in the right direction. But also conservatives are supposed to be following more traditional roles and morals and values. Is selling sex something that we should be promoting? No, but I do think we're making one small good change.
That's a great point. That's certainly a great point. And then, by the way, that's exactly the type of thing. Like, I would love to get back to the type of America where we are talking about the raciness of the ad rather than, of course, the race of the actress or the model in this case that they've put back together. But it's like we've gone so far off the rails that it's like we can't even get back to just the very basics of where we used to be as a country to be able to say, yeah, you know what, that might not, you know, maybe I don't want my kids watching that necessarily, that type of thing. You know, I think of that as a dad all the time. That being said, you know, when I consider the alternative, I'm like, well, I'd much rather have my kids watching a Sydney Sweeney ad than some of the stuff the other stuff that's out there.
I agree. I think we need to go back to the ads from decades ago, like Ralph Lauren, Kate Spade, those vibes, the Tommy Hilfiger vibes, where people are covered, they're dressed nice. You look at them and you say, oh, they're beautiful. I want my family to look like that one day. That's what people buy. They buy things that look attractive to them. So why wouldn't we promote that?
I mean, the greatest ad to my mind of all time is the Gillette razor ad from the 1990s. Gillette, the best a man can get, and it's just a father and son, and so a grandfather, and it, you know, he becomes a grandfather in the course of it. So he has a son, then his son has a son, and they're passing the razor on, and it's just the best. It's just the best ad I've ever seen. And to your point, there's you know, you don't need quote unquote sex to break through in it, but what do you have? You have standards. And you have this idea that there are standards and standards are real because, and you know, let's get back to that because, by the way, you're making an argument that there should be a standard against this, which would then preclude the idea that there are standards. Leftism is a complete denial of the standards of reality that we all know exist. There are some people that are better looking than others. There are some people that are thinner than others. There are some people that are more athletic than others. There are some people that are smarter than others, faster than others. It's just reality. And so conservatism starts with an acceptance of reality and then saying, okay, this is human nature, this is reality. How should we deal with it? How should we set up society to best serve human nature? Whereas leftism begins with a complete denial of human nature.
Agreed. I think that conservatives can recognize that reality and then make a change. If they realize, hey, maybe I'm overweight, I should go to the gym. Or, hey, maybe I need to change this. They'll actually make a change. Instead, the liberals just look at it and then they try to push everyone down because they can't take care of themselves. They're ugly, they're fat, they're all of this, and they don't do anything to change it. And they live in this delusion.
Actually, that reminds me of something that happened just in your home state. You know, where it kind of lines up with what we're talking about. Separate story, but this horrific brawl that happened in Cincinnati, apparently one of the judges came out and said that he granted a very low cash bail to one of the assailants and said he had binge drunk. And the reason that he was so drunk was because he had been overserved. So it was actually the bartender's fault that he was so drunk. It was the bartender's fault that he was so drunk, not his fault for drinking the beers.
Well, of course, it can never be his fault. He was a minority, so God forbid we place any blame or responsibility on him. And I'm not surprised to even see that happening in Cincinnati. That's like an every other day situation. But notice how none of the major news outlets were covering it because it was a white person that was beat up by a group of minorities.
And we've certainly, I would say social media has driven this to the point where it's been forced. And it just occurred to me that here we have it, yet another standard that is a double standard. So the double standard gets applied to one group of people, but not to another, right in your home state of Ohio. Olivia Krolchuk, we've got to run. Where can people go to follow you?
At Olivia Krolchuk on X, TikTok, and Instagram.
All right, give her a follow, folks. Sydney Sweeney, right? I love the jeans. The jeans are great. And I know Tanya Tay is watching, but I'm sorry, sweetheart. I love the jeans. Love yours too, baby. Don't worry. Don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.